Every novel has unique characters that create an interesting and amazing world. Often, it is not as easy as some people think. There are many new characters in this world that we need to get to know. The story of this book is that new monsters have become stronger in it. Before that, people lived a quiet life, and everything was incredibly calm. The monsters became powerful and strong. They quickly began attacking people and intimidating them with their scary looks, and absolutely everyone in the region was talking about them. The young believed that even the greatest darkness could be overcome by a bright world with many good things, and they had hope for a better life. In the novel, the heroes who came with good intentions and helped the inhabitants became such a world, thanks to which Korea began to fight the monsters. A lot of time passed. People healed with new feelings, they relaxed because life returned to normal, and a group of brave people did not stop fulfilling their mission. It was time to meet the main guy. He had big blue eyes and was dressed exclusively in the color of the clear sky. He was the future of the city. All those who competed with him were left behind. The man was the author of this beautiful world that he made himself. This one was like an interesting game. Over time, one small problem arose when some verdicts were announced. Everyone was tense and wanted to know the long-awaited winner. This person was a young man. He was very happy when he heard the verdict of the curators. It was the world that Joe described in his book. The gentleman was 100% sure that it was this world. It was highlighted on the main screen where all the participants of this difficult competition were announced. Of course, as always, there were competitors who envied the success of other people. This case was no exception. Everyone laughed at him and said he was just lucky. There was also a big problem that my classmates were incredibly smart, but did not want to communicate with each other. And there was a gentleman among them. He was only 17 years old, and meanwhile the girl was looking at the screen and reading some information. She looked incredibly confident. The guy was the main character in this game. The man was the person who wanted to lead everyone to a world ruled exclusively by monsters who wanted blood. The cadet who was able to take second place was a handsome man with exquisite white hair and yellow eyes that were constantly shimmering. The king was sure. The partner was the grandson of an oligarch who owned a large clothing company. The prince had very similar skills to the main character and was a highly intelligent man. At the moment, they were all cadets, and the warrior often felt inside that no one loved him, and sometimes he could address his interlocutors. The fight of the young would be like a fight of shadows, and here they are standing together on the red carpet looking at the judge. The gentleman realized that he had definitely come to this world. The author felt strange. He didn't know how he could get into his story. He decided to find out what position he held here, and it would be nice to know his name. His partner asked if the other person had addressed him, and he answered yes, and the prince asked him to tell it again because he hadn't heard anything. The writer was called a very strange name, and the gentleman did not remember hearing such a name in his direction, and he wanted to understand it more and more. And then panic took over him. He was very scared when he saw that instead of a face, he had a question mark. The handsome man did not understand what to do. The young man's appearance was not good. He did not like himself from the first minutes, and there was a feeling that he did not play a role here. His colleagues were having fun. Everyone called him a cadet. He had no friends at all, and he wanted to get support, but it didn't happen. Negative thoughts drove him crazy. The handsome man crouched down and wanted to cheer himself up somehow, but did not understand how to do it. In this world, it seemed that everyone was for himself. One day, the king received a strange message. Someone wanted to remake his story, and the hero did not know what to say or whether to accept it. The stranger wanted to do this with a short story that hadn't been published for a long time, so his partner decided to go to the bathroom and freshen up a bit with cold water. He still couldn't get over that strange face. The guy wondered why the question mark. There were many symbols in the world. The man looked at himself with a disgusting face every morning and didn't want to live because of it. He was in a book that he had asked for. The gentleman had entered someone else's body, in which he often felt uncomfortable, and there were a lot of characters. For 2 whole Sundays, the guy did not understand who put him in this world, and why. He tried quite a few methods, but nothing worked. The man finally realized that he had to stay in this world for a while, and at least 10 years would have to pass before the story ended. The young man's hands began to shake. It was wild for him to spend so long in this world. He was determined to return to his town. First, he had to stay in this world and make some minimal acquaintances in order not to go crazy, so he had to go to school. It was something new for the hero because there were a lot of people studying at the school, but mostly colleagues who could be from other countries. The guy was not going to give up and turn on the alarm. On the contrary, the excitement brought him into society. Competitors learned different fighting skills. And then the man remembered one interesting warrior. Unfortunately, he did not remember what skills he had, but they could meet and talk about something. The young man hoped that these skills would help him in this world. He calmly opened the door and entered the training room. The gentleman was a little nervous. Now we will move a little to the center of the club. There were allies and competitors, all trying to seem cooler and stronger. Joe, as usual, behaved very calmly. He was incredibly confident and not afraid of new challenges, but the gentleman did not want to show it. Very soon, people started to form different groups for training and for different tests, and the handsome man was curious about the consequences. As it turned out, the days flew incredibly fast, but the king did not want to communicate with such people for 10 years. He was on his own. Someone sent a strange box to his partner. It said that his thing was supposed to be there, so the prince decided to open it as soon as possible and see what was there. And then the guy was stunned. He did not expect to see his personal laptop there. The man screamed with happiness, but at the same time he was a little scared because he did not know what to expect. Suddenly, some kind of downloading of various data began. The young man did not want to miss any information and decided to watch everything carefully and not be distracted. When the gentleman looked at the computer, he saw his image there. There was no limit to his surprise. The gentleman was happy that he now had a normal face. He was very eager to find out how it all happened so quickly and who sent him his computer. He had many questions. After such synchronization, the handsome man was able to understand himself and identify his strengths and weaknesses, and the king knew how to improve himself. All the information about him was in front of his eyes, and his partner decided to look at the screen and find out much more about himself. Everything was not clear. The prince found some strange story in his laptop. He wanted his characteristics to constantly improve. The guy realized the most important thing in this story, namely, if he wants to get out, he needs to fight for his future. The man smiled slyly. The young man knew that he needed to work on himself because if he just sat there, nothing would ever work. But there was no guarantee that the gentleman would be able to leave this story. The gentleman really wanted to find some information that could help him complete the task. The guy relied on his luck. The handsome man decided to play a game and try to increase his money. The game started. His hands were shaking and the king started to sweat, but the excitement overwhelmed him. The prince decided to calm down and think about his chances. He still had magical powers that could help him accomplish his task in theory. The guy decided to try to play. The first and second time he was very lucky. The man decided that he had a good luck, but he wanted more. And then an error popped up saying that he could not change the course of the game, which irritated the young man. He hit the table with his fist. It was found that he could not do the tricks that the gentleman himself did. He was disappointed and decided to think about how to solve this, namely to increase his success. He had no ideas at all, so he gave up and decided to do something. Fortunately, he had about 10,000 points left on his balance, which could be used somehow. A new day began. The king was already at school. A new teacher came to them. His partner listened to him carefully and wanted to make a good impression. The guy introduced himself and spoke very loudly and clearly. He told them that he would be their tutor for the whole year, and the students listened to everything. The young people wanted to discuss the rating with their colleagues, but the man quickly interrupted them and denied the conversation. He looked angry. The gentleman continued to tell them that the club was not a place for personal entertainment, and asked them to keep up with their studies because real heroes were being raised here. A minute later, he asked them to stand up and follow him, and the peers looked at each other and realized that they had no choice but to obey the curator. At the very beginning, he asked them to choose a normal and comfortable weapon. Jack was very shy. He did not think that there would be any more tests. The teenagers walked around calmly and chose what would be best for them, but the handsome man did not like this attitude and asked to speed up. We had to think quickly and efficiently, because the weapon should be with the warrior for less than 6 months. The boy chose a katana, the girl chose a bow. Absolutely all the characters made their choice quickly, but the hero could not figure out what he liked. He watched and analyzed everything carefully. The young man relied heavily on his characterization, which was written by the gadget. The gentleman wanted to choose a weapon to which he could quickly get used to. The gentleman kept turning his head to see if anyone was paying attention to him, while the curator stood like a soldier and read the information from the tablet. The guy decided to take the gun, thinking he could handle it easily. And meanwhile, the teacher called Joe over and asked him a couple of questions. The man decided to show his choice to the warrior, who looked at him rather rudely, but said that the choice was up to the individual, and the responsibility was not on his shoulders. For the young man, a pistol was a good weapon because he did not know how to use different magic like his colleagues. The handsome man with red hair decided to show all his strength to the people standing next to him. The king jumped and broke the bullet from the gun. All of his colleagues, without exception, relied on their strong magic, but the guy was wondering how he could fight without it. He was waiting for new events. He calmly packed his things and decided to go on business. He had never picked up a sword in his life and could not be compared to his classmates. The young man carried his suitcase and wondered if he had made the right choice. Jack wanted to prove to everyone that he could do what he had planned. It was also important for him to choose his ability. And meanwhile, Joe was going to training with his big sword when he saw a colleague. The girl was quite rude and had a great desire to communicate with someone, so she told him that she wanted to train now. The handsome man said that a new archer had appeared in their class. The beautiful girl turned her head to him and asked who it could be. She had an idea. The king spoke for Jack. The little girl made a face and said that she didn't think he was a good shooter because the young lady didn't like guns. The interlocutor asked his partner not to throw such loud words to the wind, and she glared at the guy. Despite this bad behavior on the part of the girl, the man behaved very well and was not going to criticize anyone, sometimes even praising them. The newlyweds were talking calmly when a beautiful girl popped up and asked him not to tell her what to do. She didn't want to hear anything. The man didn't understand this reaction. Meanwhile, the hero's ear began to tickle. He wondered if no one was talking about him. The character thought about how to improve his strength and how to become the best. The new skill could easily make as many as 10,000 points and solve problems with shooting, which interested the handsome man, and he decided to develop it. The king finally chose what he wanted to do and what he would have to work with. His partner put his hands behind his shoulders and decided where to start. The main task was to hold out until the end of the story. The lady told the students that they needed to turn their attention to the tower clearing. The hero read the information in the tablet and at the same time listened to his teacher. At first glance, there were not many lines, but in fact, there were many more. The lecture went on for a long time. Everyone behaved calmly, especially Jack. But the beauty could not stand it and screamed. She did not understand why she needed this information. The little one wanted to show all her abilities in a real battle. Then the gentleman burst in and said that she had to go to the post in 20 minutes. The princess was very excited, but her colleagues did not want to have fun so quickly. The guy carefully analyzed the information he heard, and so did his partner. It was a real battle. There were 4 people in each team. There could be different cadets in the group, with different strengths and skills. The man loudly said that everyone should get used to their team, and now he wanted to check who would be in the team with him. The students listened carefully to the result. The young man's teeth clenched tightly from such a distribution. He was not happy with this verdict, but did not dare to object. The gentleman was on a team with the princess, and it often happens in books that the main character is surrounded by many specific characters. Among the characters, the girl was special. She had a cold look, a beauty with big pink eyes, and was dressed in sportswear. The little one was an incredibly important character. She had been a member of the clan for a long time, so the gentleman decided to get to know her better. The fighter decided not to be shy and come up to meet the new girl. He said hello and told her that they were on the same team. The lady looked at him. The beautiful woman politely greeted them and added that she was pleased to meet them. The guy did not understand why the little girl was talking like that. They were like the same age. The young lady asked where the other partner was, and within 5 minutes he came out from the other side, and the group of people turned their eyes to him. The princess looked at the new warrior in surprise. She asked if it was him. The guy understood that he needed to make a good impression. The girl didn't like insecure people most of all, and then a handsome man came running. He was positive. The king asked if it was really a man who chose a gun. They talked for a while, and then the teacher came. He was very unhappy that his students were not studying, but doing something strange. Everyone was scared. He told them the plan of their actions and decided to speed them up a bit, and the team quickly decided to go about their business, or rather, their first task. The girl asked everyone to look around carefully. They had information about the monsters in their hands, and they could see exactly where they were. While the guy was running, he was incredibly tired. His physical form wanted to look much better, but he did not stop and continued to run. The beautiful woman with green hair quickly oriented herself in the area. She was quite a nimble young lady. The level of the task was average. And finally, the team arrived at the destination where the monster was supposed to be. The princess took the lead in this task. She led everyone. Suddenly, a monster came out. It was incredibly large and had giant teeth. It was called a black humpbacked octopus. A group of people did not expect this. The hero barely had enough strength to run to the task. The girl offered to discuss their plan of action. The monster was of low rank, but it looked big. Fortunately, it did not have much attack power, but when it sensed that danger was near, various sharp teeth came out from behind its hump. With its 8 legs, it was able to release small cubs. The boy suggested killing them first. The girl said that a good marksman was needed. The main commander said that she could take care of it. The heroine asked to step back a little and take her magic power, and everyone agreed. The monster had a high rate of regeneration of different parts of the body. The young man listened to the young woman in surprise and had no idea how they would defeat it. The young lady shouted and asked if everyone was ready. The gentleman turned and looked at her. No one gave any answer. Everyone remained silent. The monster, on the other hand, was not going to give up. He wanted to break everything. The team also wasted no time and decided to do something. The gentleman decided to switch the monster's attention to himself. He wanted the octopus to come closer to the shore, and there it would be easier to overcome it. The creature quickly covered him with water. The gentleman did not expect this and decided to run away. He got ready quickly. His weapon was in his hands. The handsome man also got ready but looked confused. He had never participated in such tasks before, but the woman looked incredibly confident. The partner noticed that the enemy was already beginning to burst. This news cheered him up. He realized that they would be able to defeat a difficult enemy. But the lady did not take her eyes off the monster because she realized that they could not be expected to do anything. So she decided to watch everything carefully. The girl was an incredibly good warrior. She took 7th place when she joined the club, for which she was respected by many. The young man ran to the shore. The beauty was waving her weapon over the octopus's head. It didn't scare the monster much, so he didn't want to hurry and retreat. The little girl screamed and told her partner that small particles of the enemy flew ahead, and the young lady began to turn her head quickly. At that time, the guy wasted no time and decided to crouch down with his weapon. the young woman screamed, but the man had no intention of retreating from this battle. From the very beginning of this story, the gentleman had been out of the story for a long time, so it was hard for him to expect a high price for the task. The handsome man had only one option, namely, he wanted to intervene in the events that all the main characters of this book are going through. His partners were looking closely at the enemy. The young lady asked him not to interfere one more time. The warrior was not going to listen to her. He knew his own mind. The monster began to climb ashore. There were already more than a dozen monsters that were getting bigger every time. The guy realized that he would never have such a chance again. He decided to act. At such an important moment, everything depended on the man's exquisite technique. He pointed the gun and started firing bullets at different small octopus babies. At first, Lily was confused, but after a couple of minutes she gathered herself and gave the command for the whole team to attack the monster. Everyone listened. The lady ran incredibly fast to her target and decided to take out her sword immediately. The whole team was eager to defeat the sworn enemies. The battle lasted a long time. Fortunately, the mission was completed 100%. Some very strange substance was flowing out of the octopus. A group of people wanted to study what it was. The gentleman exhaled. He was very happy that they had overcome such a giant. The young woman returned her gaze to the handsome man. The newlyweds overcame it in a whole 58 minutes and 58 seconds. The main one was not happy about something. She made a face. And then a sign came out saying that they had defeated this boss. The woman looked very surprised. The team took 16th place. As it turned out, someone was filming it all the time, and the lady was disappointed. She guessed that someone was watching them. The girl wanted to reduce the gap between their teams. The beauty asked if this was all the little one could do. The guy laughed slyly but did not answer. Suddenly, the young lady got up from her desk and walked towards her colleague, while the men were playing with each other and the others were looking at Lily. The princess hugged her old friend. The lady did not expect this. She was used to seeing the young woman strict, but here the queen looked cheerful. The girl asked how the practical lesson was going. Her colleague answered well, but she wanted to take a higher place. Her friends turned their attention to the young man. The beauty was a little angry with the gentleman because he made them late for the assignment. The gentleman realized that he was being discussed behind his back. The little girl, on the contrary, praised him and said that he overcame everyone quickly enough. And then his partner just ran in. He was kind and loved to hug everyone. After a while, the hero decided to go to the gym, which was located nearby, and it turned out to be very difficult to train. After the training, the author was unable to check the notifications that he received. He began to recall moments from the battle that was quite recently. Thanks to constant training, the guy improved his physical fitness and began to feel better, so he decided to rest. It was already late in the evening, and the girl was analyzing data on her computer. She read everything carefully and did not want to miss anything. As it turned out, she was watching a video of their fight, and the young lady was amazed by the young man's reaction. And at first, Lily could not believe her eyes. She wanted to test how many times she could pull the trigger of the gun, and after a couple of minutes, she realized that with such a reaction, she could not compete with her partner. The woman realized that the gentleman's reaction was not like everyone else's, so she decided to compare him with other cadets, and realized that no one had such a fast reaction. The girl wondered why she hadn't paid attention to the young man when they were at school, and then she received a strange notification, so she decided to check it out. The gentleman also received some video, but at that time he was very busy with his work. The message came from the beauty. The little girl thought that the handsome man was pretending to be interested. The young lady thought that there was something incredibly cute about him. She liked him. After a few minutes, there was nothing left of the smile on her face, and the young lady decided to continue doing her important work and thinking about something. Now we will move a little bit to the office of the manager himself. There was an employee who was holding a folder with documents in his hand. The lady asked him to pay attention to something special. A group of people were discussing Joe. They thought there was something special about him. The young one decided to talk about his rating and strengths. The gentleman had a sharp sword technique and was skillful in various fighting skills, and when he fought, it seemed to everyone that it was like a dance, in which every movement was thought out. Now the director had everything in place, namely why another company wanted to lure him away, and the workers listened attentively. Later they talked about Jack, who chose a gun. The management decided to find his strengths. They analyzed the information of the handsome man. The young woman was most surprised to hear that he had fired more than 6 to 10 shots in 3 seconds, and 59 of them were on target. Everyone was also interested in how his trigger could switch so quickly. His partner looked incredibly aesthetically pleasing, and the Academy called him a heretic. As soon as the prince changed the club, he started using a pistol instead of a sword. But usually it is difficult for everyone to switch to another weapon, but for the warrior it was not a problem. The insight came to him at the age of 17. The leaders realized that he was developing quite rapidly. But if a young man is good with a pistol, there is nothing unusual about him. The secretary said that regardless, they should definitely take a closer look at him, but the lady disagreed with him because she had a lot to do. Wednesday morning began. Everyone was actively training and learning new skills. Joe was waving his sword as usual. The gentleman trained well, and today was the day of one-on-one combat, which was conducted exclusively in teams. Each team had 2 cadets. All the cadets took their main weapon to fight their opponents. It was easy to evaluate, and no one was hurt. The curator came and shouted at the author because he allowed himself to sleep a little more. The frightened hero barely opened his eyes. The trainer told him that his pistol was being manufactured, and it was very dangerous for others to train with a regular pistol. And then a rather tough training began. The handsome man was taught how to properly and effectively defend himself from the enemy's attacks. It was incredibly difficult for him to withstand such a test. His partner did not give up and wanted to prove that he could cope with such a test. It was not comfortable for him to fight this guy because he was constantly changing the angle of his blows and changing his position. The man was a very skilled warrior. All his qualities were well developed. The young man was fast, skillful, and able to hit weak spots, and the author decided to dodge his blows. Colleagues pointed fingers at the hero and mocked him. His partner was very unhappy because this was the first time he had encountered such a person, and the prince decided to ignore it. After a hard sparring session, the warrior decided to go buy a bottle of soda from a vending machine, and then a girl approached him. She looked at the guy with a strange look and decided not to waste time and go about her business, when a can of Coca-Cola flew in her direction. The young woman asked if the man was bullying her. The guy asked her what the woman was talking about, and Jack told her that the lady had helped him a lot in his exams. The young man wanted to get to know each other better. It was a good experiment for the gentleman to test the person. He wanted to know how many points he would get for their conversation. The girl didn't want to be friends and threw the gentleman's bottle into his hands. Jack looked at her in surprise and didn't understand why. The beauty said that she could not be addressed on a first-name basis without her permission. The handsome man apologized and remained silent, and the little girl went off with her bag to do some business. The young lady felt that the weight of her bag had changed, so she decided to see what was inside and saw the bottle again. At first, the princess wanted to throw it in the trash, but realized that the drink was not to blame, so she calmly put it back. Now we will talk about the monsters that look very much like people. Fortunately, the main characters fought them very well and are already used to passing such tests. And the monsters were not very scary. It's just that the beginning is always unknown, but the author knew his book well, so he was preparing for it. The boy even wanted to be in that episode, so he decided that he needed to find a way to sneak into the museum, and in the meantime, the manager came. There were many people in the club who learned to draw and paint. They were aimed not only at self-development, but also at communication between cadets. The author was going to visit him that day, and the gentleman thanked him for taking part in his travel club. The gentleman smiled sincerely in response, and were glad that everything was starting so well. There were quite a few newcomers this year. When the gentleman received an invitation to this establishment, He could not believe that it had happened. He thought that someone was mocking him. The curator decided to tell him more about it, and it turned out that they would travel to different parts of the world every 2 months. The guy suggested that everyone split up into pairs and do the tasks together so they could go on a trip right now. The young man's main goal for that day was to visit the old museum, and he asked to speed up so that he could start doing something. The girl didn't like this very much, so she decided to deny it and suggested that they split up so that everyone would be on their own. The gentleman was gentle, so he agreed without thinking, but then the little girl asked for something else, and the gentleman did not know what to expect. She again asked him not to address her on a first-name basis, and the handsome man lost track of everything, so the king was a little uncomfortable that he did not fulfill his promise. Here is the museum that the prince had been talking about for so long. There was a huge amount of weapons, and the largest hall was located there. The young woman was a little bit naughty. She decided to touch the glass with her head and carefully examine everything. And then the young man realized that the main character of this book was nearby. He wanted to talk to him and ask him something, and the handsome man returned. The gentleman asked Joe if he was looking at the 7 knives. Then he decided to politely say hello. The main character did not understand what Jack wanted from him. The handsome man decided to apologize for his behavior. He just thought a little. The protagonist asked if he was the same shooter. Colleagues even joined the same club. It surprised the guy. The man of the image felt how confident the person in front of him was now. And then suddenly, something started falling from above at a high speed, and the elderly man decided to look up and check what it was falling. On the radio, they reported that there were monsters near the museum that were shaking the building. People looked at each other in shock and did not understand what to do. In a panic, everyone wanted to get out of the building as soon as possible. Colleagues did not control their emotions. They just pushed as hard as they could. A little girl was flying from the top floor. Luckily, her partner was nearby and was able to catch her, while the woman asked everyone to calm down and not panic. She added that if anyone ran to the yard now, the monsters would eat them incredibly quickly, and the woman quickly pulled out her weapon. The young lady asked her husband to take the gun as soon as possible and wait for help. The couple had to protect people. The thief looked very scary. He had a cunning look that seemed to eat a person from the inside. He was confidently heading towards the heroes. This bad man was going to have somehow influenced the development of the main character in this amazing story, and everyone was tense. Joe took his sword when he saw that the criminal began to move incredibly quickly in his direction. The atmosphere became very tense in the last minutes. In the book's plot, Jack had to deal with him very quickly, but how it would actually happen is a mystery. Everyone was engaged to the maximum to win. One of the colleagues fell to the floor. Everyone looked at each other in fright. The plot was completely different from the one in the book. The beauty turned to her partner. The handsome man fell down and showed no signs of life. The little one did not know what to do in such a situation. The prince immediately ran to his friend to check on him. The enemy was only gaining momentum. He had great strength that kept pushing him to kill. The princess decided to start shooting at him with a bow. All 10 shots were straight to the target. Something even flew into the head. But the enemy did not fall. On the contrary. He was constantly laughing. This made the heroine angry. The man decided to pounce on the lady and hit her. The handsome man was screaming and begging her to run away as fast as possible, but she was not going to do it. And then Joe jumped up with the intention of taking revenge on the guy. He covered the queen with his body and continued this battle. Suddenly, what everyone was so afraid of happened. The young man's body changed dramatically, and he was already different. His partner saw this phenomenon for the first time in his life. The criminal stood on the hero with his feet. The prince tried not to give up and keep the defense. The girl, meanwhile, was still shooting. The mighty strength of the prince pressed the beauty into the wall, which simply cracked into 2 parts. The warrior was shaking and did not understand what to do. The handsome man could not understand why he did not control anything here. He wrote it all himself. But the plot in reality was slightly different. The characters were still fighting. His partner had the opportunity to print and change something. He wanted to change the magical power of his bullets to hit a powerful enemy. This important cartridge fell from the air. The prince quickly picked it up and put it in his gun, and headed towards his opponent. While Joe was fighting the bad guy, the warrior was pointing his gun at him, wanting to hit him and end it all. The handsome man managed to hit him directly, but the young man did not expect this. He immediately fell on his back and could not understand what happened to him. On this note, nothing ended. On the contrary, the gentleman was able to get up and continue the bloody battle. The gentleman wanted to take revenge on all those who had offended him. The king knelt down. He was depressed because he had no strength left. His weapon was broken. His partner decided to stand up and look fear in the eye. Joe didn't waste his time either. He got up and ran to the enemy. The guy didn't expect this. He wanted to end it once and for all. Jack decided to help his friend, and together they overcame such a cruel man. The king decided to get down on one knee. The girl was biting her fists in fear. The handsome man came up to her and asked if she was okay. Everyone was incredibly frightened by such events. The king wanted to touch her with his hand, but the young lady quickly knocked his hand away. Everyone in the hall did not understand this attitude. According to the book, her brother was supposed to come and calm his family member down, but suddenly someone came and the prince turned his gaze. It turned out to be a young woman who came and asked if she had dealt with everything. And in the meantime, an ambulance arrived to help people. The first thing the queen decided to do was to tell the staff about the criminal who had scared everyone so much, and the staff listened attentively to the woman's story. As soon as the lady found out who was inside, she did not hesitate to run to save her loved ones. She did not care about the words of the doctors. All the people who were inside quickly left the room, and the beauty thought about how to start a conversation with the king. His partner did not expect such an interesting meeting. He looked at the little girl in shock, and the young lady smiled sincerely in response. She greeted the prince. The warrior said that the person she was looking for was in the middle of the museum. The lady thanked him for this information, and the young woman went there immediately. Suddenly, the queen stopped, wondering how the man knew she was looking for this particular person. And in the meantime, the young man decided to sit in the computer for a while. So far, everything was going according to plan. The plot was becoming more and more interesting and touching, and the gentleman was calmly planning what he wanted to do in the future. The book was written based on the gentleman's story, but he noticed some details that were different. This was already done by the person who sent him the computer. Jack was a little upset, but continued to study the information that was in his laptop, and then he received a notification, so he immediately looked at it. It said that the main character would win this game, but there was a great risk of losing the interest of readers. The king began to think what it could mean. The coach quickly came running when he found out what had happened. He asked to return to normal. He wanted to tell all the details of this case later. The prince asked how the girl was doing, and the coach replied that she had gone home to her parents, but had been sick a lot lately, and the warrior was upset. When everyone left, only two friends remained. The boy asked why the man did not say anything to the girl. The young man had no answer. The gentleman asked what exactly he was supposed to say. Joe answered about her brother. The gentleman for some reason remembered that there was a remark in the letter, so he decided to keep silent again. Jack could not resist asking what had happened to the little girl's loved one, and the handsome man asked him not to pretend that the other man did not know. But in fact, the king did not know what they were talking about. His partner suggested postponing their conversation, and the prince went home. He was looking for something on social networks. Some girl caught his eye. Her profile was written there, and the man decided to look at everything carefully and analyze it. Now we will talk about the operation to suppress human monsters. It was possible for the allies of the main character of the story. At that time, the beauty was only 13 years old. She was very proud of her brother, who became a hero for her. This was the version of the book. The young man was surprised to read everything. And again the gentleman received a new notification. It said that all changes would be written in the message after the young lady confirmed them. The gentleman did not understand the meaning of such strange messages that were clogging his head, but the excitement overwhelmed Jack. He wanted to read everything. The princess was sitting alone in the ward. A loved one wanted to support her and visit her. The staff was constantly with him. The lady was incredibly happy to see her father. She asked why he was not at work. The prince was more interested in the condition of his child. The young woman replied that everything was fine. The man decided to ask if the woman needed any additional examinations. The lady did not want to do anything because she felt that everything was fine. The girl asked her father if she could talk to him one more time before discharge. The young man was not expecting such a question. He did not know what to say. After a minute, he tuned in and answered that he would definitely come again. The beauty was very happy to hear such words in her direction. In addition, demons climbed into the guy's head. They were one of the strongest monsters that developed incredibly quickly. People turned into them. This period did not last long, especially since half of it had already passed. In this confusing situation, there was only one correct answer. The demon could become stronger in someone. But he would have killed that person very quickly. The gentleman was unconscious. The girl came to support him. The beauty felt sorry for her loved one. No one knew what to do with him because there were no signs that the gentleman had a monster in him, although the symptoms were the same in some moments. Unfortunately, at the moment, there was no specific method to stop the criminal. Even when heroes enter the battle, someone dies in the team. The little girl looked directly into the eyes of the handsome man. She believed that she could wake him up with a sweet look. Suddenly, the young lady noticed something. But as it turned out, it just seemed to the princess. The girl was sitting next to a person she could not help for the first time. The staff said that the appointment time was up. The beauty touched the gentleman's body and went about her business. She had a great desire to visit him the next day. Her eyes seemed to light up. It was already quite late, and the lady was sorting through the documents that went to the archive, and a handsome man was standing behind her, asking her to hurry up because they could be caught. But the young woman herself was not afraid of anyone or anything. She decided to sit down at the computer. But her partner, on the contrary, was very afraid. He stood his ground. The queen discovered that in the body of the human monster were found details of magic with a particle of light. That is, the person who defeated him was incredibly strong. The cadets of other groups were often compared to him, while the prince was still begging to leave this place so that no one would notice them, and the woman was annoyed. Finally, the girl decided to look at the rating database. She carefully analyzed the information and found that the club was ranked 934th. Now let's get back to the character. He discovered an interesting thing, namely that his friends hadn't seen the hero's laptop, and the guy wondered why. And then the account of his friends who were fighting appeared in front of him. The young man begged to change the opponent to an easier one. The girl bowed. Meanwhile, Jack received a notification that said that some new settings should appear within 30 meters of him. This was incredibly effective compared to the notifications from the author. And then a young woman approached him and wanted to compete. The queen started laughing at him when the handsome man didn't want to. The woman asked if he was afraid, and all the people turned their attention to them. It was unpleasant for the prince to hear, so he decided to answer rudely. The girl called him a bad person, and suddenly the conversation was interrupted. The teacher came and asked what they were doing here. She asked the beautiful girl to return to her seat and start reducing her aggression. The little one got angry. The guy had his own goals and didn't want to apologize. He wanted to kill her brother. The man wanted to get stronger and stronger every day. The young man realized that even if he began to befriend the queen, Jack would still have to betray her sooner or later. People gathered for some large-scale spectacle. The gentleman asked if everyone was there. He greeted everyone as it turned out to be a lesson from the truth class. The leader of this club was on the stage. Their main task was to analyze monsters and find their weaknesses. The gentleman was telling everything in an interesting way. The handsome man had a rather unique appearance, and he had a very good ability to perform on the stage in front of a lot of different people. When this place began to be developed, strange things happened in the main plot. Namely, cadets disappeared, and in addition to this, monsters often attacked. The reason why the king decided to come here is to help innocent people fight such terrible monsters. The partner did not want to drag things out too much, so he decided to start his conversation. Today was an introductory meeting. They would talk about the development of this place. The prince also talked about different monsters and called them different qualities that could affect their development. The girl listened attentively, although she knew all this. The guy decided to ask various questions. The beauty quickly answered them. They were not complicated, to put it mildly. It was over pretty quickly. The man asked people who wanted to ask something to stay in the hall. The young man, meanwhile, turned to the little girl. The young lady ignored him and left. And when the princess had gone a little further, she asked if the gentleman was going to a meeting. He did not expect such a question. The lady said that she had managed to find some information about different monsters. It was interesting to the gentleman, so he decided to listen to her. The handsome man wanted to tell about a strange team of monsters that were still made 50 years later. The young woman turned her head and listened. The queen did not understand the prince because he spoke in mysterious terms. She decided to ask what exactly the warrior wanted to tell her. The guy answered about the weaknesses of the thieves. First of all, the young man told her about the blue part of the monster's leg, and if you hit it directly, it will not be able to move at all. The gentleman immediately noticed that this information was not free and asked his partner if she had any arsenal, and the queen reacted surprised. To be more precise, the gentleman wanted the queen to get one interesting pistol for him, and the woman listened attentively to the speech. The lady decided to ask what the handsome man's opinion was based on. He looked surprised, and the girl asked if the author had any other evidence. The king had nothing to say, so he wasn't going to lie. The beauty was outraged by this behavior of the interlocutor because she realized that she had wasted her time. The partner realized that if she let his words pass her by, the information that was very expensive would just be a piece of paper. The young woman announced on the clock that people should pay attention to the blue spot that the monster had. Everyone listened carefully and searched for it. In the meantime, the young man himself went to find out how much he could take the long-awaited loan for. And he was told the amount of 300 million. Jack was amazed by this amount, and his fellow bank employees said that this money could be easily repaid. They asked him not to worry. The gentleman was taking an incredible risk to pay off large debts for the rest of his life. He used his head and realized that he had to make a decision. The gentleman realized that he needed to earn money somehow, but there were not many options to succeed. He wanted to sell the dead bodies of monsters. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts and came to inform him about the parcel. The handsome man did not expect anything, so he was very surprised by this news. He quickly opened the door and looked to see who was standing there. There was no one there, only a parcel. The king leaned over to examine the suitcase closer. Meanwhile, a girl with red hair said hello and thanked him for his services. She wished the hero a good trip. He thanked her and left. The city was large, but before that, the prince was amazed that when he told the worker who he was, she quickly changed her attitude towards him. This area was quite interesting. It had many tourists all year round. The warrior shouted and said that he was recruiting people for his team. The guy had a great desire to make friends with someone. There were rumors in this small town that a man who catches monsters with his bare hands lives here. Everyone was trying to find someone. Someone was looking for people to join their team. And someone was looking for buyers for their product. The girl was serving people and calling large sums of money. Two people were standing outside a restaurant and discussing, and behind them were green monsters. It was profitable to sell monsters with an agent. The young man also wanted to have a good agent. He was walking calmly when a man asked him if he was not here to hunt monsters. The young man asked the stranger to introduce himself. He immediately told everything. He said that he had once given Jack his personal business card. When the gentleman took control, he quickly remembered this agent. They talked a little more. The gentleman wanted to tell more about the company. But in the hero's head, there was another mysterious, handsome man who also had the same position. When he remembered him, his partner changed in face. The author analyzed everything well and offered to cooperate. The king wanted to sign a contract. The prince was incredibly impressed by what he heard. The guy came up and shook his hand right away. The man knew that there would be many more characters in this story, and they did not fully realize their value. The young man wanted to establish good contacts with everyone, which would help him a lot in the future, but it was not an easy task. The two gentlemen went on an interesting journey after the monsters. They didn't go far and noticed traces of tapestries, and the gentleman realized that they were on the right track. In this story, about 200,000 currencies were given for each fallen tower. And then the handsome men saw a large boar. The king was frightened. His partner told him that it would not be possible to fight it with a gun, but the prince still wanted to try to do it no matter what. The warrior told him that he had a wonderful gun that could do much more than others. The boy was scared and asked him not to do it. The young man took his weapon and chose the right cartridge and calmly aimed at the victim, and then suddenly the young man screamed loudly. The gentleman was standing on the top of a mountain that was quite high. He made the long-awaited shot. The gentleman could not stand it and just fell to the ground. Jack knew that if he killed the boar because his weapon would double its power level, the handsome man was pleasantly surprised by the result of his shot. The agent crawled up on his knees and praised his friend for such a flawless job. He was happy with this gun. His partner smiled. Suddenly, the prince made another loud movement. The guy got scared again and asked what it was this time, and the author replied that a black pelican was flying there. The man had seen many things before, so he had such an impeccable reaction, he decided to find a way out of this big tower. The young man was still sitting on his knees. He asked him to wait a little bit. The young man obeyed, and they went down together to see the result of the man's work. The boar was very big. The handsome man said that there would be no problem getting paid for such a task. They shook hands and decided to celebrate the day. The king asked what he was going to do with the fee. His partner replied that he usually buys stocks, and the prince was pleasantly surprised by the news. Some time passed, and the warrior decided to work on his computer for a while. He wanted to spend some time tweaking different settings. If you buy stocks, you can earn a large amount of money in a moment. And that's exactly what the hero wanted to do, and lately, this earnings has been gaining momentum. The young man suddenly remembered the chameleons he had written about in his books. They were the main villains. This organization consisted of fraudsters. They were criminals. Even though they didn't look like human monsters, he really wanted to talk to the leader of this gang and understand what was going on. As soon as the guy calmed down and thought he had a good plan, suddenly his computer shut down and stopped working. He didn't understand what was happening. The man took the device and began to think about what caused the breakdown, but nothing strange happened, and in a couple of minutes it turned on. Meanwhile, a young couple was having a rest in a cafe and discussing the person sitting across from them. A group of people even assumed that it was some kind of celebrity sitting in front of them. The handsome man was incredibly confident and polite. My partner didn't like spending time in such places, so he asked when he could go home. The girl asked him to endure the noise a little longer. The prince wanted to calm down and look at his gadgets to see if anyone had sent him any new messages. The little girl sat quietly and said almost nothing. A young lady came into the establishment. The guy immediately activated and decided to meet her. The princess sat calmly on her face without any emotion. The man knew that his friend had been to the hospital, so the first thing he did was ask if she was okay. And the lady answered very coldly, saying that it was nothing serious. The young woman decided to tell him about her friend, and the queen looked surprised and wanted to know who she was talking about. As it turned out, the woman wanted to talk about the incident that happened in the museum. That day there were 3 of them. Friends listened to every word. That day, The human monsters were much stronger than they thought, and as it turned out, no one but Jack could stop such a thief. A handsome man with an ordinary pistol blew off his arm. The lady looked at it with big surprised eyes in which there was great fear. The girl added that she and the beauty were on the same team. The little girl choked sharply. The young lady asked what her friend thought of her partner. The princess didn't know what to do, so she decided to get absorbed in her thoughts. The lady thought about her friend, who was an ordinary person, but then became different. She was going to do some investigation to find out what the prince wanted from her, but she wondered if she was talking to a human monster. The newlyweds looked at their old friend in surprise, wondering why she had such negative thoughts in her head, while the company enjoyed tea. And Jack's computer shone again. It shone incredibly strongly, and the handsome man decided to close his eyes from it and somehow stop this shining. The computer took a long time to load some kind of update. No one knew what it could mean. The king began to feel strange and often looked angry. The protagonist's head was bursting with pain. He wanted to find something that could help him with this, but there was nothing at hand. The guy decided to ask the girl a question, namely whether she liked this man for whom the group of people had been talking for so long. The beauty just smiled. The little girl did not want to answer this. She wanted to see her brother. He was an important person for her, and she was waiting to meet him. The next day, all those who fought against the monster man in the museum received all their points, and a notification about the funds came to the young man's watch. But finally, the gentleman's gadget was updated, and new skills were added. The gentleman at the lecture was curious about what exactly had changed, and the lesson continued. The lady asked him to be a little quieter, and not to distract her from the lecture. The handsome gentleman was surprised because he hadn't said anything. The young woman objected and had a different opinion. The king asked if the queen had forgotten that he had saved her, and the woman looked at him with a stony face that was again dissatisfied with something. The lady did not behave very well. The girl decided to get up and leave the interlocutor. The prince did not understand what was happening here. He asked the beauty. The young man decided to talk to the guy, or rather to thank him for the battle in the museum. The man did not understand why he had to thank him. Although he did not have a very good self-esteem, he was well aware that he had played an important role that day because he had made the thief fall to his knees for the first time. Joe was very mysterious today, usually always talking a lot more. The gentleman was thinking about how he could become a little better than others. The speaker shouted and asked everyone to be ready, and a minute later, a handsome man came in and was heading somewhere very confidently. The king was annoyed that he was forced to go back and forth. He was at the 37th rank among all the heroes. His partner was considered a high rank. An incredibly important moment came for all the cadets, namely the rewarding. The girl stood confidently and wanted to take a place. Everyone was asked to go up on stage and wait for the judges' verdicts. The newlyweds gathered and came together. The award was presented by a soldier. The first thing the guy did was to approach Joe and ask if it was him. The answer was yes. The man was not surprised why everyone respected him so much. The young man decided to advise the gentleman not to come to another place, but to work here. It is better for him to be a monster hunter than to take another position. The gentleman politely thanked him for the advice, but he was still thinking about whether to listen to it, because the heroes had a lot of responsibility and the salary was not very high. The handsome man asked the next person to come to him. The lady was a little shy, but she gritted her teeth and decided to come over. The king told her that the little girl's father asked him to take care of her, and sometimes watch how well she fulfills the heroine's tasks. Then Jack came up to his partner. He looked at him with interest, because they did not know each other, and the guy decided to introduce himself and tell him about himself. The awarding of the cadets ended on a positive note. The man was over the moon. He finally got what he had been waiting for, namely points. With the honestly earned money, the gentleman decided to buy shares again, namely the owner of a large livestock farm. The gentleman decided to read the information. Fortunately, the gadget was working fine, but suddenly something tickled in the king's hand. He quickly moved, and the bag flew to the side. His partner decided to calm down and check the information that was displayed on the device. And he could even buy something for himself. It was possible to sell different functions there. Absolutely all the characters had tried to do something there once. The prince was no exception and wanted to see. And then an incredibly beautiful girl came up to the guy and wanted to talk to him. The young man's eyes went to her, and the beauty introduced herself. The heroine was surprised when she saw how quickly the gentleman left the award ceremony. She wanted to give the gentleman something. Jack knew that if the young lady gave him a business card, it meant a lot. She asked if she could ask him a question. The handsome man did not answer. The author knew perfectly well what kind of person he was, so he did not want to answer her. Appearance did not always play a big role. The conversation stopped a little. The king continued the dialogue because he knew that the young lady had great connections, so it was beneficial for his partner to communicate with her. Everything went according to plan. The princess decided to tell him a little about herself, namely that she was very interested in the warrior, and the girl asked him to appreciate it. The guy thanked her for it, but he said he had no guarantees that this communication was sincere. The lady was very surprised and did not know how to answer. The man knew that the woman was just showing interest, and there was nothing more in her words, so he packed his things and went on his way. The queen was surprised by this end of the dialogue, and the gentleman remembered that he had new features and decided to test them on himself. The handsome gentleman felt strange. He wanted everything to come true. His movements became much better. The king wanted to control it somehow. When the hero got into this amazing world, he realized that it was incredibly cool to control magic. He liked that there was such a function. Now the author had a book of truth in front of him. It contained only true information that had been tested over the years. And the young man studied everything with his eyes. There were various rumors that she could answer any question. And the gentleman wanted to test it for himself and asked her how tall he was, and the answer was correct. On the one hand, his partner was very happy to hear this answer because he could continue to ask her different questions, but on the other hand, it made him angry. The watch was red and said that people were looking for the last person to see the cadets from the Nuri class. In a month, about 6 cadets disappeared. Everyone was panicking and did not know how to react. Rescuers were working now, and the soldier began to think about it. The number of victims was constantly growing and changing. Someone assumed that this criminal was mocking all the heroes of this world. The last goal of the bad man was small. If a young lady died because of the author's intervention, it would be a very big problem for everyone. Time had to put everything in its place. The young man was talking to a colleague. He asked his friend to look the other way. A group of people were not culturally appropriate and began to behave badly. Jack was not able to help. The handsome man had never experienced violence. The character could not allow his friend to be insulted by some bad people. The king was stopped by his partner. He asked him not to get involved in these matters. The prince decided to argue various facts to the warrior so that he would not get into a fight. The guy wanted to prove to him that the gang had deliberately hurt his friend. The man sincerely wanted to warn his friend not to get into any trouble. He thought differently in his eyes. He had to protect his own. After a couple of minutes of conversation, the gentleman realized that, in fact, the close person does not like his friend, even sometimes openly envies him. And in addition, an angry tutor came and yelled at everyone and asked what they were doing here. He asked everyone to gather. He had the exam results in his hands, and the coach decided to hang it on the wall so that everyone could come and see who had passed where. When Jack saw himself in the lead, he was not surprised. He had cheated the whole exam. Some cadets did not go further. They were very worried and did not understand what to do next. Near the handsome man stood an English princess who took the 3rd place in this rating, which showed who entered the club. Peers began to communicate. The young people congratulated the lady on her successful entry into the club. She was also incredibly happy. All the classes were exclusively in Korean. The young woman replied that she would work on herself every day. She was sure that everything would work out. The queen wanted to live up to people's hopes. One of the students presented a completely different form of vision of the real world, and his classmates listened attentively to his friend. No one interrupted anyone. The queen also supported him, but realized that he was her direct competitor, so she decided to follow his example. The woman did not want to know what the guy usually did and what his preferences were, and the girl's anger began to show. She did not like confident people. Meanwhile, the hero was sitting and working at the computer, and he decided that if he got the Book of Truth, he should use it properly. Thanks to this amazing book, you could find out any information, but not many people knew about the handsome man. But he wanted to change that. The king wanted to change his settings a little and upgrade his weapon. He was doing well, but he didn't have a smile on his face. Unfortunately, this was due to the fact that the prince's skills were not enough to defeat the human monster, although the warrior had quite a few points. On emotions, the guy decided to buy a new weapon, namely a sniper rifle, which was already much more powerful than the previous pistol. With this new sniper rifle, the man was happier because he could see his competitors, but unfortunately he had no equipment at all, which was a big disadvantage. It was incredibly important for a sniper to be able to take the right position and shoot accurately at the target, and the young man wanted to learn this skill. He did everything but felt nothing. He hoped that everything would work. Suddenly, a message came on his watch, and everyone was talking about the thief who kidnapped the cadets. Our hero was well aware of who was behind it all, but he did not know whether to intervene because the gentleman risked his life. A new day began, and with it new challenges. The coach was shouting as usual. He asked if everyone was ready for the tests. Today was a special training session. Behind him was a large building with a bunch of different imitations of real monsters, and the cadets listened attentively to everything the handsome man said. At first he wanted to divide everyone into groups, and then start the task. He asked them to do it immediately. The students quickly sorted themselves. In front of Jack's face was a large table with a sign that said who was in which group, and there were many different traps in the middle of the building. Just in case, the king decided to make 5 special rounds. He was wondering if he would be able to pass such a test, because he had never done anything like this before. His partner asked everyone to gather quickly. The cadets were a little confused, and some did not understand what task to perform. So the prince decided to yell at them. One of the girls showed aggression in response. The warrior did not expect to hear this in his direction. Her character was quite difficult and incomprehensible. The guy approached the little girl and said, "Hello." He said he was pleased that they were on the same team. The young lady reciprocated. The princess looked surprised and pointed her finger. She asked if the young lady was also in her group, and for a couple of minutes, no one heard any answer. After a while, the young woman decided to overcome herself and greeted everyone. The queen wanted to know more about her. The young man realized that the woman's psychological weakness had become very severe, and that there was a high probability of infiltration by the devil's servants during the mission. Jack decided to act on the situation. He knew a lot about the competitors and her weaknesses, so he wanted to hit her right there. Although the peers were also not very good at it, they greeted each other first. Everyone wanted to be friends with each other, and the handsome man told about his team. As the captain of the team, the woman came to the front and wanted to introduce her allies. Not everyone looked confident, and her partner's eyes were constantly running. Next, another prince was introduced. He was a German finance student, considered a very promising player, a warrior who had undergone elite training. A large number of foreigners who dreamed of the same thing studied at the club. The guy was no exception. He joined the club in the hope of reaching the very top. But, unfortunately, the reality turned out to be a little different. To put it mildly, not so simple. Because of the great skill of his peers, he simply became an ordinary student. At that bad moment, the man felt that he was not like everyone else, and later he developed psychological instability and various medical problems. He was studying information from the computer when a gentleman approached him and asked if he was a good shot. and the handsome man asked him to shoot well on the task. The king quickly withdrew his hand and asked what was going on. His partner laughed at the hero and loudly said that he was not in the mood today. The prince tried not to pay attention. Recently, the warrior's reputation has dropped a little. He used to feel much better than today. The guy thought that if they are on the same team, everyone should be treated with respect. The coach told him that they all had to enter in one team. The groups were started by their numbering. The young man decided to talk to the young woman. The lady answered very coldly because she did not want to communicate with anyone at such an important moment for her. All the cadets went into the cave. It was quite scary. There were many more tunnels. Peers stopped and wanted to decide who would go where. No one had any ideas. The newlyweds decided to discuss it. While no one could say anything, Jack suggested going to the tunnel number 6. His friends turned their heads and listened attentively. The handsome man started laughing again and decided to disobey the king. He humiliated him even when there were many other colleagues. The girl said that he did not look very good. Such bad words were perceived differently by his partner. The beauty also added that he had a beautiful eye. The prince realized that they wanted to use him in any way to get him emotional. So he decided that he would rather follow the girl's path and let her be responsible. The man was still insulting his friend, and the young man asked him to keep his eyes on the monsters that could appear at any moment. The gentleman just laughed at his colleague and asked where he saw monsters here. The gentleman decided to direct his attention to the cave that did not end. One of the players wanted to try his arrow. Everyone stepped back because there was going to be a big explosion. Everything happened as the team wanted it to. Unexpectedly, a monster with big eyes and teeth popped out, 6 levels higher than the usual average level. Everyone screamed and asked to get ready for a fight. The newlyweds took their positions and were ready to fight to the end. The team pulled out their weapons. Someone shouted out if anyone had water attributes. Jack immediately replied that it was too early to do so. The beauty decided not to stand still, but to act. The little one asked to open fire on the center of the thief. The monster was not easy, so it was necessary to come up with some tactics against his mighty power. The whole team quickly attacked him and began to beat him on the back. Everyone attacked from different sides, and to have a hope of winning, the monster was angry. The young woman caught him with her long rope. She said that now the cave would change, and her colleagues were curious what this could mean for them. The queen unexpectedly reached a level of insight for everyone. She looked very beautiful to the guy, and then something occurred to the woman. The lady stood still, and her partner quickly ran up and covered her. Everyone was frightened. The newlyweds were lying on the cold floor, and time seemed to have stopped. When the girl's moral state returned to normal, she asked him not to touch her and to let her go, and the man immediately complied with his partner's request. The beauty was so angry that the gentleman was touching her that she wanted to hit him. But suddenly her attention was diverted to something else, the threat of a monster man. The people saw a strange arrow coming out of the wall. As it turned out, it was a giant poisonous weapon, and the young woman wanted to know who could have launched it. The next round hit the new cadet directly in the back. He screamed from the pain in his body. He asked to leave him and not to help, but his comrades could not do that. Later, when the friends analyzed the shots, they realized that such harsh training methods could not be used in training. Something was wrong. The girl took the guy on her back to somehow get him to a safe place, and then various stones began to fall from the sky. The beauty did not know that the test would be so difficult. The battle was only gaining momentum. The enemy's blows were very strong and accurate. It was quite a hard workout, but the peers did not want to give up. There were more and more thieves coming from all sides. The heroes were holding the defense, which could collapse at any moment. Everyone was scared. Jack skillfully fired his pistol. The ammunition was better and more accurate. The young woman fought back with her weapon. They began to get something a little bit. The handsome man with his head held high said that they had almost done it. He held his sword on his shoulders. The queen did not like this attitude. After the expected battle, everyone relaxed and decided to discuss where they would go next. The king was in despair. Something had happened to him. In his head, the hero twisted an arrow that almost missed the woman's head. Even the cadets did not understand what was going on. The prince thought it was some kind of trap. The comrades decided to think it over, when suddenly a brilliant yellow light appeared, and they decided to run away as fast as possible. When the guy decided to turn his head to this light, he said only one word: Salamandra. She was not dead yet. The woman also stopped because she saw that her friend was far behind. The monster was shooting fire at the man. The lady rushed to help him immediately. And then the young man quickly changed the settings of the magic on his hand, and he was already letting the water flow, and the gentleman saved everyone with a round layer of water that was over their heads. The team was amazed by the strength of their opponent. Everyone opened their mouths, and their partner looked at everything with big eyes. He could not believe what was happening here. The fire attack was real, not a training one, and in addition to the young man, there was a gentleman who wanted to clarify the relationship at such a difficult time for the team. The handsome man had a number of claims that he was not afraid to express. Jack squirmed and begged to back off. The young woman asked the kings to calm down. Currently, there was no time to find out who was right and who was wrong. The queen asked again if the monster was real. The woman did not understand what he was doing here. The tunnels were very close to real ones, so the lady thought that real monsters could just crawl through this way. The team didn't want to slow down, so they decided to go on looking for adventures. They wanted to get as many points as possible for their work. The heroine had a number of questions for her colleague, namely, where he got such strong magic and why he didn't say anything about it. Now the peers came to the main monster, who had the 5th level, and the man wondered how they should deal with him. The newlyweds decided to wait for the next team, because it would be impossible to overcome such a gigantic force on their own. The workers talked among themselves. The new comrade was worried. He was twisted with pain and wanted to end it all as soon as possible. The wound was burning badly. A voice appeared in the handsome man's head. As if stretching out his hand and offering to help him, the king was frightened. It was the first time he had ever been like that. The stranger said that he could do anything to him, so his partner knelt down and asked him to make him a super strong man. The monster stretched out his hand. The prince didn't realize who it was and stretched it back, but the monster grabbed him and didn't let go. A minute later, there was a loud scream. His peers were frightened because they did not understand what had happened. The warrior had a terrible dream. The girl came running and wanted to help her loved one. She asked everyone to do something instead of standing there stupidly. The thief became active again and wanted to destroy everyone. The team acted decisively because every second could end very quickly. The young woman took the boy on her shoulders. Everyone else was also moving quickly. It was incredibly hard for the queen to run like that. The thing she was so afraid of happened. A strong explosion knocked her down, and it was hard for the queen to get back on her feet. She did not want to give her life. The thief was looking directly at her. This look made her feel scared. Her whole body was shaking with terror. The lady looked directly into his eyes. The girl did not want to die, but she was mentally prepared for it. She got up and decided to fight to the very end. Unexpectedly for the heroine, her friend came to the rescue. He pointed his gun at the stone warrior and made a couple of shots. Handsome asked Jack why there was such a large pile of stones. The king himself was exploring this area, and after a minute he said that this was the right way. The prince said that behind this big wall was the main monster they had to overcome. But the warrior did not like the confident words. The young man had a great desire to overcome this wall with his sword, but so far all attempts were unsuccessful. The man stood calmly aside. The young man suggested that he calm down a bit and pull himself together. The gentleman did not understand why even a blow with magic did not work. The girl noticed with her own eyes something very strange. It was hanging from the very top. The guy wanted to reach it somehow, but it was incredibly high. Many people said that it was impossible, but Jack was not going to listen to the opinions of other people. He decided to go only forward and not to retreat. He used a special technique and decided to go all the way to the end, and he managed to do it. But there was something very strange there. The team was watching their friend, and they wanted to support him somehow. The beauties were standing there doing nothing, and the king was standing on the safety net. Suddenly, the walls shook, and everyone was scared. The monster got up again and was preparing something terrible. The young man looked at him and decided to shoot again. The monster rehabilitated incredibly quickly and looked as if nothing had happened to it. The young lady exhaled because she had a lot of strength to fight. The author was smiling even though he was actually scared. He asked for help, but his comrades were much shorter than him. The newcomer decided not to waste time, and he decided to hit his opponent. But unfortunately, he did not even move. The king sat down on his knee. The little one had a backup plan, so she asked her peers to hold the monster back a bit. They nodded their heads and decided to help. Everyone was doing their best to fulfill the common goal, and the partner decided to step back a little and made sure to have a gun in his hand for defense. The excellent student apologized for joining the battle a little late. He behaved calmly and the pain went away. The prince was good with a sword. This time, the queen wanted to end it once and for all. She loaded her bow and decided to shoot the monster who was behaving badly. After the battle, the team came to look at the monster. The king could not believe his eyes that they managed to defeat such a giant villain. His comrades began to gather in a crowd and talk to each other, all looking at his body in shock and analyzing how the workers had handled it. The man had not yet fully become a human monster. The plot of the book was slightly different from the real story. The newlyweds talked to each other and rejoiced. The handsome man knew that the process was just going too slowly, but the excellent student sold his soul to the devil. The author did not doubt this for a minute. The king sat down on a pebble to be alone with his thoughts, and then a girl approached him. She wanted to discuss something. The little girl thought for a long time about whether to say it, but finally said, "Thank you." His partner had never heard a thank you from a friend. He was pleasantly surprised. He decided to ask if he had misheard, but the queen denied it and said that it was hard for her to say it. The warrior did not want the young lady to be nervous. Now let's talk about the heroine's childhood. She was often afraid of everything. The first tragedy happened when she was just a child. The queen lost her own mother to a human monster. At her age, all the children were playing and having fun, and the woman was training hard. She wanted to become incredibly strong. The child made almost no friends because in her understanding, lending a hand to someone is a sign of weakness, and that's how her childhood was spent. All of the beauty's friends could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and the young lady asked the boy a question, namely, why he was so strong but tolerated abuse. The young man said that if he got into a fight, he would definitely lose, and he could not tolerate various defeats. The queen still did not know why the gentleman could not answer the gentleman. The woman asked about Jack's weapon, and he wanted to tell her everything. He had made it himself, and it had quite a few functions. The queen told him that he could be expelled from the academy for that, but his partner said that he knew everything and used it only in emergencies. The woman didn't like the fact that someone appeared in the club stronger than her. She asked if the guy had enhanced weapon skills. The man didn't answer. The beautiful woman asked the young man if he had anything to say to her, and he immediately said no, and their dialogue quickly ended. A friend asked if the princess was friends with the gentleman. She looked surprised and answered in the negative, and her friend stopped talking. The workers told everyone to leave the basement quickly. The radios were very loud. People had to obey any order. As it turned out, this incident was not the first. There were often cases when human monsters were real during training, but all cases were closed. After such a long time, the king decided to work on his projects a little, namely to talk to someone. His partner was with his friends in class. The prince wanted to reach a new level, namely to compete with stronger opponents, and he was thinking about how to realize this. The clock began to make some strange sounds. The warrior decided to see who was calling him in the middle of the day. It was Joe. He was incredibly happy to hear his colleague. The guys started to have a dialogue. The man wanted to meet his friend and tell him something. There was another very interesting person in this world who used to take all the heroes to various trainings. The young man had a fairly high self-esteem. The gentleman decided to meet him. He was small compared to the gentleman, but this did not bother them. The young people were engaged in a dialogue. The handsome man realized that Jack was still very uneducated. He knew that he would need to study for a long time. The king gave him a couple of tips. The partner could not move on because he fell because of the roots that appeared on his road. The prince began to laugh at the behavior of his friend. The hero found what he had been looking for so long. The young man decided to quickly put it in his mouth and eat it, so the gentleman wanted to improve his level. The guy was standing on the top of a big mountain. The man decided that he needed to somehow climb to the very top so as not to suddenly fall down. The man was not very afraid of heights, so he calmly took small steps towards the ground, and in a couple of minutes he reached his destination. The first was the boss of death. He was not a high level, although he looked very scary. The monster lived in the cave for a long time. The hero knew all this information, but it did not scare him. On the contrary, he was excited to defeat everyone and get as many points as possible. More than a dozen skeletons were looking at him, trying to kill him, and the author stood there with a stone face as if he saw them every day. On his hand he had a gadget on which he wrote the route, and after a while he decided to go forward. The thieves were from different sides. Each of them wanted Jack's blood. Less than 10 minutes later, all the bad guys were on the ground. The handsome man was incredibly fast. He was approaching the Angel base. This main criminal was located in the dungeon of Mount Burning Man. There was a large castle which included one of the most deadly towers. The most important thing that the author wanted to get so badly was a weapon of the growing type of ether, and also the seeds of the evangel. The king's eyes were drawn to a small woman who was sitting and looking at something, and next to her was a giant tree that was growing rapidly. In fact, the little stranger was a witch. She looked very nice, but his partner knew that he could expect a lot from her. The prince pulled himself together and decided to do what he wanted so badly. The warrior was reassured by the fact that he had created her himself, so there was nothing to worry about. The girl was in a special state, so it was impossible to kill her with a gun. The guy called a command on his watch and wanted to defeat the enemy. After the man's movements, a strong wind and noise rose. He stood firmly to avoid falling and watched everything that was happening around him. To his surprise, the monster was still alive, and the young man began to think about how to kill it in another way. But unexpectedly, the witch did something. The young man's eyes caught the seed he had come here for, and he decided to scan it to be sure of its safety. The gentleman came home and took care of his personal business. The thing he found improved his skills well. He got a time reading. For such a difficult task, he was awarded 47 points. The gentleman did not think twice about investing them in a purple banquet. After a while, he had to take a larger amount. The witch was a bad person, but if she was raised well, she could help Jack a lot, so he decided to try to implement his plan. In order for the seed to grow, it was necessary to pour a little blood on it, and its growth depended on it. And the handsome man thought it would be strange if he asked for blood from his allies. Therefore, he decided to postpone such strange ideas, and the handsome man wanted to find another way to get what he wanted. The king opened his phone and looked for something. A new interesting day began. Everyone was having fun and talking to each other as usual. The girl was telling something with a high tone. The beauty was incredibly pleased to see such focused and motivated people around her, and the little girl asked if it was their first time at the meeting. The king had some strange thoughts in his head. According to his story, the young lady was badly injured by human monsters, but the newcomer was killed. Here it was necessary to pay attention to how the history of the whole world had changed a lot. But the monsters were still alive. The author thought about this question for a long time. If the monsters disappeared from the book now, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. But the princess noticed that her partner was looking at her. The lady saw the prince pretending not to see her, and it hurt her a lot. The excellent student was also at this meeting and asked her to be careful. The young woman just laughed at him and said that she didn't see anyone to be afraid of, and the queen decided to think about the disappearances that never stopped. The couple decided to go together. Jack, meanwhile, stood on his backside and did not know what to do with it. The handsome man was not nervous about it. Unexpectedly for everyone, something came out of the bushes and took the deer. His partner decided to look around and pay attention to everything. People were scared. The prince looked away when tentacles came out and wrapped around him from the inside. The young woman came out of the bushes. As it turned out, she was the one who scared everyone so much. The queen was sure that she had won the argument, but when she saw how much more her rival had taught the animals, her jaw dropped. The woman wanted to ask how it happened that the lady lost. The guy did not see anything terrible in this because he himself had lost many times in various competitions. But the beauty remembered that whoever loses has to fulfill a wish, so the man decided to come up with something interesting for his competitor. The gentleman was sitting very quietly and wanted to eavesdrop on someone's conversation. Meanwhile, the world had made a contract with the devil, and the gentleman was constantly thinking about it. The handsome gentleman asked the girl to date him. The beautiful girl was shocked by the news and did not know what to say, so the conversation stopped. The king asked if she wanted to, and the little girl said yes, because she had known her partner for only 2 weeks, so she could not accept a man so quickly. The prince stood there as if waiting for some moment, namely for someone to turn into a monster with him. The warrior knew what this person was. The girl continued to criticize the guy who sincerely confessed his love. The beauty added that she loved men stronger than herself. She apologized and turned around and went about her business. The little girl did not regret her words. The gentleman asked what he should do to make the young lady love him. The new guy's eyes quickly darkened. He changed a lot and was not as happy as he was a couple of minutes ago. Everyone turned their attention to him. Jack knew this would happen. The lady was already sitting behind him and did not say anything. The handsome man was guarding her well with his weapon. And then the king flew in the other direction. He did not expect such a strong support and strength from his friend. The young woman took her bow and wanted to help her friend somehow. The monster wrapped its long tentacles around the hero's neck. The author was not going to give up. He tried to untangle himself with his hands, but nothing worked. The queen began to say that she loved the monster. She hoped that somehow it would work on him. She said it a couple of dozen times. The young man shrank back, his face turned blue. He did not look very good, to say the least. He kept his hands on him. The battle was fierce. Many people in this world have great potential. A vivid example of this was the heroine herself. She fought to the very end, even if it was hard. Her partner raised a big sword and wanted to hit the thief with it. She shouted to him and asked him to let go. The girl also had incredibly strong strength. She did not expect such a stunning result from herself. The beauty looked at her hands. Jack looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. Her hands were shaking. She did not know what to say in response. The king asked if she was okay. The young lady answered yes without hesitation, and his partner calmed down when he heard that she was fine. A second later, she fell to the ground. The prince quickly ran to the young woman. He assumed that after such an attack, she had run out of strength. The warrior calmly picked her up and carried her. The queen was on his back for quite a long time, and when she came to, she was furious that she had shown weakness. The woman was frantic and asked him to put her on the ground. She thought she was strong enough to walk on her own, but the guy was not going to listen to her. But it was much harder to withstand the screams in his direction, so he did not want to hold her. As soon as the guy fulfilled her wish, the girl fell. The beauty had never experienced such a thing. She was holding on to her legs, but they did not obey her, and she asked the man what it could be. The young man had some assumptions about it. The gentleman asked if it was the first time the young lady had experienced magical exhaustion. The young lady looked at the interlocutor in surprise and heard it for the first time. The character explained that this is a condition when the internal supply of magical energy runs out, and the rate of power renewal decreases several times. And the lady listened to everything. The gentleman added that this condition would not go away in one day. It took a long time. He lent a helping hand, and the young woman had no choice but to agree. Jack asked if his friend would still use the bow. The woman did not understand why he would ask such stupid questions. She answered rudely. The handsome man didn't just ask this question because he saw the young woman open up new possibilities, and he realized that the queen hadn't thought of it. The king wanted to convey all this to his loved one, but she disagreed and shouted, and his partner was not pleased to hear such an attitude. The newlyweds had already traveled a fairly large part of the road. The prince said that they were close and needed to go further. The woman wanted to rest. Then the guy said he would go alone. The lady screamed and asked him to stop. The girl did not want to stay here alone. The man listened. A new day began. The hero came to open the door and see what was inside. When he was walking, he heard a lot of different rumors about himself and about monsters. His company was sitting and everyone had been waiting for the author for a long time. Joe politely asked him to come up to his friends. The gentleman was glad to see his friends in front of him. Everyone said hello in turn and told a little about themselves. Jack listened carefully and realized that all the greats had gathered in front of him. The handsome man sat down at the computer and began to receive various messages. Someone wanted to meet him on Friday. The king agreed. The strangers told him that in connection with the disappearance of the cadets, they were given the task to find them, and his partner read it all in surprise. The prince was also talking to someone. The girl asked him if he was going with them. The warrior turned and smiled. He asked to wait for him for a minute. The guy was still working and wondered why he had received such a message. The man thought the thief was one of the cadets. The young man worked calmly at his own pace and realized that someone was disturbing him again. This time he was ready to be rude. Now let's go back to another episode. The gentleman thanked the gentleman for coming. It was nice to see a loved one. Jack thanked him in return. The handsome man immediately said that he wanted to earn as many points as possible. The king said that if everyone was here, then the interview could begin. Before listening to everyone, the young man wanted to share his opinion about the case. He did not think that the criminal was a human monster. The gentleman asked to pay more attention to the girl because all the signs said that she would be the next target of the robber. Meanwhile, the handsome man in his head remembered his beauty who was behaving very strangely. Then the king realized that she was afraid to lose her life. The little girl said that she did not want to somehow frame her colleagues and decided that she was ready to make sacrifices, but her partner wanted to support her. Meanwhile, the cadets were thinking about who could have committed these various crimes. They first suspected the prince, but he had a steely alibi for that day. One of the students couldn't stand it and decided to make a suggestion. The guy thought that the victim could have come to the monster herself, and his colleagues thought about it. The man immediately denied this idea and gave arguments why he was so heavy. The conversation was about magic that could attract a person to a stranger. The little girl became more active and tried to express her point of view, namely that she believed that a monster could not be the leader of the club. The shocked young man looked at her and didn't know what to say. He thought differently, but that day he didn't want to discuss with anyone. The gentleman slowed down. It was late enough for the hero to go home, and there he decided to think it over and do everything. The author wanted to find at least one thing that could help the investigation. In his head, the gentleman decided to return to that situation. He noticed how the queen quickly drove away some evidence. This behavior was strange. And then the girl concluded that the person they had been looking for so long was Jack. The handsome man stood there with his cheeks in a tear and was speechless. The king could not do that. The king said that he was using the portal at that moment, so he could not be in that place. The beauty turned her head away and began to smile slyly. The little girl said that she wanted to test the theory, because in her opinion, it was possible to fabricate various records about the existence of the portal. Such a disrespectful attitude angered the protagonist. He asked what his interlocutor was talking about. There was no answer. the young lady retreated from the discussion. A large young man stood up and wanted to protect the princess. He said that his blows could change a person greatly, both externally and internally. The gentleman was laughing in the background and did not want to touch anything. He was curious how the events would develop further. Jack was very scared, but did not want to show it. The gentleman asked if the king was scared. He was already ready to beat his partner. The prince decided to give an answer. The warrior said he could try. The guy behaved incredibly bravely in this situation. He had intentions to fight back against his competitor. Joe came in time and broke them up. The man said that if they doubted him, the young man asked the cadets to clarify his words with the young woman. She could confirm everything. The newlyweds were vacationing together that day, and suddenly a bullet hit the gentleman in the forehead. He was hurt and turned his head towards his friend. It was all said by the handsome man. He asked how Jack could talk about the queen. The king said that they fought together that day against the human monster. Today, everyone was behaving aggressively. The partner was no exception in this situation. He wanted to approach the prince and start fighting, but his comrades stopped him. The warrior raised his hand and said that he was thinking. The young man turned away from him and headed in the other direction. The man asked where he was going. The young man was moving much faster than usual, and then a gentleman ran up from behind him and swung his fist at his friend. The gentleman did not expect this. From the outside, it all looked very scary. The partners had never had a conflict before. Their friends stood aside and were afraid to approach. When the first blow was struck at Jack, he was able to dodge, but suddenly the handsome man wanted revenge. He quickly took the weapon out of his pocket. A real battle began between them. They were ready to tear each other apart. Joe quickly ran up and put his sword in the middle. The kings looked at him. The first thing the prince did was to address the warrior who was behaving very badly. He politely asked him to calm down and not to go overboard. Then he turned to a young man with white hair who also liked to cause conflicts. Joe said that if anyone had doubts, they should ask the little one. The princess, who was sitting in the hall, decided to check her watch to see if it was right. But the gentleman turned around and walked away. The cadets sat and waited for the long-awaited answer from someone. The connection was incredibly poor. The interlocutors could hear themselves very rarely. The dialogue ended. The guy went to be alone. Strange things happened to him, and his emotional state left much to be desired. It was a shame for him that he got into his book and quarreled with the characters he made himself. The man was fed up with everything. He missed his parents and friends incredibly much. He remembered how they all had fun together and spent time together. The young man wondered what was happening to his room and what had happened to his best parents, and these thoughts ate away at him. And then a screen appeared in front of his face. It said age, height, and strength. The gentleman did not realize what this could mean for him, but the hero wanted to understand this story. While the gentleman was alone with his thoughts and calmed down, his friends were still deciding who was right and who was wrong. The handsome man asked the king what was wrong with Jack. His partner replied that he should not be touched at the moment, and the prince nodded his head. The girl sat with the mighty warrior and asked him if he had used his new skill, but the indignant boy did not want to answer this question. The beauty did not realize how an archer could dodge the young man's attack, and she wondered which of them was more suspicious. That day, the lady received a text message from a gentleman. He offered to meet and discuss something, and the young woman agreed without hesitation. Now Jack understood why it was recommended to do business when in a bad mood. Usually the hero was very tired after hunting or training. His comrades were sitting and talking quite loudly, and the handsome man turned to them and asked why they were behaving so badly, and his partners felt ashamed. Over time, the warrior began to burn out and realized that he needed to find a way home. And meanwhile, the newlyweds were talking to each other. The first thing the guy decided to do was to ask why the queen had already gone to school, because she was not allowed to do so yet. The woman smiled and said that it was sad at home. This time, the man did not want to get into any adventures, so he looked carefully at the girl's back, and she, in turn, looked at the conflict. The young man told his friend to go to class. The coach was already waiting for him. He told her that there was less than 1 week left before the exams. After the written part, there will be practical tasks and various fights. This test will be divided into 2 parts, and judges will evaluate them. The cadets listened attentively and did not interrupt. The task would be at the 2nd level of difficulty, and the sir asked everyone to prepare carefully. For Jack, it was not a problem to write written exams. He was more afraid of tests and fights. He had seen many examples of people losing. There was still a high probability of getting caught with a gentleman who would be much stronger than Jack, and the handsome man was thinking about what tactics he would use. The king was incredibly worried about the distance. He noticed that it was constantly decreasing. The prince was already sitting very close to his partner. Previously, the lady was sitting at another desk and did not pay attention to the guy, but now she became very active. The warrior noticed out of the corner of his eye that the young woman was cheating from him. He decided to laugh a little and wrote the names of his parents on a piece of paper. But the girl didn't notice anything at first and rewrote everything. Another school day came to an end. The little girl left the school and went on her way, and then she received a notification on her watch. The heroine came to a rather large house and calmly opened the door. The princess obviously wanted to find someone. The lady quietly called her friend. The guy was very happy when he saw the lady next to him. He asked if the young woman had come to see him. They were waiting for other cadets who were late. The man asked him not to worry because his friends had to be somewhere, and the queen had no great desire to talk to anyone, so she decided to keep quiet. A woman came to look at the candle. Someone told her that the scent helps to collect her thoughts, so she decided to try it. The guy wanted to dilute the atmosphere and asked where the girl was studying and what year she was in. The beautiful woman answered, and the conversation continued. The man knew that his partner was investigating the killer, so he asked if there were any suspects, and the little girl answered in the negative. The princess told him that there was one person who was always saying something stupid, and the lady said that some people thought that the handsome man was a monster. When she was younger, she accused him of using magic, which the king often did, and he laughed and asked for some proof. The queen did not expect such a response. She looked down and felt ashamed of her behavior, and the woman asked for proof. The partner put his hands to his face and was very frightened. He apologized for his behavior. The prince meant on what basis they thought so. The girl was holding something behind her back. The guy noticed that the interlocutor was holding something behind her back. The man asked what it was. And then something happened that no one expected. The beautiful woman incredibly quickly pulled out a weapon and waved it in front of her friend's eyes. The little girl asked who he was. The gentleman said that her turn had not yet come, and in a couple of minutes the heroine was standing all wrapped up in various ropes. Her body was very sore from them. The lady found out from the walls that she was in a second-year dormitory, but the gentleman did not want to talk to her. He had gone away for a while. Now all the pieces came together. The young woman realized that this handsome man was stealing everyone, and now she wanted to get out of this room more than anything else. The queen remembered the king's words, which the woman had never taken seriously, and the lady wanted to calm down because panic was preventing her from doing anything. The girl looked at her hands and wondered how to untie the rope that was squeezing her fingers so tightly. The beauty wanted to scream for help, but no one came. The thief quickly came running and said that she would not succeed. The little girl looked at this guy with horror. The man looked good, but his appearance was deceiving. That day, the gentleman got up early and decided to read something, but suddenly he received a notification on his watch. It was the lady who wrote to him. There was only one number 9 in the message. The gentleman did not know what it could mean, and the handsome man had already taken her gadget and punished her. The king asked if the girl's partner had quickly realized that he was a human monster, and the prince also had a plan to kill the guy. The young woman screamed and wanted to explain that the man would not get away with it. The queen was sure that the search party had been looking for her for a long time and would find her soon. The young man said that he didn't care because he had wanted to leave the club for a long time. And this made the woman even angrier. She was ready to tear him apart. And the guy sat and thought about what the number 9 could mean. He had no ideas at all, and later he thought it was an accident. The hero jumped out of bed and decided to ask the Book of Truth where the girl was now. The story did not want to open at first, but the author did not give up. And the unfortunate beauty was still sitting on the chair and wanted to fall asleep. But the gentleman was not going to just leave the little girl. The monster was constantly talking to her. The young lady tried not to listen to anything and just sat with her head down. The monster said that the heroine had a strong enough will. The guy had already made a lot of efforts to exhaust her, but fortunately he failed. The man asked him not to be afraid and to obey. The angry lady looked him in the eye, but the young man hugged her and told her something. All this time the young woman was moving and trying to untie the rope, and she almost succeeded. The gentleman said that he was not going to let her go. The gentleman looked scared. Suddenly, a magic bullet hit the monster in the head. The handsome gentleman screamed in pain. The queen looked at it all with big eyes. She did not believe that someone had come for her. The monster was lying on the floor, bleeding a little. The woman did not stop to talk to him. The lady wondered who had saved her from such a disaster. The prince was holding his head, wondering who dared to do such a horror to him. The beauty said that he should not hope for any cure. The profanity was constantly coming out of the man's mouth. He wanted to find his competitor who had done this to him. The little girl wasted no time in trying to untie the ropes. As soon as the man got up from the ground, the second part of the ammunition flew at him. And this went on for a long time. No one wanted to give in. The battle was gaining momentum. Meanwhile, Jack was calm. He was shooting with a new weapon that had much more power than a pistol. It was quite interesting to watch. He liked to shoot from a long distance. The handsome man enjoyed doing a good job, but he did not see the girl. The criminal's body already had more than 10 wounds with various injuries, but it was hard to kill him. The anger overwhelmed the monster. Each shot of the author was successful. The young man realized that he could not miss. In any case, the battle was still on. The young lady was so eager to get out that she just fell to the ground, and there was nothing she could do. The gentleman decided to free her hands from the ropes. Jack asked her to go to sleep because the rescue team was coming soon, and the princess could only say thank you. She woke up in bed. It was a strange feeling. Joe was standing in front of her, holding an apple. The lady was expecting to see the king, and her partner asked how the young woman was feeling and if she needed anything. The prince told her that the doctor recommended to lie down more. The woman was not going to listen to anyone. The lady asked what the guy was doing here. The man said that they would take turns sitting with the girl. The beauty wondered why such care. The young man thought that their fault was also there. The gentleman sincerely wanted to help their loved one, but unfortunately, she did not always allow them to do so. The handsome men stood in the hallway and waited. The heroine did not want to listen to the affection in her direction. She asked why the king was so slow. With big, surprised eyes, the prince asked again. The girl decided to apologize as well, because she thought that the soldiers did not care about her. But as it turned out, she was very wrong. The atmosphere improved. The beauty asked if he hadn't come. The boy asked who the little girl was talking about, and the young lady quickly turned her head away and said that she was talking about no one. The princess decided to send the young man a letter thanking him for everything the gentleman had done for her, and the gentleman was cheered up. Then the screen showed that some of the hero's skills had improved, and the author wondered why he got so many points for this task. Jack began to think about how he could use these points more rationally. He realized that investing everything in one sniper skill was not profitable. Suddenly, an old acquaintance came out of the corner of his eye. He smiled politely and greeted him. His partner was also happy to see him, and the guys started talking. The man got down on his knees and wanted the young man to cancel the contact and think it over again. But the gentleman said that it was something else entirely. The gentleman raised his suitcase above his head and told him that he would like to invest. and the handsome man was pleasantly surprised by the information he heard. As it turned out, the king had made quite a lot of money on the roots he found in the forest, invested some of the money in stocks, and had no idea what to do with the rest. The prince had big eyes because the conversation turned to quite a lot of money. It was the first time he had ever made such an important offer, and he didn't even know if he could accept it. The warrior insisted that the man take the money because he wanted to multiply it even more. And the guy asked his friend to buy himself some normal magic with it. The gentleman decided to ask how old the gentleman was, and he answered 29, and Jack was surprised that he was on a first-name basis with the investor. The partner asked if the king was sure he didn't want to cancel the investment, and if he did, he would quickly finish everything, and the prince apologized again for his behavior. The workers left the store and headed to the shop. The soldier said that he was working all the time, and the young men left. While the boy was choosing what to eat, the man decided to buy a lottery ticket. The young man asked why he needed it, and the gentleman told him right away. For some reason, the gentleman was sure that he would win, and to the young man's surprise, it happened. Jack won 20 million wongs. The king laughed and immediately did not believe that someone could win the lottery, but when he saw the ticket, he was shocked. Meanwhile, in another city, a monster turned black and shouted at someone, who called out to God and asked what he should do next. The boss was sitting quite high up and told him about his plans. He wanted to destroy the world from this earth, and the kid said that he noticed something very strange. Namely, that there was a guy who often bought different stocks. This information interested the boss, and they started discussing it together. The man asked him to think less about it and collect his thoughts to fulfill their plan. The young man agreed and began to think about how to fulfill the monster's wish. They decided to somehow lure the handsome man into a dialogue. The boss offered several options on how to do it, and the man listened carefully. The criminal also knew about the exams that were to begin next Sunday, and the leadership positions were occupied by gentlemen as usual. The handsome man wondered how many people would be attending these exams, and the man said that he would also be there, but at the moment he did not have accurate information. And finally, the day that everyone was waiting for, the day of the exams, came. The girl with green hair ran to her mother and wanted to hug her. A close person hugged her and asked how she was doing. Her relatives missed each other for a long time, and the beauty said that she was doing well. That day, a large number of people gathered to watch this amazing spectacle. The cameramen filmed everything, and the hosts narrated. Jack was in charge of the drone, which was constantly flying and filming everyone, but unfortunately, he couldn't get a good shot. People had already gathered. While the handsome man was setting up his camera, someone bumped into him. He decided to apologize first, so as not to get into a conflict. The person was behaving strangely. Suddenly, his partner realized that he had almost forgotten one very important thing. The prince did not know that there would be a little girl at the exams. The warrior felt something bad here. The guy quickly looked away because he realized that he had been looking into the eyes of a stranger for too long. He did not know what to say to an unknown person. In fact, the man realized that she had caught his eye, but he did not dare to say so. The young lady looked at him for a couple of seconds and left. The thief we talked about recently turned out to be a young lady. The princess turned to the little one and asked him to look after the gentleman. The goal of the criminals was to recruit a partner, or his entire company. They had very different opinions, so it was difficult to make a plan. The characters did not see anything strange in the behavior of people, so they confidently headed to the hall where the long-awaited exam was to take place. One of the handsome boys looked incredibly scary. Groups of people were very afraid of him and stepped aside, but the boy was not afraid of anything. The first duel was to take place today. The king found a girl on the way, and the beauty asked him if he was going to watch this spectacle. Without hesitation, his partner answered yes. He was going to have his first fight. The little girl was surprised to ask if it was true. The prince nodded his head. And then the young lady held out a suitcase with ammunition. They were of high quality. The guy with sparkling eyes looked at his colleague. The author was incredibly grateful for this unexpected gift. The lady wanted to thank him somehow for saving her life. The young woman added that she was being summoned by the investigation into the gentleman's case, namely about that terrible fight. Jack said if they found out that he had shot, he could be in big trouble. The queen thanked him again for the situation and wished him good luck in the fight. The woman had changed her attitude towards the handsome gentleman over the past Sunday. The first opponent of the king was a healthy partner who was very angry with the prince, so the fight promised to be interesting and difficult for both. Meanwhile, the boy was collecting all the information about the warrior. He could not find much, but he saw that some event happened to the man at the age of 6. The beautiful woman was interested in how the young man could see through her visibility-blocking object. The worker did not know what to say because he did not find such an object. A large gentleman came out of the bushes and politely greeted the management and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The manager asked how things were going with the report, and the handsome gentleman replied that there was no report. They were all very weak, so they could be killed in one blow. The king turned to the young lady and wanted to ask her something. She looked down. His partner wondered if they were talking about Jack, and the person said yes. The prince was sitting in the stands and was happy because he had a lot of personal memories here. The young lady had a different opinion. The princess didn't like to watch fights. The security guard was sitting and trying not to miss anything. His partners noticed him and asked who the man was sitting there. Everyone tensed up. The gentleman looked at his comrades and smiled slyly. The little girl was wary and kept her eyes on the stranger. The fight was about to begin. The gentleman looked powerful. He was introduced to the audience. The gentleman was in a good mood to win today. His opponent was the well-known Jack. The handsome man asked him if he had drunk the test well. The king was not going to answer. The peculiarity of the prince was that he knew how to deflect bullets. The warrior was well adjusted. He knew the weaknesses of his opponent. Finally, the gong sounded. The guy very quickly went to the man's side. The young man was ready for such a beginning, so he got into position. Within 1 minute, the strength of the gentleman's ammunition had to grow in power. He was waiting for it, but the competitor was not going to wait for anyone. He wanted blood. The gentleman hit the ground with all his might. Jack did not expect this. The handsome man was thrown uphill. His partner did not know how to act in such situations. The hero decided to step back. He was literally running away from his opponent. The prince wanted to stall for time. The warrior quickly turned and made shots. It made the guy laugh. He had incredibly strong armor that easily repelled all the bullets that flew in his direction. And then what the man was afraid of manifested itself. His tactics failed. That is, the defense broke. The young man was happy when he did it. All the fans were shocked by this news. The gentleman even had a piece of food stuck in his mouth. The atmosphere was growing faster and faster. The handsome man was interested in how Jack made the pools so strong, but his partner did not want to tell his secret. He decided to keep everything quiet. The prince crouched down and defended himself with his hands. He had no other choice. The bullets did not stop firing. The warrior did not care about the feelings of others at that moment. And the fans did not stop shouting, so the guy decided to use his cool punch. This time, the man skillfully bounced off him. The young man said carefully because he launched the sword. The gentleman only had time to turn his head as the weapon was in front of his eyes. The gentleman was surprised. The hero fought this battle with a big smile. He kept firing his weapon. The competitor started running away as fast as he could. A second later, he lay on the floor and could not do anything. The author decided to come up and make sure that he finally won. As it turned out, the boy had run out of ammunition. But the man looked pretty bad too, and the fans were open-mouthed at the sight of such a fight. The young man decided to give up. He threw away the gun and smiled. People wondered why he chose this path, and the gentleman stood shocked by the end. Finally, the fight came to an end. Everyone was satisfied because they got a lot of emotions from this fight. The gentleman stood with his head held high. The guards held the handsome man very tightly, who still wanted to prove something, but the king calmly walked in the other direction to do his business. My partner asked his partner what her emotions were after such a fight. She didn't even have the words to comment on it, so she kept silent. The lady was very much interested in some moments from this fight, namely, how it was possible to shoot so quickly. The young woman knew that this was a feature of the prince, but did not think that it was so much. The queen wanted to learn more about the peculiarities of the warrior's shooting, and the woman wanted to call the director himself to ask him how it happened. The guy didn't like Jack very much. He wasn't going to show it. He had a task to find out more information about him. The young man was talking to the agent through the screen. He wanted to tell him something, and the gentleman kept expressing his displeasure with it. But he liked the fight a lot. The gentleman loved such competitions. He thought that the cadets showed themselves well. After a while, the other classmates had exams, and the handsome man with white hair easily beat them all and had the potential to do even better. The worker continued to talk about Jack. He behaved like an unusual person. The kid asked what the agent meant, and the prince decided to tell him. Namely, his technique was like some kind of dance that shimmered constantly. His movements were clear and thoughtful, and the young man listened attentively to the employee. The handsome man was always incredibly confident. The guy was curious about what was behind such a beautiful picture. This worried him the most. The man looked furious. He wanted to know where the young man was now. His partners had done a poor job and had not found the gentleman. The policeman saw someone in the bushes. He decided to ask who was sitting there, but he did not hear an answer. The gentleman turned on his flashlight and walked towards the stranger. The guard told the king to come out, but no one responded to his words, so he decided to repeat what he had said a few more times. And then a terrible thing happened. In the meantime, the girl came to a lonely place. There was no one there. She wanted to find the truth and take revenge for her loved one. Another beauty stood on the top and gave an order to check all the partners. The little one accepted this request and wanted to fulfill it as soon as possible. The young lady wanted to personally visit the prince and talk to him. The warrior did not know about the princess's plans yet. A new day of various exams began. The audience was in the stands and wanted to see a cool show. The guys were watching the competitors. They were rooting for two of them. Compared to the first day, there were more fans, and they had better seats. The man could not wait for the tournament to start. Today, Joe and a stranger were competing. The young man had a higher rank than his opponent, so he was not nervous before the fight, but his competitor was. And in the second battle, an excellent student and his friend were to compete. It was not supposed to be such a tough fight because they knew each other well and studied at the same club. Today, Joe was also a fan. He was curious to see his classmates. He hoped to understand her tactics a little. The man thought that the beauty would lose immediately because she had a weak bow that would not do anything to the character, but the little girl thought differently and was confident in her abilities. The young lady wanted to change the places in the ranking today, so she raised her weapon to the top and made a strong shot. The competitor did not understand why she did it. A minute later, there were many arrows flying in different directions in the sky, and the young woman wanted to quickly dodge them, because if she got hit, she could lose. The woman was shocked to see how quickly the cadet deflected all her attempts to hit him, and she began to think of the next plan. The young man sat quietly and did not touch anyone. He noticed that some unknown person came to him. The gentleman looked at her out of the corner of his eye. The gentleman realized that he had already seen such a young woman somewhere. A minute later, a strange situation occurred. The handsome man did not intentionally throw a drink on the queen's head. The lady restrained her emotions and did not throw them out on her partner. Although she really wanted to do so, she decided to calmly wipe herself with a handkerchief. After that, she sincerely thanked the king for such support in such a strange situation. The prince said no problem. The girl wanted to talk about yesterday's match. The little girl said that she liked to watch everything from a distance, and the young lady asked if her friend had used magic and skills during the exam. After the story, she held out her personal business card and gave it to the warrior. The guy asked if she was from the guild. The man was forbidden to communicate with anyone. The girl wanted to take the card back, but the hero said that he did not refuse it. And meanwhile, a powerful battle was going on. Each of the participants fought to the last. A few minutes after the dialogue, the stranger stood up and said that she had to go on business. The young man just looked at her, but was not going to stop her. The gentleman wondered for a long time why the lady had come to him. And in the meantime, the winner of the first battle was announced. It was Joe, and the gentleman had expected it. Everyone was discussing this tough battle, but the handsome man wanted to check what his drone was filming, so the king decided to do it all in the dorm. On the way home, he noticed a young woman sitting in the bushes, crying hard. The prince remembered that he had already seen something like this in his life. The warrior did not know what to do. One of the guys decided to calm her down and talk to her calmly. And after this conversation, the princess was very interested in this man. At some moments, the gentleman was very proud of her because he knew that the book said that sometimes you have to give up, but the girl never gave up. And then the gentleman decided to write her a message that he had seen the whole battle, and the beauty read it all with surprise and did not know how to answer. The handsome man added that a sword was more suitable for her, not a bow, and the king insisted that his friend change her weapon and listen to the opinion of her partner. The princes had been searching for her for a long time and still couldn't find her, so the boy decided to run up and ask her about the situation, and the little girl didn't expect it. Meanwhile, the man was watching what his drone was filming, and he was shocked to say the least. It was the first time he had seen such a person. The gentleman watched the video several times and tried to figure out who it was. Jack didn't really like watching violent videos. A new day began. The new person told them that she would be conducting exams for them. The young lady politely greeted everyone. The kings were all looking at her. The princess decided to tell about the first test that the cadets faced. She showed the field on which they would fight. Everyone listened attentively. The lady was not going to hide the fact that the exams would be incredibly difficult. The cadets were a little scared and did not know whether to pass them at all. It will be evaluated depending on how quickly and efficiently a person makes a decision. And the woman wished everyone great success. The classmates had to enter in groups of 4. The girl asked everyone else to listen to her. The beauty asked them to analyze competitors and their capabilities. The little girl added that they could write down all the information on a piece of paper. And now the exams were starting, and their friends were looking at their friends from the stands. Suddenly, everyone started receiving various notifications. The lady immediately asked them to turn off their watches, and the teenagers decided to quickly mute the sound. The lady couldn't stand it and decided to yell at her friends, while the young woman asked them to take the recordings more seriously because they also affected the cadets' results. In a couple of minutes, everything was about to start. The queen was summoning monsters with her magic. Everyone was waiting for this battle, and the monsters appeared. The queen got a rather strong monster. The woman decided not to give up and fight to the end. It was very difficult at times. The competitor was twice her size. Her peers were carefully analyzing everything and wanted to record everything on the screen. The battle of the other team began. The villain was also large. The creature resembled a giant snake. The boy was not afraid of it at all and willingly decided to join this battle, using magic at first. A loud voice announced that the girl had finished the test. She was a little exhausted, but she had killed all the monsters. It was announced that the 10th team had to get ready to go. There was a wolf at the bottom who wanted more blood. His appearance was very impressive. Jack decided to hit him with his shots. He realized that if he continued to do so, he would easily win this challenge. Everyone else was listening to the coach and recording everything. They were interested in watching such tournaments, and then something very strange started to happen. A handsome man had an earpiece in his ear and was told that something had happened on the exam field. He asked for more security. The woman yelled at him and told him that the guard who had been controlling everything yesterday had been killed. And his partner asked him again if he had heard wrong. As soon as the prince turned his head, A large man was walking towards him. He asked if anyone wanted to interfere with his plans. The young man clearly said that strangers were not allowed to enter, but the young man was not going to leave this place. The gentleman thought that the man was just lost. The thief told the gentleman to stop blocking his way and decided to fight. The handsome man did not know what to expect from the bad guy. The king drew his sword, and the battle began, when suddenly something behind them lured their attention, and their partners saw that something was entering very large. On the radio, all the cadets were informed that their test was temporarily stopped. The prince began to worry and did not know what to do. The warrior was sitting behind a stone and waiting for his exit because the test was stopped, but the monster was still alive and walking calmly on the field. The young man realized that it could not have been some kind of banal mistake. The man thought that there was a monster among the magicians, and he continued to hide. Although when the man recalled the words of his new teacher, he realized that no one could change the setting of this match. There were more and more questions. The girl met with her rival and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and more characters began to appear in the book that no one spoke for. No one had ever heard of the new warrior. He had white hair and was dressed in light colors. Jack was the author of his story, but no one knew anything about him. The girl decided to ask her friend where he had been all this time, because after one event in London, no one had seen him with their own eyes. The stranger's appearance was incredibly creepy. It was not pleasant to look at him. The little girl was shaking with fear when he took off his outerwear. The princess realized that he had sold his soul to the devil, and the lady decided to ask why, because her friend was in a promising team at the time. The man did not fully agree with everything. He said that he did not sell anything and had his own heart and soul. The young man was ashamed of his unfair thoughts. The partner did not want to hear anything else. She intended to solve everything with a battle. The queen took out a big sword and threatened the prince. The woman wanted to arrest him, but when it came to the battle, the lady realized that she had overestimated her abilities. She looked at the guy with fear. The man said that he was very sorry, but his body was lying in a slightly different place, and the young man wondered how he looked in his new look. Meanwhile, the woman was shouting at everyone and was worried about the chaos that was constantly coming from the room. The cadets were running away in different directions and not listening to anyone. The young man said that everything here was very different from Britain, where royal families were always protected first and foremost, and ordinary people were on a different plane. The gentleman recalled quite a few different tragic moments in his life, and one of them stuck out to him the most, namely when his loved one was killed. The gentleman wanted to talk even more, but unfortunately he didn't have time for these conversations. The handsome man said goodbye and said, "See you soon." The little girl didn't want to let him go, but her words unfortunately did not stop anyone. The handsome man decided not to listen to the young lady. The princess saw that he left, and someone else came. The partner did not pose his face. It was hidden under a mask. The prince was shooting with some kind of weapon. The lady was exhausted and did not know how to win. The young woman realized that she would not be able to defeat the stranger just like that. So the queen decided to wait for a good moment to strike. The appearance of the thief was almost all dark. Only the eyes were burning red. The woman was lying on her back and did not know what to do. There was a lot of blood and her strength was leaving her a little bit. The lady decided to launch her sword, and it quickly turned around. The girl hoped that it would fly to the enemy's back. And then Joe came running, holding a new gun with 2 barrels. He reloaded it and decided to shoot directly at the guy. Many shots rang out. The gentleman was standing on top and wanted to help his partner. She was lying on the ground without strength and was happy to see the hero. With one single shot, he accomplished what he wanted so badly, but the new toy was quite expensive. 250 points. As soon as the princess looked at the person who saved her, she saw her classmate. The lady did not believe that he could save her in such a situation. The cadet came to the young woman and extended his hand to her. She looked at him with sweet eyes and wanted to thank him somehow for such an act. The young man had a bandage. The man wanted to bandage his friend's hand because it looked not very good, to put it mildly, and the confused woman did not know how to control herself. The young man said that if he was late, the beautiful woman might never pick up a sword again, and the little girl sat there silently. When the gentleman was wiping his friend's wound, he saw that it was not of the usual color. It turned out to be real priceless blood. The gentleman talked to the lady. The young woman thanked him for his help, and a woman stood upstairs and called them to come up to her immediately. The girl asked how many people were injured. She wanted to call for help. The newlyweds sat and said nothing. The beautiful woman tried to get up. The stranger approached the lady and told her that in the next hall the cadets had been seriously injured, some even fatal, and it was the first time she had seen the man. The old lady ran to the young man who was sitting on the beach watching the sunset. She wanted to ask for help. The gentleman noticed her. The gentleman told her that he had chased away the thief. The queen asked who, and the handsome man told her that some strange monster had come out of the sea and captured the murderer. The king told everything in very small details. The woman asked if her partner wanted her to believe it. The prince said that he did not believe it himself. The warrior said that it was most likely the guy who killed their guard, and the girl wanted to find and punish him as soon as possible. Yesterday's incident with the monsters became very famous. The next morning, everyone was talking about it. The cadets were already afraid to take exams. In connection with such high-profile events, they decided to postpone all exams for a few days, and the trainer told the students what was going on. The cadets were given 10 days off. Everyone was incredibly happy because it had never happened before. Jack did not expect such news, but did not know what he would do during the holidays. All of his peers were no exception and raised the topic of where he could go during these 10 days. Someone suggested going on a long trip. The main one was tired of these conversations and sent everyone home. The handsome boy didn't say anything. He decided to open his laptop and look for something. He received a notification about the change of settings. It was written about a new character who came from Britain. His partner even forgot that he existed. The information about the prince was negative, but the warrior decided to find something good about him. And then a person approached the guy. She wanted to talk. It was a girl. She was looking at the man and wanted something. He was not expecting such a meeting, so he did not really want to communicate with anyone. At one point, the little girl even showed him her tongue, and the young man did not understand this behavior. As it turned out, the young lady was offended by him because the gentleman condemned her weapon. The gentleman stood a little further away and watched everything. They were laughing at the behavior of their peers. The handsome man wanted everyone to live peacefully. The bride came home and was satisfied with her decision. The queen thought for a long time why he bullied her if he could not fight back. As soon as the queen came home, she received a notification on her watch. She wondered who could be writing to her. It was from the club. After a little time passed, the heroine decided to analyze the letter, and the gentleman himself even wrote something there, and the girl liked to read it all. Joe also decided to take part in the club and did something together with his friend. The gentleman asked his friend to be more confident and purposeful in herself. In fact, the young lady was incredibly talented and always did well in exams, and her weapon may not have been very technologically advanced, but she still knew how to fight with it. Pretty Boy wrote a lot of text, and most of it was to support his partner, and the lady was pleased to read it. Mauluda was so embarrassed by this text that she decided to cover herself with her hand. The queen wanted to say something nice in response. But unfortunately, the message was anonymous, so it was quite difficult to understand who wrote it. But the woman still wanted to achieve her goal. A new day came, and in the morning the handsome man came to the seed and looked at it with his eyes. It was changing its shape every day. If it was watered with human blood, a witch would be born, but no one wanted to do that. Although there was a chance that if it was watered with a good person, the witch would be good. The young man had nothing better to do, so he decided to touch the seed and feel what might happen. And something began to happen to the seed, and the hero's eyes lit up. In the evening, he and the agent drove off in a car on business, and the young man realized that something was wrong with the gentleman and decided to ask him what was wrong. The gentleman said nothing serious, he just didn't get enough sleep. Jack asked how his friend's sales were going, and the handsome man replied that everything was fine. As soon as they arrived at their destination, they saw an incredible number of people, all of whom looked frightened. As soon as the prince opened the window, he saw his friend there. He did not know that she would also be present at such an event. The young woman was not alone. The queen also noticed him and decided to come and say hello. She asked what the guy was doing here, and the man answered that he was making some money. The young man introduced the woman to his personal agent. The lady was cultivated and pleased to meet the gentleman. According to the plot of the book, they were all supposed to invest a large sum of money and then get rich, and the girl played an important role in this business. They discussed everything together, and the beauty decided not to think and get into the car with her friends. The little one said that if they were going hunting, the young lady would go with them. The princess asked them if they were okay with it, and the shocked guy didn't even know what to say to the lady, so they all went to fulfill the task in silence. Along the way, the young woman asked him to listen to her, and the man did not turn his head in her direction, but simply said that he was listening attentively, and the dialogue gained momentum. The queen asked if the young man already knew what he wanted to do for a living. He did not understand what this question had to do with it, and the gentleman replied that he did not know yet. At the moment, the hero was preparing for exams. The third year was going to be the most difficult test, and the girl listened to him to the very end. When the author finished speaking, the woman asked him if he would like to enter an interesting educational institution, and the handsome man was interested. The beautiful woman listed a bunch of different advantages, which bribed the king even more, and he seriously thought about entering such an institution, but did not give a final answer. The partners said that it was not legal to have contacts with agents before the end of school, and that they could still issue a fine of 500 million. The young woman said that she could easily pay such a small amount of money for her. The guy slammed on the brakes, and a second later, the woman was head first into the seat. She was outraged and asked why the brakes were applied so suddenly. The man apologized because the cliff was very close, and they arrived at their destination. The gentleman said that it was a special point, but the girl asked how an ordinary worker had such information. The gentleman was silent. Jack told the beauty to relax, because he himself had checked this information more than once. The king had a good partner who knew the area perfectly. The prince ran off to do some business and said he would be back soon. The lady said okay, but asked him to be a little more careful. The warrior did not hear that. The man asked where to take the bride. She said that members of the guild would be here soon. The young man said, okay. The queen got out of the car. Just a couple of minutes later, she returned and asked for the young man's business card. He agreed and opened his window. 10 days of rest had already passed. The cadets were looking at the class schedule and who was paired with whom. Some students were getting upset and didn't want to do anything. Jack was calm because, as always, he was at the top of the list in terms of grades, and he realized that it was the most peaceful time since the last battle. And then suddenly the girl hit the wall with her fist and asked if he had written her this message. The king was shocked and did not understand what was going on. His partner decided to ask what was going on. There were already fights behind the wall, and the beauty rudely asked him not to leave the topic. The prince said that he saw nothing wrong with it. He just wanted to support the little girl in a difficult period for her. And the young lady asked him not to write to her anymore. The princess was not going to end the conversation so easily. She offered to prove how hard it was to shoot a bow, and everyone paid attention. To the lady's surprise, the warrior accepted the challenge. The guy was quite determined but set one condition. If she lost, he would forget about the bow forever. This made the heroine even more angry, as if a fire was burning in her heart that could not be stopped. The man still wanted to take the gun with him. The young woman turned around and left. At the moment, her shooting skills were at the 7th level. Lately, she needed to raise it to the 6th level. Then the victory would be hers. The guy did not regret what he said for a minute. He realized that praising a person all the time was not very good either, so he decided not to apologize. It was a room in Building 303. The exams were over. All the members of the club were alive and well. The man congratulated everyone on this holiday. The young man caught a good moment. He knew that now everything was going according to the plot of the book. So this time, the club decided to go to France. Now we will go to the story of how the gentleman was killed. It all started with an ordinary note. He looked at it with his own eyes. There was quite a lot of information. In fact, this seemingly innocent man had been a robber since childhood. He worked with big corrupt officials who were in the business. One day, the gentleman met a club member and they quickly hit it off. And this person was also a manager. The king offered his new acquaintance to go to France and stay at his house for the night. But the handsome man did not answer because he was wary. As it turned out, he wanted to use the cadets as guards, while his partner opened the computer and wanted to change something. And then a notification came from the Office of the Truth. They asked him to fulfill their order. And the prince was excited because it could be his first normal job. Their family wanted to find a robber who had stolen a large sum of money from them. The guy was surprised to read this message. He was thinking how to solve it. A group of criminals were watching something, namely a video about a man who often showed good fights. And one guy asked his colleagues if it was the man's strength. They also knew that some event had happened this year, namely that the cadets were incredibly strong, so the group of people wanted to take someone to join them. One girl asked why they suddenly started checking all the fighters. The beauty was upset, so she didn't answer anything. The little one liked the fact that Jack had no relatives and no love, because usually it distracts you from your work. One of the leaders interrupted their conversation and told them to calm down, because their main goal was to find the traitor and punish him. The young woman asked if they even brought him here, what they would do with him, and the young woman did not hear an answer. They had to choose a color for the thieves, and the young man said that the dark one could take over. As it turned out, he was not yet dead. The team started arguing. Some were simple, and some wanted to do it all. The young man offered his own version of events. He suggested a vote. She politely asked who was in favor of taking the man into the team, and he had to raise his hand, and quite a few people voted in favor of this decision. There were about 8 people in favor, but only 2 against, so the decision was made by itself. One handsome man did not want it. The young lady said that she was holding a card for a visit to Paris. But unfortunately, it was only for one person. The princess asked who wanted to go. A new day began. Not everyone had a good night's sleep. The guy as always felt good because he went to bed early every day. The joyful man said that he had counted everything and made a portal. Now they had to take turns entering it in teams. Everyone agreed. And now the newlyweds were already at their destination. They walked together. The gentleman was watching everything with interest, but his partner was again not happy with something. The gentleman did not understand the little girl's indignation. She did something herself, and then regretted it for a long time. The young lady told the gentleman to shut up. And then the cadets from Korea came. They smiled sweetly at each other. All their classmates looked at them. Some of them were not pleased and turned their heads. The new girl decided to say hello and introduce herself to her colleagues. The man said that she was his girlfriend. She came to visit a doctor. The gentleman looked at the beauty but did not want to talk. People asked the newlyweds various questions, such as how they met and whether they loved each other. The lady hoped that everyone would like it in Paris. The gentleman decided to talk to his partner. The young lady asked him where he would go. Jack said that first, he needed to have a snack. The lady also wanted to know if they would be on the team together. The handsome man was not averse to working with a young woman. The prince offered the queen to follow him. She asked if the warrior remembered where he was. The guy said he knew the area well. The girl had no choice but to accept, so she decided not to argue, and the couple went for a walk. The beauty said she didn't want to eat everything. They came to a large restaurant. The little girl's eyes were running wild. She wanted to explore everything. And meanwhile, the gentleman came up and said that he had booked a table in his name. She liked everything, but the young lady asked how the gentleman managed to get a seat. Jack had his own personal methods, but he didn't tell her. In fact, the handsome man used the Book of Truth. He asked his friend to order whatever she wanted. The lady thought long and hard about what to choose. The king thought that the woman came from a rich family, so he didn't worry about her choice. And meanwhile, he looked out the window and looked at something. Suddenly, something happened. His partner got up and was shocked. He ran outside and asked the lady to sit in her seat and not go anywhere. The prince asked them to stop and listen to him. The young couple agreed and asked what exactly the warrior wanted from them. The guy started to speak. Then, after a couple of minutes, the young woman realized that she was in Paris, so she was very surprised to see a man standing in front of her. The young man asked why the queen was walking so fast. It seemed to him that she wanted to leave him. The heroine denied it and gave arguments. The gentleman realized that the lady was pretending not to know him, but even when he approached her, she was not going to change her tactics. The handsome man who was walking next to her decided to stand up for his girlfriend. The king was watching, and at some point he felt funny about this behavior of his partner. The king apologized and said that he must have realized it. He decided to read the information on the computer, and there was a notification about the plot changes. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl was watching him from the window, not wanting to know what her young man was looking for. And she felt strange in Paris. Meanwhile, friends were discussing their affairs. Jane entered the university at the same time as another student, and she decided to get to know him better. The couple went through many trials and had a pretty good relationship with each other. The newlyweds liked to do different tasks most of all. Jane was the only person whom the queen could call a friend, but at the most important moment, the woman would betray her colleague. All the heroes were wondering why the lady decided to do this, but there was no answer. The exhausted girl had to kneel and crawl. The beauty was curious why she was treated so meanly. And the little girl started laughing. She gladly decided to tell all this. Meanwhile, the young lady was standing calmly, and the king approached her and offered to drink some coffee. The princess was pleased and immediately thanked him. The partner noticed that his boss looked quite worried. He decided to ask what was going on, but the lady was not eager to tell anything. The young woman said that she was relieved, on the contrary, that she could finally put an end to the terrible relationship. A new day came. The queen went to a restaurant with the king in the morning. The woman ate a lot. Her partner said nothing but listened. The prince suggested that they split up and go their separate ways, but the girl didn't expect this and didn't know what to say. The guy made the decision. The beauty agreed, but it was clear from her appearance that she was not happy with this decision. The young man asked her not to be offended. The long-awaited evening came. Many people arrived in expensive cars. The guards quickly began to receive them, especially paying attention to the ladies. A group of people looked at everything with big eyes, and at the banquet, everyone began to get acquainted and greet each other. The girl asked her partner who it could be. She added that they looked very beautiful in masks. The man listened to her carefully. The beauty realized that she had not dressed up for nothing today. The young man also looked good, but he was very uncomfortable standing in a shirt. And then a character came along. He noticed that it was 6 o'clock, but the person he needed was not there, so he decided to wait further. On this exquisite day, the gentleman could help the story go its own way, when suddenly he saw a magical portal that was yellow in color. The gentleman did not take his eyes off it. Jack realized that there was already a human monster among the guests. The computer wrote what they wanted to get, and the handsome man decided not to waste time. Thieves have always been involved in bad deeds, but today there were very dangerous people there. Something began to glow in the sky. The king decided to find his friend, but unfortunately he was already being strangled. He lacked air, so his partner just fell to the floor. Then the stranger calmly entered the room and wanted to find something there, namely an artifact of mythical rank, and he quickly went to it. There was also a ring of Homer in addition, But then a woman came in unexpectedly and was heading to the guy. She asked what he was doing here. The young man was scared. The man wondered how she knew about his business, and the little girl replied that she had come to see him on purpose, because the secretary could not just leave his workplace. The young lady squeezed the gentleman tightly. He stood there calmly and did not know what to do, so he asked her directly what she was doing. 5 minutes later, she squeezed him even harder, and the handsome man was very scared. As it turned out, she threw him over her shoulder. People were frightened and ran away wherever they could see. Something was burning in the hall. The guests wanted to find out what it was, but no one explained it to them, so they decided to find a way out. The couple fought fiercely and no one wanted to give in. They held swords together, and the handsome man managed to ask how they guessed that he was a thief. The king answered that he knew how to hide well. The young woman asked if he pretended to be a cadet to go to Paris, but there was no answer to this question. It seemed to the partner that everyone was still offended by his behavior. The shocked queen listened to all this, and a second later the prince began to run away. Suddenly, someone grabbed the heroine from behind. She turned her head to see who it could be. It turned out to be a woman she asked to fight at home. The guy asked who they were. The lady replied that they were the club's chimes, and added that if they didn't put down their weapons now, there would be a lot of blood. Unfortunately, no one listened to her, but the thief was furious and decided to fight even harder and more powerful, while the girl stood there and did not know what to do. The second beauty rushed to help, but a man chasing with a sword blocked her path. He almost cut the little girl with his weapon. The battle was only gaining momentum. One of the ladies stepped back a little, but the competitors continued the conflict, ignoring the lady's requests to stop. The girl was determined to kill her opponent with a sword. He stood there and did not know what to do, as the weapon was getting closer to his face. Suddenly, the gentleman stopped her with his sword. The beauty did not want to give up and decided to fight to the very end. The stranger was lying down and watching. The young man asked to end the battle and threatened to cut everyone here into small pieces. And the gentleman wanted to know the real reason for this conflict. The gentleman politely asked once again not to involve other people in their stupid argument. But this did not bother the queen much. She decided to catch up with her opponent. The woman asked him to stop, but the handsome man, in turn, mocked and stuck out his tongue, but he was not going to stop. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, some powerful force began to knock people down. They just fell by themselves, and the partner shouted to his girlfriend. She didn't hear him, but with shocked eyes she looked at everything that was happening here. The heroine was holding a ring in her hands, which was in the vault. It was a well-known thief. The young lady had specially flown to get it. And when she took it in her hands, she lifted it up the mountain. Jack was standing outside waiting for everyone. The girl was in some strange place. She was angry that she was here again. The beauty followed the map, but came to the same place again. The little girl wanted to sue the company because the clock only led her around in circles. And later she remembered that the company belonged to her father. The princess wanted to call the guy, but the man was busy with a battle at the moment. All the characters were hanging around the thief and wanted to take everything from her. The lady decided to threaten the man with her sharp sword, but he was not afraid. It said that this thing suited him much better. The sorceress said that the monsters would have the ring for sure. The heroes stood calmly and thought how to defeat such a great power. The gentleman decided to act. The heroes wanted to use Plan B. The handsome man was reeled in by a yellow rope, which he wanted to help himself overcome the giant monster. The robber did not expect such a turn of events, but realized that the battle would not be easy. She did not understand what was going on. The author made her angry. The guy stepped back a little, and meanwhile the monster turned his attention to the lady. The man was holding the ring in his hands. He wanted to take it very much. Suddenly another young man came who was watching everyone from behind. He was holding a large yellow sword. The gentleman was smiling slyly. He was playing on the black side. The gentleman politely greeted him and told him that he was from the dark side. Jack listened to everything, but did not want to introduce himself, but the handsome man kept talking. The king rudely asked him to give him the ring. His partner said that it would not work that way, and he was not going to give anything away, which made the opponent angry. The partner said that he had been in such situations quite often. He decided to take the thing by force. The prince stood in a stance and waited for the fight. The warrior had already taken out his big sword. The guy flew a little to the side. The man did not expect such a powerful blow. He was shaking, but he did not want to show weakness. The young man laughed because he realized that the competitor was afraid of him. He said that he was holding a magic sword, one of which was worth a couple of million. The gentleman praised and talked about all the advantages of working with monsters. He wanted to win over another gentleman, but he was not going to do it. When the handsome man realized that he was failing, he decided to continue this bloody battle. The king began to defend himself. It was not easy. His partner took a gun in his hands and wanted to take revenge on his rival. He quickly ran to the other side and wanted to shoot a little. The prince said that let's make a deal. The warrior did not understand why he needed it if he could calmly take it away himself. The guy gave examples. The man said that it was clear from the monster that it was not very strong, especially if you compare it to those in the room. The young man laughed because he knew that his opponent had no other weapons, only a small pistol, and his physical data looked very weak to him. The gentleman said that he was tired of this empty talk and decided to play differently. The gentleman wanted to end it once and for all. Suddenly, the two handsome men stood there shocked. The sword that the king had been showing off so much stopped working. He did not understand what was going on. The partner turned to the thief and told him that most likely today this strange thing would not work. The prince asked why, with a surprised face. The warrior said that his opponent was bluffing, and his weapon had broken by accident. But the guy was sure that he could win without it. The man asked how exactly he wanted to do it, when the young man started shooting at the thief with his gun, and the thief just flew away from the powerful bullets. And the girl walked for a very long time and still did not find the place where the ball was held. The beauty gave up and decided to look at the tablet she had. Suddenly the police drove by, and the little girl noticed that no one had sent them a message at all. The young lady suspected something very strange. This news upset the princess very much. She thought that everyone had forgotten about her and did not want to communicate. She had a lot of negative thoughts in her head. Suddenly, she noticed that a guy sat down next to her, and when she looked at him, it turned out to be Jack, and the young woman asked where he came from. The man told her that he had run out of strength and didn't know what to do next, so the queen hit him on the head, and then he fell down. The woman did not know what happened because she did not really hit him hard. The lady decided to find some help, but there was no one around. Suddenly, the handsome man was thrown into thoughts. He was leaving school. He was taking exams to enter the university. The king looked worried. Someone approached him. It was his beloved parents who called him. His partner was incredibly happy to see them again. He asked why the relatives had come. The prince asked not just such a question. It was incredibly cold that day, and tears were pouring out of his eyes because he had not passed the exam. The mother calmed her child and asked him not to cry over such trifles, and the father also wanted to support his best son. The guy woke up and did not realize where he was. His colleagues had already come to support him. He quickly got up and looked at everyone. The girl told him how hard it was for her to carry the young man on her back. He listened to everything and apologized. The beautiful woman asked him to get well soon. The little girl also asked why the gentleman cried so much when he slept. The young lady did not think he was so cowardly. The gentleman remained silent. One of the handsome men asked the princess to leave the room. The lady did not understand what she had done to make her leave this place. A young woman with blue hair came up to the hero and asked how the author was feeling. He replied that he was feeling better, and the atmosphere was better. The handsome man began to ask more and more about this place, and the maid said that it was a residential building where the king was now staying. The maid asked if the king was hungry, and his partner said no and didn't want to eat anything, although it was 10 o'clock in the evening. The waitress said that the prince should rest then, and she would go about her business, and the cleaner left 2 apples on the bed so that the partner could eat. The prince wanted to help the soldier, and was left alone with him, and decided to peel the apples for him and talk about life. The guy said he felt very good. He wanted to look at something in the watch, namely to read more about his last battle with the thief. Fortunately, no one was injured or killed. Joe asked what his colleague was talking about, and the young man decided to tell him a little about the situation. Unfortunately, the hero could not tell all the details, but he decided to say something. The friends were having a good time. They were having more fun than ever. The handsome man asked his colleague to be more careful because he was peeling an apple terribly, and the king asked what his friend meant. The prince told him that he was the main character, so he could not allow anyone to hurt him. The warrior recalled the situation that happened yesterday. Throughout the day, the guy thought about whether he would be able to return to his family again, and he wondered if his character would play only in a good way. The handsome man laughed and said that the king was also a rather important person, so the two of them needed to discuss it all and be careful. His partner even said that in his opinion, everyone who chose the side of good was a good and very important person, and the prince thought about these words. The guy knew the message that the man had written to the girl. The young man froze and was a little embarrassed. Joe added that his friend was quite harsh. The gentlemen had a little discussion because their opinions differed. Jack wanted to prove that a bow is not a good weapon for someone so young. The handsome man argued that he had read her biography and relied on some facts, and the king listened to his friend but did not change his mind. Meanwhile, the girl flew to her room, where the beauty was resting on the bed, sleeping sweetly. The little girl was still angry. The young lady was so outraged that she was not very quiet. The lady woke up and asked what happened to her and asked her not to make noise. The young woman apologized for her bad behavior and then went to bed. She wanted to rest and calm her thoughts, and later she did. Suddenly the queen woke up. She was very scared of something and screamed. The woman woke up and spoke in a rude voice because she had already asked herself to be quiet. The lady said it wasn't her. The girl asked who could have done that and made those noises, and the beauty was silent because she didn't know how to explain it. The little girl got up from the bed and asked if it was definitely human voices. The lady said of course. The cleaning lady had seen something very scary. The man was lying there covered in blood. There was no living spot on him. Everyone quickly got up and went out into the corridors. The cadets were frightened. The men realized that the sounds were coming from the lower floor, and the guy jumped over the barrier without hesitation and decided to find out what had happened. The young man also got up and immediately took a gun. He felt fine, but his eyes were sleepy. The gentleman asked if it was even a person. When Joe came in and noticed a strange picture, the maid was sitting on the floor, but the worker was lying there without any signs of life. She screamed for help. Everyone came to the old man. No one knew how such a great grief could happen. The young woman was saying goodbye to a person close to her. The death was discovered very quickly, namely because of the stab wounds. The blood was flowing out very quickly, so there was no chance of life at all. One of his friends suggested that it could have been done by competitors. He did not understand how someone could do that to a human life. Everyone was incredibly sorry, but it was hard to offer anything. Someone had assumptions, but could not say them. The girl suggested that they all go outside and get some fresh air and wait for the police, and her partner agreed. The prince turned on the light. The beauty asked why he did it. The guy approached the dead man, trying to see something. The young lady ran up to him and asked him not to touch the man. The gentleman pulled out his gun and pointed it at the princess, and then everyone froze and held their breath. The lady asked him to stop and not to do stupid things out of spite, but the young woman stood there motionless and said nothing. Jack said that his friend was not dead, and everyone was surprised. The kings thought at first that his partner was joking so badly. As it turned out, the prince did it on purpose to pretend to be a victim, and he wanted to run away and not tell anyone what the guy was doing. Everyone thought that the man was talking nonsense, so almost no one believed in such strange thoughts, but some thought about them well. The gentleman said that now the gentleman was pretending to be dead, but in fact, he was in a state of deep fainting, and the others believed Jack's words. The girl objected and said that there was a doctor here. The handsome man said that first of all, such scars were very small. If it was real, there would be much more blood. Colleagues began to change their minds because the facts were true. The heroine never stopped listening to the king, and his name was wanted. The young lady asked her friend if he had called the police yet. The guy said yes. The princess smiled and said that she would put everything in its place. The lady asked to end this stupid conversation for now, and everyone wanted to know the truth. The man suddenly pulled out his gun and pointed it at the gentleman. The young man asked him if he was pretending and put the gun up. The cadets asked him to stop and not to do that, but Jack wanted to know if he was right or not. The king said that he was counting to 3 and would shoot on 3. The young lady started screaming loudly and asked him to stop. The queen asked who could stop him. The lady said that the guards were on their way, so they could come soon and find out everything. The girl stood her ground and did not want to leave this idea. The count came to 1. The beauty could not stand it and defended the man. The little girl told everyone who her real father was. The young man pointed the gun at the other person and told them not to play with him and to really call the police, and the gentleman decided to do so. The gentleman quickly ran to get the phone, and everyone remembered the evening. The young woman was immediately detained and handcuffed. The queen was desperate that their good plan had gone wrong, but in the morning everything was resolved. They had done an incredibly good job. Instead of blood, the couple spilled something, but the man fell into a clinical sleep, and the queen inflicted a very small wound. Later, the cadets had to tell everything they saw and heard. And if it had worked out that way, the criminals would have had nothing to do, and the robber would have been free to rob someone again. The young man was glad that it happened, because now his classmates' trust in him rose, and everything began to fall into place, just like in the story. The girl came up to him and asked how he was doing. She started calling the gentleman Sherlock. Jack replied that everything was fine, but now he was busy. The little girl asked how the handsome gentleman was able to calculate everything and find the criminal, but the king did not want to tell all his peculiarities. The sorceress said that someone prevented her from taking the ring. The stranger had a mask on, so his face was not visible. The young woman was ashamed. The queen added that he did not resemble a human monster, but looked like a hero. The leader ordered to check everyone who could be a suspect. The man was furious that his students had failed the test again, but he did not punish them, only told them to complete the next task. The young woman apologized for the umpteenth time, but the principal didn't want to hear it anymore. He asked if the girl had taken his friend's magic sword. Fortunately, it was not with the monsters, but with Jack. He was constantly looking at it and did not know how to use it properly. It was not easy. Handsome decided to read the information on the computer. It said that if a positive hero uses it, it makes no sense for him. But it could be used for useful purposes, or sold. His partner wanted to go to the little one with this question. She was good at it. The prince also put the ring on his finger, and the warrior wanted to check if it added any points to his score. It increased a little, but the guy wanted a better result. With such a good score, the man could claim victory over the young man who had built this whole great warrior academy. The parents of this gentleman were very rich. Jack wanted to find more information about their family. Or rather, he wrote to a handsome man who could do it for him. This king could find any person and information about them, so his partner was 100% sure of him. Therefore, the hero was ready to sign a contract with such a person. But suddenly, he remembered that he had recently spent a large amount of money and was not sure that he would have enough. The author started thinking again about how to make money, but it was time to feed the family. It sometimes made some movements. The guy calmed himself down. Meanwhile, the girl decided to call someone through the watch, but unfortunately, no one picked up the phone. The beauty was angry. The guy found himself in Norway the next day, and the man asked why he was here, and it took too long to explain everything. Meanwhile, the partners were having fun and playing snowballs, and once they hit the gentleman's face, he quickly wiped the snow off his face because it was getting colder. One beautiful girl asked everyone to calm down and stop throwing snow at everything. She wanted to tell them about the rules of behavior at this holiday. The little one added that there were virtual reality gadgets nearby and coupons for various prizes, so they had to find them. The lady didn't like it and asked if the young man had done it on purpose, but the gentleman didn't answer, although he didn't expect it. The lady decided to go and walk around the area herself. The gentleman asked her to be careful because there were boar traps down there, and the young woman was scared. The queen asked if he was not cold in such a thin coat. The woman was surprised how Jack had not yet frozen in such a cold environment. It was a gift from a very good friend of his, so his partner never wanted to take it off, and it was incredibly expensive. The woman was very kind, and the prince hadn't thought about her for quite some time. But then something struck him. The newlyweds saw a bright red flag on top, and the guy wondered what kind of fool would climb so high. His partner had been walking up the mountain for a couple of minutes and was unstoppable. The man was watching, but he had no desire to climb up there at all. But he could not leave the queen alone either, so he took out large, sharp knives and started to climb in her footsteps. The woman asked what he was doing there. The gentleman remembered that he also needed to bring a thick and strong rope. The gentleman threw his knife, and Jack wanted to see where the magic weapon would fly. The handsome man succeeded and held the flag in his hands. The girl quickly ran to him and wanted to see it with her own eyes. As it turned out, there was a note there. The newlyweds quickly read it with their own eyes. The beauty was happy that they had succeeded, but the hero did not care. The partner handed something to the little girl. She asked what it was. It turned out to be the phone number of the guild head's defender. The young lady was shocked. The guy said he didn't need it. The lady didn't understand why the man didn't care about such important information. The queen said that she could not accept it. She realized that the young man had gotten him, so the woman acted like a human being. The gentleman did not understand this. Meanwhile, the heroine was thinking about the words the gentleman said to her. She wanted to know how Jack discovered the real monster. Over time, the girl already wanted to agree with what the handsome man added to her. Namely, that he had the information that was in the gadget. The beauty thought why he was looking for her. Over time, the little girl realized that the answer could be in his childhood, but it was difficult to find information about it. She decided to call a friend who could find out everything and even more. At first, the young woman was reluctant to call him, but later she realized that there was no other way out, and her partner quickly picked up the phone and greeted her, telling her about his services. The girl said that she needed to find a cadet who was 17 years old and studying at the club. The beauty added that she wanted to know everything about his past. Meanwhile, everyone was shocked that the man took the first place and got 2 flags, and the gentleman wondered what he would get this time. In the evening, everyone went to rest. The gentleman offered his help in making the mussel. The friend was pleased. He did not refuse to help. Then they decided to discuss the rumors that had been circulating about Jack for a long time. But the king wanted to know how his friend was doing with the meat. Meanwhile, a group of people were discussing how they would pass all the other exams, and the prince sat next to them and asked if it was difficult. The guy offered to talk about a certain class of fighters who fought very badly. He added that they were the ones to be afraid of, and his colleagues looked at him in surprise. But very often some of them worked with devils. The men's hands were shaking from such information. They did not believe it at first. The little one decided to change the subject and talk about something positive. She praised the young man and the way he roasted the meat. That beautiful evening, everyone had a good meal, and later they decided to gather in a circle and discuss the exams. Some cadets had different opinions. Jack was incredibly happy to have had such a great evening. He had a great time with his peers, and he was holding his computer in his hands. Then he received a notification that he had been recommended by a trainer from Germany. and the handsome young man decided to find out more about it. The young man decided to work hard and was credited with 5 million points, but for some reason he was not lucky at all this time. The gentleman turned his attention to how beautiful and amazing it was here, and suddenly an interesting situation happened. He put his hand to his face, but the gentleman had never smoked. Jack realized that it had been an incredibly long time ago. He had been staring at him all the time, and his friend couldn't believe her eyes. The handsome man didn't turn to her. Later, he did notice the young lady and asked her how long she had been watching him, and the princess asked if the acquaintance had any tattoos. The conversation was not very effective, and the king thought that the young woman was making some kind of complaint and added that she could easily defeat the competitor. The young woman offered to fight, to which the prince replied that he agreed, but under certain conditions, namely, if the opponent lost, she had to change her weapon. The hero was sure that the woman would refuse because she was afraid of being judged, but to his surprise, she agreed and asked when the fight would take place. The girl began to annoy him, and the man was not going to stand for it. He told the beauty to go to bed. She replied extremely rudely and left. Meanwhile, a stranger was walking in the forest looking for some adventures. He looked like a ghost and had a strange hat on his head. He noticed that a strange woman came with a child and put it on the floor. The child was under 1 year old. The man did not understand how this could be. The man decided to go a little closer, to look at the child, and to find out as much as he could about this lady. The gentleman entered the room and began to undress. He first decided to take off his hat and greet the gentleman who was sitting in his room. The handsome man asked how he liked the object. The king replied that it was quite unusual. His partner decided to find out more about what was so unusual. The prince said that he would tell everything later, but now he had to go to another place. The guy did not like this attitude. As it turned out, he was a young boy. He was taken in by an orphanage, but no one had ever seen his parents with their own eyes. But unfortunately, no one could give any specific information, so the young man decided to digest it on his own. The gentleman was still waiting for him. The gentleman could not wait any longer because there was an incredible amount to do. He brought the handsome man a note. It told about Jack's rank and his strengths. A new day began, and the coach told us that there were only 4 weeks left before the final exams, and he asked everyone to prepare carefully. The main tournament was going to be very different from the one before, and the handsome boy listened carefully because he understood how important it was to him. The king was thinking about how he would prepare for such a challenge. He had some bad thoughts about it, but he kept them in his head and did not want to tell anyone. The trainer said that at the moment he could not give any additional information, but for the sake of safety, medium and high-ranking heroes were invited to this test. The warrior added that he had nothing more to say. The guy decided to pack his ferry port and go home when his girlfriend came up to him and wanted to ask him something. She asked if the man had forgotten about their argument, and he asked if she remembered that in case of defeat, he had to give up the bow. The little girl started laughing and asked him to follow her. The young lady stood with her friend, and they watched the test together. The young man wanted to win. The gentleman asked why all the cadets were looking at them, and why she had gathered them here. And the handsome man jumped on the newlyweds and hugged them tightly. Then another king joined the conversation, wondering what their arrangements were, and for some reason the dialogue did not work out from the start. The princess drove the prince away and asked him not to touch her competitor. Their goal was to hit the target, and those who did not would receive minus points. The couple had to start the test from 100 meters, which was not a very long distance to hit the target. The man was preparing to shoot. The couple did not want to explain this for a long time, so they suggested moving on to the long-awaited test. The partner said that it was even easier than he could have imagined, and the most anticipated moment came. The newlyweds took a shot. The first shot for the young lady was successful, but for the guy, to put it mildly, it was not very successful, so they decided to continue competing. The man apologized, saying that he was just surprised he couldn't make the shot, so he wanted to try again. And then everyone looked at him with big eyes. The little one said that the gentleman could have shot at least 100 times. She was 1,000% sure that the gentleman would not succeed. Everyone held their breath and stopped talking. Jack took a second swing. The handsome man calmly collected his thoughts and wanted to prove to everyone that he would succeed. The king always wanted to be better than everyone else and achieve more. And now the second arrow was already in the sky. It hit the target. The audience opened their mouths and could not believe what they had just seen with their own eyes. It seemed impossible to them, especially to the young people. The partner added that he had already understood what it was about and could take a new arrow, but the queen still did not believe it. She recalled her childhood, namely the moments when she worked 7 days a week to be the best at her job, and her peers made fun of her. The lady thought about the moment when she came to her coach and told him that she was already trying to change her weapon to a bow, and the guy did not support her choice. The man asked why the girl decided to change her sword so quickly, and the beauty replied that everything was fine. She just wanted to try something new. And then the young lady realized that no one would support her. She apologized to the gentleman. He asked her not to call him coach anymore. The princess was disappointed. Then, when the gentleman calmed down a bit, he said that he didn't want to interfere with the lady's choice, but he asked if she really wanted to. Meanwhile, the test was going on, and the young woman had already moved on from her bad thoughts and wanted to defeat her opponent as soon as possible and prove to everyone who she was. The distance was already 400 meters, so it was getting harder and harder to shoot, and the guy was very surprised to see how well the man was shooting. The young man didn't even think long before shooting. The queen made a shot, and the gentleman was right behind her, and the cadets wondered who would win. Classmates would be shocked if Jack won this test. The handsome man really did not want this to happen. He was rooting for the woman. A strange situation happened. The girl hit the target and broke it. But unfortunately, the arrow did not hit the middle. It was a good moment for his partner. The prince immediately told her what he had said about it. The beauty was pissed off, but she was not going to give up so easily. The battle continued. The princess thought to the last that her opponent would simply not get in at some point, and the victory would remain hers. But the atmosphere was only growing. The competitor thought that the girl was afraid to fight them with swords, so he offered to shoot, which offended the beauty quite a bit. The guy apologized and said that it just seemed to him. The little girl asked him to talk less. The young lady wanted to collect her thoughts. The young man was still wondering why the young lady decided to change her weapon to a bow so decisively. The princess did not like these stupid conversations. The audience was incredibly surprised when they saw that the arrow missed the target again. The lady could not believe that she missed. Unfortunately, the young woman lost this battle. She calmly sat down on the floor. And meanwhile, another interesting person came. She was heading to the young people. The first thing that caught her eye was a woman sitting on a bench. The lady decided to ask what happened. As it turned out, everyone was looking for the girl. The beautiful woman asked if the little girl had heard what the young man had said about her family. The young lady did not know anything, so she decided to find out what the boy had said. The princess was crying a lot. The lady remembered how her husband had helped her more than once, but now he had changed a lot and treated everyone differently. The young woman said that the gentleman also had no close people, so he might not have expressed himself so well, and the queen thought about her friend's words. The lady thought that the gentleman, on the contrary, wanted the best for his partner, and perhaps because of this he behaved aggressively. The girl listened carefully to her colleague. The beauty again recalled the conversation with the coach. He asked why she chose the bow, and the little girl replied that she was already very tired of the sword. But a completely different man decided to teach her, and he told her that he would teach the princess everything he knew, and the lady was ready to learn. But before that, the friend asked the queen to give him one promise, namely that whenever she would think again about what a woman really wants to do. In the meantime, Jack looked at his skills, eager to see what had improved, but unfortunately, there were no dramatic changes. The The young woman talked to the managers. She came to some task and unfortunately did not find anything interesting there and immediately reported it. The handsome man knew that after such a battle the cadets had to start rumors. The king hoped that no one would touch him. He was going somewhere. The prince knew that it was time to go to class, but on his way he saw a girl. He did not want to show himself to her, so he stood behind the wall. The beautiful girl stood and practiced with a sword. The warrior realized that he had to overcome himself and say hello. The little girl looked very beautiful and had a new hairstyle. The man wanted to start a normal conversation, but the young lady was very sad for some reason. She hardly answered anything. The man asked what was wrong with the princess's hair, and the young man noticed that it had become much smaller, and the foam was not ready for such personal questions. The man thought that she had cut her hair because of their argument. The lady said that she would never do that, especially because of some stupid argument. The young woman was upset that she needed some support. The young man realized that he shouldn't touch her in such a difficult moment, and the gentleman went to train as well. When the heroine took the weapon that used to be hers in her hands, she was overwhelmed with different feelings and decided to repeat what she remembered. Suddenly, the sword activated and turned green. The lady just stood there and held it tightly. The weapon was of a large scale. It seemed to her that Jack knew what he wanted from the very beginning and made it so that she was now with the sword. The girl was wondering why. The king sat and poked at the seed. He saw how much it had grown. The prince could not wait to see what would come of it. The guy was about to try to add some magic to it, but he calmed himself down and decided to wait a little longer, but his hands were still shaking to do it. Now we will move to a large hotel where a girl wanted to know where the cadets train before important exams. The beautiful girl turned to her friend and asked for help. The little one was not very eager to do anything for anyone. The young lady looked very creepy. Her face was quite purple. She said she would give information about the cadet she was hiding under. The princess said that she was a little afraid of the consequences, and the lady was surprised because her friend had been afraid of everything lately. Meanwhile, the lady went for a walk with someone. Her friends told her they had bought her cookies, but the young woman kept a stony face and did not respond to anything. They asked too many questions. The prince came to them, and one of the queens asked the heroine if he was her boyfriend. The woman was shocked by the question. The hero activated a strange skill, namely observation and viewing. The guy had no experience with such skills. He was able to come to the training and sat down and watched everything. He did not feel well. The man saw the boss there and was interested in what he was doing there. The first season was over. The cadets had already written all their exams and were now vacationing on a big ship. Everyone was happy and cheerful. The boss entered the club under the guise of a beautiful girl. The author immediately noticed it and drew his attention to her. The guy was thinking about how to tell everyone about this event. Hate overwhelmed the man, and he asked if the beauty was okay. She didn't pay attention to him at first. The stranger calmly took out a bottle of drink and offered it to the young man, who did not respond to her provocations. The gentleman was not going to take anything from her and decided that the little girl wanted to look at his peers. But suddenly, the coach shouted and told everyone to quickly gather. The classmates had to survive on the island for 5 days, and if they completed this task, they would get a lot of points. The newlyweds arrived. A girl with beautiful white hair caught the man's eye. She looked at him in return, and the young man suggested that they stay together during the exams. The gentleman knew that his partner would be in some danger, so he decided to help her a little with the tests. But there was no response from the little girl. After a while, the young lady exhaled and replied that it would be much easier for her alone. The gentleman was somehow sure that he would be rejected. Jack told where he was, so that in case of danger the queen could run to him for help. The king had good intentions. The young woman decided to disobey no one and rely on her own principles. And the queen opened her watch and wanted to see something. In the evening, the woman walked through the forest and explored the territory, and suddenly, unexpectedly, a strange monster jumped out of the sky and flew at her head. The heroine was not afraid and did not get confused. She quickly took her sword and activated it. The lady calmed down a bit because the weapon made everything clearly visible. As soon as the girl was on the island, she began to fight with monsters. There were a lot of them. She was already trying to rest and eat. As soon as she saw the light, she ran to it in the hope of finding someone. When the young lady arrived, she saw a guy sitting quietly and wanting to cook something, so she decided to ask him what he wanted to eat. Unfortunately, these thoughts quickly dissipated because the princess was still angry with her friend. The battle between the cadets was to take place in 12 hours. The lady also wanted to know where the gentleman got so much delicious food. Jack told her that he had been preparing for this test for a long time and took it just in case. The handsome man asked a counter-question and asked how many points the heroine had. She answered 20. Then the king set a condition that if she gave half of her points, he would share the food. The young woman was furious and said that half was too much, but she had no choice but to agree. The queen had 10 points. The dish was roasted pig, but at that moment the woman didn't care. She just wanted to eat something, so she wouldn't die of hunger. While the girl was tasting it and saying how delicious it was, the guy was watching his colleagues wandering around the forest and wanted to see what they had for dinner. The beautiful girl came to the men. They asked if she wanted to buy food from them, but the young people joked and decided to give them food for free. The gentleman woke up and asked himself if it was morning, but he thought that it was always night on this strange island. The whole sky was dark. The gentleman noticed that his friend was sleeping. Jack did not know what to do because he did not want to sleep anymore. He still had the seeds near him. The handsome man was very happy to have such a thing. The king was always carrying it around and was proud of it. He decided to go somewhere, leaving the seed on the bed. His partner went to the little girl's bed and asked if she was still sleeping because the prince had to take the tent away, but he did not hear any answer. The prince didn't want to wake anyone up, so he decided to pack the tent. But he took the young lady aside so as not to disturb her, and after a couple of minutes, the character succeeded. The author wanted to move quickly, but the first exam was about to start. It was supposed to take place near a large tree, and the gentleman was already at the destination. One little girl tried to shoot at the author, but she was stopped by a young woman who told her that he was their ally, so they couldn't shoot him. Moreover, he was on the 909th city, which meant that the friend could not kill him. She asked if the guy wanted to climb a tree. His girlfriends looked at the young man with big eyes, and he managed to get to the top in just a few seconds, and the princesses were shocked. The lady asked the young man not to tell anyone about his strength. She immediately asked why, and the queen replied that the partner could have been on their team. The woman agreed and said that she would keep it a secret. She was very grateful to her partner when suddenly the clock rang unexpectedly. The young man turned on a function and saw everyone like a robot. It was called clairvoyance, and very few people knew about it. The gentleman noticed with his eyes what was so exciting and was excited. He needed a special pen with a mark, and when it was in his hands, he decided to examine it. The gentleman stood back and watched everyone, and now a new plan was born in his head. He had to wait a little. The sky was still dark. The girl woke up abruptly and was surprised. There was no one around, so she decided to wake up and look around to see who was there. But unfortunately, she did not notice anyone. The princess considered her friend to be a nice person with whom she could always talk about something, but they somehow got separated on the island. The young lady was shocked to find out that someone had spoken to her, but she hadn't heard anything, and she took to her head. Meanwhile, Jack was scratching his ear and did not know what to do next. He did not see anyone, but he heard a dog barking, so he decided to go there. A young woman was walking quietly in the company of not very nice people. The queen's hands were shaking, and she was in a fever. She had a terrible thing happen last night. A woman came to a group of people she didn't know and wanted to eat. They politely served her some food, and the group started talking, but the queen was silent. This made her feel incredibly uncomfortable to be here, and she was scared to walk in the forest alone, so she didn't know what to do, so she stayed with the company. But the princess was alarmed by the fact that the group of people were not interested in the balls at all. They were walking around, talking, and looking very happy. The lady quickly realized that it was not dangerous for her to stay here. She wanted to join Jack's team, and the handsome man asked where the young woman was going. The king told her that he had caught a grizzly bear and was supposed to get about 10 points for it, but his partner failed, so he offered to work in a team. The girl was not used to refusing anyone, so she decided to help, and then go about her business. The prince told her to follow him. The warrior brought her to this place and told her that the bridge was somewhere here. The little girl scouted the area with her eyes. She did not see anyone, but the guy was sure that he saw someone. A giant monster stood in front of the princess and looked at her, but it was not like a bear at all. She held her breath. Incredibly quickly, the giant put out his long, sharp fangs and was going to kill them both. The lady rushed to protect the king. The young one said it was dangerous here. The queen did not think that there could be any human monsters here, so she dismissed these thoughts. But when she saw it with her own eyes, she was very frightened. The woman said that before it was too late, they needed to find some shelter from this main monster very quickly, but the man did not answer. The young man was bleeding, his arm was hurting badly. He did not know how to move on, so he did not answer this question. The lady was panicking. The girl was looking at him and did not realize where the blood was. She noticed something strange in the behavior of her partner. Suddenly, someone shouted for them to run to him. The beauty realized that it was better to run away from this place, and as quickly as possible, the guy was playing his role of innocent, in this case, quite badly. The little girl realized that probably because of this situation her heart was not calming down. A man in a black mask stood in front of her. She took out her sword. Suddenly something caught her attention, namely a young man jumped high up the mountain. The young lady thought that now he would beat her badly, and it happened. The gentleman had an incredibly strong destructive force. The princess was barely holding on not to give up, but she decided to use her big sword in the duel. The lady was very confident in herself and her abilities. She fought skillfully. The handsome man also did not give up and wanted to bring his plan to the end. At one point, the young woman realized that she had a good moment for her stroke, and a minute later she saw a large wound on her leg. The king was fast. As it turned out, it was all planned by someone who distracted the queen, and someone struck. The woman turned to another character. Over her shoulder she noticed that the other monster wanted to hit her, so she quickly turned around and continued the battle. The monster thought that this would not happen. Both sides were incredibly angry. Each wanted to win the battle and take what they wanted. The monster closed the chala and ran towards her partner. Then Jack came. The girl was incredibly happy to see him, although she did not show it. And meanwhile the author struck his blow with a blue sword. The beauty was standing on the other side. The king gave her a command, and she quickly shot an arrow that flew towards the enemy. Everyone tensed up. The little girl called her colleagues to her. Her friends ran to her side to help. The young lady asked her friend if she was okay, but she did not hear an answer. Later, the princess replied that everything was fine and thanked her for such a great help. Her partner went to the mountain and said that the thief had most likely fallen there. The group of cadets decided to go in the other direction, and on the way home something caught the girl's eye, namely a strange metal substance. The beautiful girl decided to pick it up and see with her own eyes what it was in her hands. The little girl who was walking in front of her asked her not to stop. When all the friends gathered around the campfire, they decided to have a heart-to-heart, and Joe asked the young lady if she was going to switch to a sword. The princess was not expecting such personal questions and said that now she could not have only a sword, so she used both. The guys listened. The lady was still wondering how the bullet could have gotten there. She had a hunch that a man was watching her former company with a rifle and fired shots at them. The young woman suggested that they all unite together and pass this difficult exam. The queen addressed the woman and wanted to hear a positive answer. The lady apologized and said that she had to leave. The young people were completely confused by the behavior of the newcomer. Joe said that it was dangerous around here. The gentleman sat behind a tree and divided the points he had received among his peers. For the gentleman to be completely safe, he needed to score as many as 50 points. Jack was interested in how many more monsters he needed to kill, and a queen who was heading towards him caught his attention, and the handsome man was surprised by her beauty. As it turned out, it was a boss disguised as a beautiful woman. The king had a lot of questions in his head about how and what to do with her. He was in a stupor. The first thing his partner did was ask what she was doing here and why she had come. But the girl didn't answer and pulled out her big sword. As it turned out, the little girl wanted to fight and asked her rival to draw his weapon. The prince was shocked and had no desire to fight. But the warrior had incredibly small chances of winning. The guy decided to say that he did not have any weapons, but this did not stop the young lady. The princess said that if he did not show his sword, she would have no choice but to start the battle. The man asked to explain what was going on. The beauty said that she was not going to waste her time on idle talk. She wanted to defeat the enemy, so the young man decided to fight. He was 100% determined to fight to the end. The little girl suspected something, and her eyes fell for some reason. The gentleman was holding a watch. The gentleman asked if she was giving up. The young lady realized that their watches were similar. Jack was smiling slyly and already had a plan in his head. He pointed them at his opponent. As it turned out, the battle is won by the one who first takes the opponent's accessory. But the king had long ago taken them from the lady's hand. The young woman did not understand how he did it. The partner began to run away quickly, and the young woman stood behind him and asked where he ran and why. The queen tried to catch up with him. The prince came to his tent and wanted to rest. He realized that he could not overcome such a girl, so he decided to quickly run to his tent. The warrior was surprised how he found his place so quickly, because the forest was quite dense and difficult to navigate, and the guy was holding a gun. The young man wanted to work on his computer when he suddenly heard someone coming towards him. He was alert and ready for a fight. Luckily, it turned out to be an old acquaintance of his who came to see him, and the gentleman asked what she was doing here and why she had come, and a dialogue began. The gentleman asked if she had been looking for him on purpose, and the young woman did not answer at first, as it was a strange question, and sometimes she felt ashamed. Jack invited her to have a snack and chat with him. The woman agreed, and they sat together. The girl asked what the handsome man was doing alone. The king realized that the interlocutor had a lot of different questions that his partner was in no hurry to answer, and he did not want to say again that he had saved the beauty. The prince's eyes were drawn to her neck wound, and he decided to help the little girl, but remembered that she had fought a monster that could do such a thing. The young lady asked how quickly the boy had prepared it all, but something happened to the man. He was acting strangely and not listening to her. And then the seed popped out and flew into the woman's mouth. She got angry and knocked over a cup of tea, and the man was ashamed. The princess said that it should be in the ground. The young man asked everyone to calm down and start eating, and the lady agreed. The bride wanted to add something, but she said that the queen had offered late, but wanted to join the gentleman in one team. Jack was surprised and asked why she wanted to do this, because a couple of hours ago she had refused the handsome man's offer, and the queen was a little embarrassed. The woman realized that she would have to survive on the island somehow, and it was quite difficult to do it alone, so the king supported her. The partner decided to ask her if she remembered the prince. The lady answered positively, and the hero added that there was no need to be afraid for him. The guy was doing well. But the prince wanted to play on the dark side and had plans to lure the girl to his team. The atmosphere grew and the tension increased. Suddenly, the monster came to the other participants. The young man's hands were shaking after his girlfriend fell. He did not realize what was happening. The next blows were aimed at him. The young man was thinking how to dodge and what to do next. All his allies were on the floor. The gentleman was still holding on. The bad man showed him one mark, and the gentleman replied that it couldn't be him. It didn't matter to the handsome man. The king wanted to destroy everyone. The young man dug his fingers into the hero's neck. It became difficult for him to breathe, but the warrior was not going to let go. On the contrary, he pressed harder. In the meantime, the boss was near a large tower. She was calmly walking and waiting for someone. Someone came up to her and asked what the woman was thinking about. The girl stood there and answered that she was thinking about a guy. The worker asked if she wanted to switch her attention to him, and the beautiful woman said that he was always her favorite. The little girl remembered a situation when there was a big battle and the young man showed himself very well, so she decided that she wanted to have such a player in the team. The young lady had a pretty good bait that cost her 200 points. The princess decided to show it to her partner, and the conversation ended. Meanwhile, the princess was sitting alone and holding a certain cartridge in her hands. She was looking at it for a long time, and not for the first time, the lady thought that Jack was her savior. Although the handsome man himself did not confirm this, and sometimes said that it was not him, the queen wondered why the king did not want to tell her the truth. Meanwhile, his partner killed the wolf. He liked the way his hunt began. Everything went according to plan. He remembered his friend with whom the prince had dinner. The warrior rarely had such a strong idea in his head. He realized that it was probably not just for fun. The guy decided to analyze everything, but did not have time because he came to the lake. The man had been walking to it for a long time and wanted to find something here, namely a new monster that could bring him a lot of points. The young man was heading to the monster. He decided to lure out the competitor with a light to shine over the lake. And suddenly there was a sound of the young man shouting who was there. The gentleman was 100% sure that someone was hunting him. The gentleman did not know who it could be, but this person was very good at hiding and following. Jack decided to connect his new feature and see who could be sitting in the bushes and hiding from him. And the scanner showed a girl. The handsome man took out his gun and decided to shoot a little at the beauty. She quickly ran out and was very scared. The little one screamed at him. The king immediately asked her why she was following him. The young lady denied this assumption and said that she was not going to follow anyone. The lady asked a counter-question and asked what her partner was doing here. But he didn't want to answer first, so he decided to repeat the question. The young woman didn't like a lot of things, namely the attitude towards her, so the prince decided to get his computer and do something. The queen was watching. The woman asked why he sat down and what he wanted to do. The guy asked to wait a bit. The man was reading something carefully and wanted to show her. The young man was looking at the surveillance cameras for quite a while, looking for his boss, because he realized that the bad guy was somehow involved in all this. The girl was interested in how he could see everyone through the screen. And the thing that the gentleman used to summon the monster raised a lot of questions. The gentleman was not very eager to tell anything. He took his bag and wanted to go somewhere, and the little girl was quite annoyed. The young lady insisted on being told everything. Jack didn't know how to stand it anymore. He asked to leave the place because he was the first to come here. The princess agreed. The handsome man thought that after this incident, she thought he was a high-minded man. But the king could not really tell anything. The dialogue ended. The partner killed another monster with his own hands. He was lying there and did not show any signs of life. He noticed that 2 hours had passed since he and his partner had separated. The prince earned about 20 points in this way, and then a girl came running out of the bushes and said, "Hello." The warrior was not happy to see her in front of him. The beauty came to check the presence of the cadets and the events that were happening. The guy asked what kind of incidents the little girl was talking about. The heroine decided to show everything in practice. She asked her to attack, and if at least one attack with her left hand would make her fall or take a hit on her. The lady showed her badge. The author looked at it with surprised eyes and wondered where the boss could have gotten it. It was a loud question. The young woman asked what the handsome man would do. He stood calmly and did nothing. The king was not going to give up before the battle. The queen asked if he would accept her challenge. His partner said that this was an unexpected event for him. He pointed his gun at the woman's head, and the first round went off. The lady quickly deflected it and wanted to check how strong the warrior was in front of her. The prince did not stop shooting. The weapon worked very skillfully. The girl laughed at this and did not think that she had such a weak opponent, but the gun still had a lot of power. The man was surprised when the little girl repelled even his strongest ammunition. He was sorry in his eyes. The young man did not realize how to fight further. The hero decided to take out his other weapon and tried to hit the girl's body with it. She skillfully dodged them and asked what weapon he was good with. The beauty said that the author had a very good tactic, but unfortunately it did not have any effect. The little girl felt confident and had every intention of winning. The young lady realized that she had much higher strength than her opponent. The guy was worried, but tried not to show it to the boss. From the very beginning, the princess knew that the man knew how to use a gun well, when suddenly she held her breath and got scared. A second later, the lady activated her power and became even stronger than she had been before. The young woman was on fire and wanted to destroy the young man. The gentleman quickly stepped back, and the young woman's plan collapsed before her eyes. The gentleman laughed. Jack now had some hope for a different outcome of the battle. The queen asked what technique her competitor was using, and the handsome man did not answer, but he was not going to give up halfway through. The woman was still talking to him, but the king turned around and ran away in the other direction. She wondered what he was doing. The lady watched him closely. The stranger wanted to end their conflict, but she decided to catch up with her opponent, whose partner was already walking calmly and in no hurry. The prince said that she had lost. The heroine asked why. The warrior said that the girl had promised to use only her left hand, but did not keep it. The guy added that he didn't know what to talk about, so he suggested ending the conversation, considering it a waste of time. In fact, the young man was not seriously saying that his rival had lost, but she was very much hurt by these words. The young lady looked furious. The princess believed that her opponent would regret it for a long time. The gentleman did not hear anything in his direction, and meanwhile the lady reappeared. The princess was talking quietly with her superiors. They were discussing the whole plan. The young woman said that she wanted to gain Jack's trust. The butterfly seedling was about to wake up, a monster of a spiritual type that sticks like a leech to all good heroes. It was supposed to appear on the last day of the exam. Now the man wanted to prepare well for the appearance of the monster to protect his team and help the girl. His friends were well prepared. The beautiful girl asked him why they were walking in circles all the time. The little one could not even imagine where the monster could appear. The young lady was worried. Joe was doing something near the monster. It was about 20 hours before the end of the test, and the handsome man went to get some water. The king saw something with his own eyes. He decided to see what happened there. His partner approached his partner, and together they were going somewhere. For some reason, the prince believed that his friend was not who he said he was, because he was always on guard, and even on vacation, he was working on the computer. The warrior told the girl all this and added that he knew many of the guy's secrets, and the beauty asked him to tell her something, when suddenly an unknown thing crawled on the ground. The monster interrupted their dialogue. The newlyweds got scared and looked up. The little one wanted to help her partner kill it. The gentleman felt some kind of danger, namely that the butterfly seedling had opened and started its tentacles, and he ran to the cadets. The young woman drew her sword and did not want to go anywhere. Her classmates decided to leave and called the queen with them, but she did not want to. The young man suggested that she follow him and find the roots where the monster was growing. The gentleman wanted to kill this bad creature there, and the woman agreed with her partner, and they quickly ran together to help their allies. Unfortunately, it was already large and impressive, but the young people were not afraid of it. No one expected such a large monster to appear. Some even thought about stopping their exams for a while, but the girl was happy about it all. The friends decided to support each other and not to give up. The roots were already incredibly large and impressive. The beauty thought that where there is fear, that is where development begins. She jumped up and raised her sword to the mountain. The young lady was sure that they would defeat the great enemy together and then pass the exams with flying colors, and the men's eyes lit up too. The younger one said that the decisive power of the sword was supposed to greatly increase the energy of the warriors. The younger one asked him to shut up and help her. One of the gentlemen wondered why the monster was not shrinking, but rather growing and growing, even though they had already cut off many parts. The handsome man said that someone needed to get to his heart and hid it there. The king added that it looked very strange and somehow alarmed him. The partner noticed that something was moving in the middle of the cocoon. It hatched, and it was a very large butterfly. The prince did not know what to do with it. The couple also paid attention to it and decided to see what it wanted to do next. No one had ever seen anything like it. The guy hugged the girl because he saw that she was very nervous. His partner fell asleep. He thought that the butterfly had such a power that puts everyone to sleep. The man held his breath to avoid falling for it himself. It was hard to move because he was constantly running out of air, and he didn't know if he would win. His colleagues put on masks and flew to kill the monster. Joe was very surprised by the courage of his peers. He wanted to help them. Everyone else was lying unconscious. The princess wondered how the handsome man could have known all this in advance. The king called her and asked her to do something. The partner wanted to shoot at the butterfly, but the lady had to protect it. The warrior made a couple of very accurate shots. The monster staggered very nicely. At first, everything went according to plan, but suddenly the roots became active and attacked the heroes. The young lady did her job well and rushed to defend the prince. The princess was thrown back a lot. The guy was very scared for her life and wanted to save the young woman, but the roots switched to him. Joe came to defend his friend in time. The handsome man did not even expect his support. The battle was gaining momentum, but there was no winner yet. Suddenly, the seeds fell out. The partner wanted to save the beauty and take his favorite seed, and meanwhile, the prince was guarding everyone. The seed fell directly on the girl's head. The guys were very tired and did not know what could happen now. They held their breath. In the man's mind, it was to defeat the butterfly. The young man said he would help his colleague. The gentleman thanked him and thought about how to implement his plan. The creature was moving very fast, and it was difficult to hit it with a gun, so the gentleman agreed that one of them should get much closer. The gentleman thought that he and his colleague would be fine and succeed. He was smiling and in a good mood to win. The atmosphere was growing. The handsome man turned to the king and told him that sometimes he looked at him and thought that he knew absolutely everything about this world. The colleague relied on his friend, who knew how to fight well. His partner was sure that he would succeed. He watched the battle. The prince decided to somehow speed up this mission and climbed a tree. He wanted to kill the monster, especially since Jack was the owner of this world. Before his eyes was all this beauty that he had written himself. And meanwhile, thoughts about the whole story were in the author's head. The guy did not think about home yet. The man pointed his pistol at the criminal and made one decisive shot. The young man hoped that it could somehow change the course of history, and he hit the butterfly. Joe saw with his own eyes how the monster was falling down incredibly fast. The gentleman hoped that this would be the end of it. The monster was falling like a meteorite. The gentleman could be completely sure that his strength was enough to kill his rival, so he wanted to make one more fire shot. And then a girl appeared unexpectedly and started using her magic. She was purple in color, and the gentlemen were shocked by what they saw. The beauty wanted to steal the butterfly's seeds. The king looked at her strangely. The little one stood by the monster and intended to do something with it. The partner came up quietly from behind and wanted to take what belonged to him. He rudely said that the young lady had no right to take something from the butterfly. What was inside the monster could be sold very well for a large sum of money, and this substance could help to cope with spirits. The lady had a stone face and did not want to listen to anyone. She knew her own mind. The butterfly was dead, but the effect of putting her to sleep was slowly disappearing. The queen could not believe how the cadet was still standing and not falling. He was ready to fight to the very end, no matter what it took. The guy realized that this was not going to work, and he needed to put on a mask to avoid being caught, a young woman was already coming at the man using magic. The young man tried to cover his face with his hands to prevent anything from happening, but the queen did not stop and wanted to finish what she had started to the very end. The spell was dissipating, and the gentleman saw a familiar face. It was the one who wanted to kill him in the previous battle. The gentleman asked what she wanted. He quickly recalled that the stranger had approached him and given him a business card that was not original. It did not have his real name and surname. The girl wanted to find out information that was important to her, and warned that if the guy started to lie to her, the beauty would kill him on the spot. The young man said that when he took off his watch, he saw that it did not match his, and when the gentleman came closer, he wanted to look at his face. The gentleman boasted of his good eyesight, which allowed him to see everything clearly, and the young lady added that her magic could not be seen just like that. The princess said that even if Jack was telling the truth, the lady understood how much she could use him as a resource, so she did not want to kill the handsome man. When the magic dissipated, the queen stretched out her hand and held what she had found in the butterfly. The king could not believe that she would really give it to him. The woman asked her partner to give her his number. The warrior felt sick from this. The guy was already thinking of saying goodbye to his beloved life. The hero was incredibly happy that he was able to achieve his goal and received a pretty good reward for it. He pressed it all into his fist and went to his comrades. The author still had to quickly convey all this to the girl because they had agreed to meet in one important place for both of them. The guy remembered the moment when his friend was lying down, and then a big light went in his direction. The man did not know what to think at that moment. Meanwhile, the beauty was in her thoughts. There she imagined a little girl who was in her arms. The little girl also had white and golden hair. When the heroine looked at her face, she saw something incredibly familiar. The princess had strange feelings. The boy ran to the scene and screamed loudly. His father turned his head and was very surprised by what he heard. Some of the comrades had already begun to get up from this state, and they were very surprised when they woke up. The man helped them to carry them on his shoulders. And then the ship arrived. It came at 9 in the morning. The young man and his comrades came on board, and they went somewhere together. All the partners were incredibly happy that they had managed to cope with such a difficult task. But the butterfly was still feared on the island, and the points were divided among everyone. Meanwhile, the gentleman was wondering why he hadn't heard from the group. And then a beautiful girl came and asked how it all ended, and the gentleman didn't understand what the young lady had asked. The princess explained that she remembered the events only up to the middle, and then passed out. The man decided to tell everything in detail. The young woman did not believe that they had killed everyone with a gun. The king asked why his partner used a sword instead of a bow in such a difficult moment for everyone, and the woman replied that he asked her to. The prince said that in such difficult moments it was not necessary to use it. The girl still needed to practice. The beauty was furious. The guy was eager to know how the beauty felt after she changed her weapon. The little girl could not give a definitive answer because her feelings were quite strange. The young man sometimes thought that the young lady did not fully answer because she was afraid to tell the truth, but the princess denied such thoughts and shouted. The gentleman added that if his partner would use the sword more often and get used to it quickly, the young woman thought about it. Meanwhile, the cadet was having lunch and told her interlocutor that her partner was very interested in her, and the queen was angry with her and thought differently. The warrior was with them all this time and remained silent, but he realized that his friend's words were true, but he did not want to say so. The queen denied everything to divert attention from herself, and told why she did not like the handsome man. And everyone listened attentively and did not interrupt her. And then Jack came. He stood calmly and typed something into the gadget. The woman turned her attention to him and invited him to sit with them. The king turned his head and came to them. His partner politely greeted everyone, but he was kind of upset that day, so he turned around and left. And absolutely everyone was telling the woman that the prince liked her. and the lady kept asking them to stop talking about it, but the girl had a different opinion. The guy returned home and asked if anything had happened, and the little girl was happy that someone had come to see her after a long time. The child called him her father. He came and hugged her, and told her that he had gone to buy some food for the princess, and the lady was incredibly happy. But he asked her not to call him father, and the young woman asked why, and the king said that his friends would just misunderstand. The queen replied to all the answers. Why the partner realized that there was no way to do without training. She smiled sweetly at the prince. The warrior was happy. When the hero first saw the woman, he was very frightened. She was sitting and did not know what to do. But the lady was lying there and doing nothing. She was sick. After a while, a helicopter circled in the sky. The author called for it to take them away. The guy meanwhile asked the girl to turn into a seed again. The beautiful girl did not understand what was happening to her and why everyone was treating her like this. Her mother did not answer her. The young man wanted to explain to her that it was not her mother. Suddenly, unexpectedly, he found himself holding a seed again, and he wanted to understand how it happened. To begin with, the gentleman wanted to have a snack. The lady supported his choice, and in a minute was already sitting and having lunch. Jack asked her not to rush anywhere. The hero was wondering what to do with the blue substance that fell out of the butterfly. The question at first glance was not complicated, but in fact, it turned out to be different. Meanwhile, the partner was lying on the bed and did not know what to do. She wondered whose child she saw on the island. The girl had a lot of questions that no one wanted to answer. The beauty even thought that maybe she was hallucinating at that moment. A new day began. The little girl was already heading somewhere and looking at her watch. On the way, the princess met a guy and politely greeted him. The young lady thought that he would refuse her proposal, but to her surprise, the groom agreed and came to the meeting. The couple met, and the young woman told him that another person was supposed to come to them, but for some reason he was late, and the gentleman did not see any problem with that. The couple drove to some unknown place for the gentleman, and on the way they discussed who scored how many points. The queen said that in order not to attract attention, you need to score few points. They almost arrived at their destination. Jack caught sight of something, namely a large building, and the woman welcomed him to the new place. As it turned out, they organized all this so that the cadets could watch all the heroes on their vacations and analyze how they were doing. In fact, the young man was incredibly curious about how people would behave, and he was waiting for his peers, because it was not very interesting to be alone. If we take the rating that the handsome man received when he entered the academy, it will most likely be quite difficult for him to get into the top 300 best. The supervisor was seeing the newlyweds off and told them that many people started performing missions from that moment on, and they could be hired only after a thorough analysis. The partner was sure that his girlfriend had registered his name on the list. The girl was calm and heading somewhere. And finally, they arrived at the destination. There were incredibly many people, and most of them were divided into different teams to avoid being alone. The worker said that the first thing he wanted to do was to bring his partner to this very place. This hero's name was Mark. He was above average and was the left hand of the boss. The waiter told the girl the same thing and added that his partner seemed like a pretty good person. He could never have thought that he was facing the author of a novel. A third person joined the conversation and said that she was glad to see the cadets. They looked at her in surprise, but said nothing. The young lady asked if Jack was the cadet in front of her, and the handsome man immediately answered yes, but his partner was shy about answering. The prince realized that the old woman did not have a very good opinion of him, but he did not tell anyone such guesses. But the woman looked more confident and looked into the eyes of the stranger. The person told her that he had brought quite good students to her, and the queen could not believe only the words. She wanted to test everyone. The lady never trusted the theory. She thought that only practice could tell the truth about a person's real abilities. She asked the worker if she was wrong. After such a long speech, the old lady decided to go on business. The guy was not very happy with this conversation. The man disagreed in some points. After a couple of minutes, the manager gave the young man a strange piece of paper. He looked at it for a long time and did not know what to do with it. The gentleman said he needed another piece of paper to write on. The queen asked if it would help him in any way, and the discussion gained momentum. In the meantime, the girl received a notification that one person had arrived on the first floor, and it was supposed to be the last person for the day. The papers given by the stranger contained a report on various situations of completely different types that could occur at any time in the underground tunnels. The man decided to do all the work at once. He wrote quite quickly with a pen. And then a woman came and asked what he was still doing here because everyone had already gone home. The hero could not tolerate such a bad attitude. The young man behaved normally until the very end and was not rude. The gentleman calmed himself down in the middle. Unfortunately, because of this, the author was unable to write the last part of his story. He decided that if the boss asked where the last part was, he would be rude to her. Jack did not expect to meet his partner. The girl also did not think that she and the handsome man would meet. The beauty was angry and started talking. The young lady asked the princess why the king was here. The princess replied that she had no idea, and the partner was not pleased. Meanwhile, the agent was sitting there, depressed, because he had gone through the places from his regular work, and he found only a couple of sheets of information. He realized that the prince knew how to hide well and told almost nothing about himself, so he calmed down and wanted to come up with another plan. The commander said that now everyone would receive a task from him. All that was left was to get permission to complete them, and the cadets listened to everything. The man asked the girl why she was late for such an important event, and the beautiful girl replied that she had met her grandfather on the way and was late. The little girl wanted to leave the conversation for a while because she needed to make a quick phone call, but asked him to go ahead without her. The lady was talking to some uncle and asked him how the progress was with what the queen was demanding, and the gentleman asked to come back later. This attitude angered the queen, and she told him to tell her something right now. The guy asked why she was so eager to find Jack's parents. The man wondered if the hero was trying to find them, and the woman replied that he was, because the young man had filled out a wanted list. The young woman thought that the author's parents were involved in something criminal. The king said that he had a new order and said goodbye. The partner lied to his colleague and just wanted to take a break. He smoked a cigar and started thinking about where to find the boy's parents. The question was difficult. At times, the searcher had a hunch that the prince was doing some dirty work on request, so his biography had almost nothing. It was just a guess. The man also realized that if he continued to dig so hard, he could get into big trouble, and he did not know what to do. Meanwhile, the girl was having fun and enjoying her life. The gentleman was running fast, and his face was already blue. Everyone else was also running quite fast because stone golems were running through the streets, and the cadets were already thinking about how they would defend themselves against them. It was a difficult question. The leader asked if everyone was in time. The little one said that her partner would catch up with them. The princess was already quite tired of running all the time. The new monsters were large and very strong. The little one immediately wrapped them with her rope. The man said, "Keep it up," and ran off to fight the opponent. Meanwhile, Jack kept running and running. He wanted to do it as soon as possible, but his lungs were already dying and wanted to catch their breath. The handsome man did not give up. The girl was shooting at him with her arrows, but she wanted to hit him as many times as possible. The beauty wanted to try to deal with the monster with a sword. The little girl wanted to hit the weakest point of all these creatures. The princess swung and went to hit the leg, because that was the weakest point. Unexpectedly for her, the monster hit her with its big stone fist. The young woman flew to the side. The queen quickly got up and continued this battle. The woman wondered why the monster was so fast. Usually such creatures were quite calm. The handsome man shouted to her that the queen should flee from that place. The king took his loved one aside and wanted to protect her, and his partner managed to do it with the help of a yellow rope that was very taut. The prince said that if the young lady always freezes in such critical moments, she might just lose her life. The princess listened to everything but did not add anything. The warrior added that there was a way to make the sword a little longer to make it easier to fight from long distances, and the little girl said that this would never happen again. But she still decided to thank him for such great advice, and turned around and left. The guy looked at her strangely and decided not to touch her anymore. Finally, all the heroes exhaled and calmed down. The monsters were over, and the leader suggested that they go back because the rescuers had already arrived. For a second, Jack remembered the girl standing on the roof, looking at him with an evil look, and then he was called by the cadets, who wanted to leave. The old woman had been working all day and was a little tired and wanted to take a break, so she leaned back to stretch, and a waitress came in. The employee brought quite a few different documents, and the boss started looking through them all, trying to find some important information. Jack received a large number of messages on his watch. He decided to look through them. He had no desire to work for the guild anymore. In the evening, the hero was in a pretty good mood and decided to play around and tease the woman. The author was smiling slyly. The guy wrote that he took only 930th place, so he decided not to stay here and let others win. The managers were shocked. They were all quite angry, but the man was having incredible fun teasing them all. The young lady was panicking and didn't know what to do. The young man was already thinking of going to bed because he realized that he was very tired. His child was already sleeping sweetly, and he wondered where she had managed to get so tired. The gentleman calmly put the girl to bed, but he wanted to go and do something, namely to figure out what to do with the substance that fell out of the butterfly. The gentleman made an important decision. He wanted to divide the pollen among the cadets, so he gave each of them an equal portion, and of course, he kept some for himself. Jack wanted to do it all right now so as not to delay the process. He thought that his peers would be happy with such a gift, so he threw some of it into the yellow ether. The king decided to wait a little while until it was absorbed to see the result, and suddenly he received a notification. The conversation didn't last very long, so his partner continued to do his job. 10 minutes passed, but there was no result. Jack thought this dialogue was very stupid and ridiculous. He could never imagine that he could text a girl like that, but the handsome man was pleased. The king thought he would not be the main character, but his fate was a little different. The hero wanted to succeed in this novel. The beauty drank her tea and realized that today she had to do a lot of work, so she sat down at the computer and did not waste time. The project she had been working on was almost ready. She just needed to find the right people, so she wouldn't wait, as she thought she could do it herself. The princess received another call from someone asking about something. The lady asked her not to bother her and that she was busy. The stranger said she would come to her on Tuesday. The queen asked if the woman had called only about this issue. The lady said no, and continued to say something. She wondered if her friend had seen the recording of the battle with the golem. The girl knew everything perfectly well and watched the video again, and saw a rather interesting moment when the beauty fell into the guy's arms. The little girl once again emphasized that she had quite a lot of different work to do, so she hung up and sat down at the computer again. She liked to do something. Once again, someone started to bother the heroine, but this time it was a rather important matter. The man wanted to cancel the expedition, and the young woman was nervous. The guy saw some strange messages on the screen, namely, it was about a service for points, and he decided to read it more carefully. The gentleman calmly decided to allocate his points and where he could spend them. Jack realized that his physical data could lag behind others over time. Then the handsome man finally realized that he had to choose one thing. The king did not know if it was the right decision, but he had no other choice. With one key, the gentleman did what he wanted so badly, but unfortunately, nothing happened on the computer. A message appeared that there were not enough funds. The gentleman looked at this with big eyes and did not understand what to do next and where to get the required amount of points. Jack decided to thank for what he had. A couple of minutes later, The man received a message that the download was complete and he had to go to England with the club. The main story was about to begin, but in the meantime, the young man spent last Sunday training hard and incredibly hard. But despite such hard work, the hero's characteristics were still average. He did not want to go a little higher. The author did not stop and kept training. And suddenly he managed to make his first sword. The handsome man looked at it with interest and analyzed how he could use it in battles. The king realized that this knife was very different from all the others, and his partner wanted to launch it up a mountain and see how it would fly. The prince asked his child not to make noise until he was home. The warrior wanted to train with his classmates, and for this, he promised to buy sweets. The girl agreed and said goodbye to the boy. She asked him not to give her any more orders about her behavior, and the man decided to leave. The princess sat and listened to her workers. They in turn asked her not to worry and to behave well. The young lady was upset for some reason. A waiter came and told her everything he knew, namely that the conflict was over. He asked if the staff could contact the new Hilda. The young woman replied that she liked such a great idea. She remembered the handsome boy who took 930th place in the competition. The queen had intentions to surpass him. The guy greeted everyone with a big smile, and if they were going to England, the man suggested that they all go together, and the cadets agreed. The girl asked if the young man was not hot in such a warm jacket. The gentleman replied that he felt incredibly comfortable. The handsome men looked around with big eyes. The city was incredibly beautiful and large. The young woman said that they were going to an island in the sky. The king replied that they could get there through a portal. This city was made by the English ruler, thanks to crystals. Money decided a lot of things here. There were a lot of rich people in Las Vegas. The ladies liked it very much. They looked at everything together and were happy. The handsome man asked his peers if they had been here before, and the young one said yes. She had been coming here often since she was 11 years old. But the other characters were in such a beautiful city for the first time, the partner began to court the queen, and the prince noticed it with his eyes. The warrior asked his friend to show them around the city. The woman raised her hands and was incredibly happy to hear the news. The lady added that she could be relied on. One of the guys said that today was a big celebration. He asked the leadership if they could be there. The cadets had the opportunity to have fun in peace. The lady raised her hand because she had some questions. The man said she could ask anything. The young woman wondered if they could go to the casino. The young man allowed it. The newlyweds came and saw quite a few interesting people. The gentleman approached the worker. She politely asked him to show his ID. The gentleman asked if the stranger had been working here for a long time. The princess looked at him sweetly and replied that she had been working here for about 6 years. The hero changed a couple of chips, but he was very careful. He was afraid that something could be done to him. The author had hopes to make more money. Jack started playing slot machines, and while everything was going according to plan, everyone was shocked that the handsome man hit the jackpot from the very beginning of the game. And the little girl was not doing very well. She was losing a little. Her partners sitting next to her were just laughing at her. The young lady was not happy. The princess could not stand this attitude and got up and left. The prince stopped her and added that it was not good to win against children. The stranger politely returned 25% of her loss, and the queen did not expect such an attitude, so she was grateful for this act. The angry woman sat down again and wanted to win even more, but in 2 hours she would be crying in the hotel because she had lost absolutely all her money. The man was quite an important person in this story, and played a big role. The young man had good abilities to play and even win. The gentleman constantly watched his friend and realized how stupid the beauty was at that moment. The little girl was from a rich family, so losing a large sum was not a problem for her. Suddenly, the gentleman became very interested in something. He approached the princess and asked her to stand up. She turned her head and agreed. Jack wanted to play instead. The waiter said that the next table was calling him. The handsome gentleman was happy because one seat had just become available. The young woman asked him if the king had $100. His partner answered, of course. She laughed at him and thought that his partner would lose. The main man asked the worker to give them cards. The prince started to play. He analyzed his cards quite quickly. The opponent looked at him with a strange look. The guy had never seen such tactics before. The man began to speak rather rudely and impolitely. The young man responded in the same way, and the gentleman addressed him again and told him to change his tone. The main man asked his colleague to calm down and added that he was just a cadet. The gentleman wanted all the players to behave politely. The worker was talking to someone and saying something strange, namely that there was a criminal in the casino, and it could be one of the club's heroes. The young lady noticed that Jack was looking at her strangely and might have even revealed the princess. The lady was afraid of this more than anything else, while the handsome man was still playing. The king watched the opponents carefully and how they played. He also saw something very strange in his partner. The prince played differently from everyone else. The game continued. The guy decided to deal another card to everyone. He got a good card, but the hero did not worry about it. Everything went according to plan. The man noticed that the stranger was holding a stone face, but it was very difficult to understand whether he was really bluffing. The young man thought he had a bad card. Subsequently, all players quickly raised their bets. The gentleman asked how much money the girl had left, and the gentleman stood up for her. Later, Jack was offered to bet his wedding ring. He thought carefully and agreed. The beauty looked at him with surprised eyes. The young lady saw that it was a real artifact. She wondered why the king wore it all the time. And his partner replied that he had his own reasons, but did not name them. The princess stood up and wanted to leave the place as soon as possible. The prince asked her to calm down and sit down. The young woman wanted to return the warrior his losses. The guy grabbed her hand and wanted her to sit down and wait a bit. The woman was scared, and this time she listened to him fully, and the game continued. The man added that the ring was quite expensive, so he would put it on. But in response, the young man asked the player to put on his expensive bracelet, and he agreed. The gentleman wanted to open the cards. The girl's jaw dropped when she looked at the gentleman's cards. The handsome man felt sorry for his opponent. The king quickly raked in all the chips. Jack said that he hadn't opened his cards yet, so he asked to put them back, and his partner looked at him in surprise. The prince was shocked when he realized that he had won this battle. The warrior asked his partner to calm down because she was overwhelmed with emotions at that moment. The guy was so angry that the security guards were taking him out of the place. He thought that the bride and groom were playing unfairly and the newlyweds were watching. The bride asked him to be able to lose, and meanwhile the author carefully examined the bracelet he managed to win in this difficult game. As it turned out, in fact, this thing was not simple but magical. The gentleman decided that it should be put in some secret place so that no one would find it. The lady wondered what the gentleman would do if he lost. He said he would jump off a big bridge. The young woman asked him not to say that. Jack decided to collect all the chips that caught his eye. After a while they met their colleagues. The handsome man was happy and waved his hands. The king apologized for his delay. The queen showed with her whole appearance that she was not pleased to communicate with them. The woman was still interested in why her partner was dressed so elegantly that day. He told her in which stores he bought these clothes. The lady did not understand where he had so much money. The girl wanted to tell everyone how her partner had won everything in the casino. The prince came. He smiled and said hello. The guy also came to have fun. The man asked the little girl if it was her boyfriend. She denied it and said it was her best friend. The gentleman was listening to all this, but stood quietly behind her. The young lady with pink hair turned to the gentleman, and she called him by name and asked if she had said it right. The handsome man smiled and added, yes. The couple politely shook hands. The princess was very happy to make a new acquaintance, and the king felt like a popular personality at some point. Meanwhile, the boss stood in the back and watched everything. She already had a new plan in her head on how to destroy everyone. She had everything ready. Now everyone was in a portal that was near a large river that led to the island. Only VIPs with a fairly good income gathered here. The correspondent was talking about different monsters that could easily come across them on the way. And an amazing princess from Britain had already arrived. Everyone, without exception, poked various microphones in her face and wanted her to give some comments on this amazing event. And there were rumors that the cadet took only third place. The guards quickly dispersed everyone and asked them not to touch the young woman. She came to a portal. It was blue and looked beautiful. The queen calmed down because finally there was a long-awaited silence, and she could think about something of her own. The stranger thanked her for coming here. The first thing the girl decided to do was to ask if they had good enough protection against human monsters, and if they had any bad cases, and the guy answered that the protection was of the best level. To achieve this, the young man told her that their team had quite a few good-level heroes, and they promised to maintain their level and reputation. The heroine thought quite a bit about this facetious offer. She thought about everything carefully and thought about how to do the right thing. Meanwhile, the guy was sitting alone, looking at his watch and the information it was displaying, and there were about 30 minutes before the event was to begin. On this amazing day, 3 new monsters were to appear, and the handsome man was already thinking about how he would fight them, because he did not want to lose the thing for which the battle would take place. The not-so-handsome man was the third monster everyone was talking about. He was the leader of this group. With his current abilities, the young man was well aware that he had no chance at all to win against such a team. He wanted to watch. Suddenly, the boss came up to him and asked if he was also here. The gentleman was very surprised to see such a person in front of him. Jack wanted to laugh a little and told him that he was here to do security. The girl did not believe it at once and got angry. She asked to talk to her seriously. Joe noticed them out of the corner of his eye and wanted to know what the newlyweds were talking about, so he went over and said hello, and the king told him that it was his old friend. Another respectable partner joined the dialogue. He said hello and asked the beauty something. She didn't answer, so the prince decided to ask her something else. The guy became incredibly curious about the group the young woman was in, but no one had heard any words from the queen, and that was the end of it. All the people thought that everything was about to start. The woman said goodbye and said that she had to do something, namely to control the whole event so that there were no monsters. The king watched the stranger and noticed something strange in her behavior. His partner thought that his friend did not realize anything. The girl watched everything from a high place and wondered what the cadets were up to. The prince also saw her and told his friends who were standing nearby. A young man came on the stage and greeted them and told them a little about himself. The group of peers listened attentively, and the boy asked what power is the source of creation. In a minute, they were going to present a rather rare crystal that was under a white scarf. And now the hero knew what the monsters wanted to come for. An incredibly exquisite and beautiful crystal was presented. All the people in the room applauded. The guy looked at everything with a rude look and waited for his opponents. The lady from the top saw people in dark clothes walking in the hall. At first, she didn't pay attention to them, but now she realized that they were very strange. The young lady felt that the danger was growing from the very beginning of the event, and meanwhile the young man decided to get up and headed somewhere. He wanted to find someone. The queen was standing next to the guards the whole time. She told them that she could defend herself. The woman wanted the staff to keep an eye on the suspects. The workers said okay and went into the hall. The woman's pendant on her chest moved as if it had some kind of magic in it. She looked at it. From that moment on, the lady decided to follow Jack because she noticed something strange in his behavior. And the handsome man on the stage did not stop talking. The handsome man stood there wondering what to do next. He felt in his heart that something was about to happen, while everyone else was not thinking of anything bad. The main criminal looked at the jewelry very carefully and wondered what kind of fool could have brought such an exquisite relic here. He thought that people would fight for it. The guy gave the command to act. The man calmly climbed the mountain. The girl stood behind the wall and thought about how to follow the young man. The beauty realized that she needed to keep a certain distance so that no one would see her. The gentleman stood at the door and waited for something. The little girl thought he wanted to climb to the roof. Unexpectedly, Jack pulled out a hammer and tried to break the lock on the door, which was forbidden on the island, but in his case, it was just a tool. The lady fell to her knees and watched as the handsome man knocked down the door. And surprisingly, he succeeded. The young woman did not understand how an ordinary hammer could do this. Meanwhile, in the hall, a terrible thing started happening. Monsters were running up to everyone and attacking them. People were asking for help. But unfortunately, no one could help at that moment. The guy covered the man's mouth with his hand and grabbed the exquisite crystal they had come here for. And suddenly, someone was flying at him from behind with a weapon. It was a gentleman who had a great power of his blow. He wanted to help people, but the thief quickly dodged his attack. There were incredibly many pagans. Unexpectedly for the king, they began to run somewhere. Someone shouted that a high-ranking competitor was coming. It would be a very worthy opponent. The young one stood in the corner and quietly watched. And then a reptile came with big teeth and impressive size. The characters were also there. None of them understood what was happening and why they came here. Joe tried to talk to the young woman. The queen was furious that human monsters had come. The woman heard a familiar voice, and then a gentleman came out. He was glad that his girlfriend was not hurt, but the handsome man was covered in blood. The king threw something to her and waved. His partner waved back, and the lady stood there not understanding what was happening. The prince pulled out a rather long sword. It was the weapon of a monster, but the monster had died, so the warrior decided to use it, and the guy looked at him with a surprised look. So far, the story has unfolded as in the original. The thief made 8 clones and fled. The first one ran north, and one of the heroes rushed to catch up with him. But unfortunately, the first clone did not have the crystal. The girl rushed to chase the second, who was already heading south. Unfortunately, he did not have the crystal. In the original, the beauty herself had it, and one of the heroes of the story quickly ran after her. But the battle did not stop. The monsters attacked quite quickly. Some of them used magic, and this annoyed the competitors, because magic could easily change the course of this game. Eventually, the monsters decided to run away because the magic circle was getting bigger and bigger, and they could have been killed. And they used bad words, but it didn't save them that day. Although Jack invented his character himself, his abilities were really incredibly impressive. If you follow the original, the crystal should have been in the chameleon group. The lady stood there and actively used her purple magic. At one point, she realized that it was a real pendant. She was furious when she realized that the crystal was no longer with the monster. The guy got out his computer and was very surprised to realize that the story had changed its course again, but he didn't even receive any notifications. In a panic, the young man did not know what to do. He took his hand and put it to his face. It was some kind of stigmata that could be used at will. Unexpectedly for the character, it all worked. He looked at the people and decided to find the crystal that everyone was chasing, and the author saw it. At such an important moment, the system restarted, so Jack decided not to waste time and chased the artifact by himself without help. Luckily, the handsome man came across a motorcycle. He got on it without hesitation and followed the monster. The monster was driving a car. The heroes decided to take people out to save their lives. The girl asked everyone to stay calm. There was a staircase ahead, and the beauty warned them in time. A guy on someone else's motorcycle had already arrived. He threw something to her and asked her to hold it tightly. It was some kind of unknown handle, a small thing she was looking at. The young man said it was a manta rayon sword. He was sure that the queen would find the right use for it because it was suicide to compete without weapons. The woman could do the impossible with this weapon. The lady wanted to activate it and try to fight the human monsters. The guy asked her not to get hurt and run to save people. The girl asked where he was going. The man said he needed to catch up with the monster. His goal was ahead. The monster asked the driver when they would arrive. The worker said a couple of minutes. The guy calmed himself down. The man accelerated quite a bit and hit the young man's car. The gentleman stood and waited for him to get out. The gentleman started using bad words, and he was very angry. The handsome man said that Jack was going to be sick. The king had quite bad intentions. He started calling his boss. His partner got into the computer and wanted to see something. A strange airplane caught his eye. The warrior had to get rid of it. The monster held his suitcase tightly and did not want to give it to anyone. Fortunately, the plane didn't land. The gentleman asked for a long time to be taken away, but there were no results, so the guy offered to talk. The man turned his head and realized that someone was actively approaching him. It turned out to be a big criminal who had threatened him more than once. He beat up most of the cadets who stood in his way. The girl was on his shoulders and did not say anything, but the young man was covered in blood. The gentleman could not believe with his eyes that the strongest enemy he had ever seen had come to him, and he realized that things were bad. Jack asked him why he came to the handsome man, and the king replied that he wanted to kill absolutely all the heroes in this world. His partner asked him in a rude voice to return his place in a good way. The prince asked to let the little girl go, and he pointed his gun at the crystal. The warrior said that he had taken her only because the little girl was constantly hanging around his artifact, and the boy asked the man if she was important to him. The young man had a strong desire to blow her head off or put a bullet in her. And the gentleman asked Jack what would be better for the young lady. The gentleman repeated that if the enemy did not let her go, he would not get what he wanted. He was the first who could openly threaten a handsome man like that. The king still decided to fulfill his opponent's request, and now he asked for the case, and his partner threw the thing back at the creature. He caught it pretty quickly and thanked him for such a fast and high-quality work. The guy realized that he could not do anything with the crystal, so he agreed to the terms. The hero had completely different plans, and then a young man unexpectedly flew at him. The gentleman realized that things were bad, so he decided to do something. The conflict was gaining momentum. The gentleman looked at the author with a scary look. Jack stood still and did not show his anxiety. On the contrary, he seemed confident. The king was surprised to see not a coward, but a real warrior. His partner turned around and left. The prince sat down and realized that he could have died from the blow. When the partner came to, he noticed that there was a big fist in front of him. He did not even have time to react to such a powerful attack. The prince decided to come to the young woman and ask how she was feeling, but no one said anything. Then the queen began to come to her senses. The boyfriend calmed her down and said that the enemy should have already left. The woman did not understand what her colleague was talking about. The man told her everything that had happened. The young man asked the girl why she didn't follow the crystal, and the beauty realized that she couldn't lie, so she told the whole truth. She pulled out a cartridge from her pocket and asked if it was the gentleman's. He looked at it in shock, and the beauty said that she had found it at the exam. Jack said that it was really his, and he wanted to hold it. But the little girl quickly pulled her hand away, and the young lady hid the cartridge in her pocket. The lady apologized for not being able to help, because the opponent was really incredibly strong, and the handsome man did not know what to say, so he remained silent. The young woman did not want to know why the king helped her then. Her partner said that he was not used to leaving someone in difficult situations. The woman had a lot of questions, and the prince answered them all very calmly, and the lady asked why the guy had been following her for quite a while. The man said that he was a fan of the girl, so he followed her so often, even showed that he was subscribed to her fan club on social networks. In fact, it wasn't true, but at that moment the young man couldn't think of anything better, and he realized that the girl seemed to believe him. The young lady started talking in a mysterious way. The gentleman did not like such conversations, so he asked for some specifics. The princess asked if Jack liked her. Meanwhile, an ambulance arrived to rescue various people. The guards were running around looking for victims. The young woman was sitting and doing something with her hair. Her friend came running to her and asked if she had seen it. The queen did not understand what her friend wanted to show her. The woman was talking about a character. It was about Joe, who fought very well against all the monsters that night. He had quite a lot of strength and cut others with the enemy's sword. The girl also fought very well and used the sword that the boyfriend gave her. She was incredibly impressed with it and did not expect such strength. The beauty said that the man gave it to her and quickly left on a motorcycle. The little girl added that she saw how fast the gentleman was moving. The cadets had an incredible number of questions to which no one had an answer. So they decided to wait for their classmate and ask him everything thoroughly. The handsome young man asked his colleagues if they had seen their friend from Britain, and the young lady replied that she had not seen anyone, and the princess did not want to know where she was. The peers realized that they just wanted to kidnap the young lady, and then suddenly they saw a bike coming to meet them, and everyone thought it was the young woman. The friends were incredibly happy when they realized that the queen was fine, and the woman turned her attention to the motorcycle. It was the same one on which the handsome man had come to her. While everyone was asking if the lady was okay, Jack quietly went about his business, and the girls thought that the king had dealt with the other monsters. Someone shouted that it was impossible, but meanwhile the hero was in the elevator and was going somewhere. He was upset that he had not defeated his rival. A girl was analyzing the information that appeared on her watch. When a guy came to her, he wanted to talk about something. The man asked where all the other members of the club were. The beautiful woman said that everyone was sitting in a restaurant. The young man realized that he was a little late for dinner. The little girl asked him to hurry up. She had to pay for all the dishes tonight, and the gentleman decided to listen to her and leave as soon as possible. The gentleman thought that something terrible had already happened, because usually the princess never paid for everyone. She did not answer anything. Jack continued to follow her. Suddenly, the lady didn't want to hear anything and turned around and asked if they could become friends. The handsome man said no, and the young woman seemed to have everything fallen apart. The king said that it was impossible. The queen got angry and clenched her fist. The woman turned and asked him to forget this conversation. The partner was well aware that they could not become friends according to the story. He had to leave this world, and the lady had to find her true love. The hero had already come to the dormitory. A child ran to him and wanted to hug him. The author was very happy to see her. The guy, as always, brought her some treats. It was a fried chicken. The girl really wanted it. She thanked him for such a gift. While the beauty ran off to eat, the young man had some time to complete all his tasks. He opened his watch first to see what it said. Namely, the gentleman decided to analyze the situation when a competitor pointed his fist at him. The gentleman looked at the reaction and strength of the blow, and he was awarded some points for courage. At the start of the game, something lit up on the watch, and some kind of download was going on. The notification said that the connection was good. The king had never seen this before. The partner was happy because he had solved one task. There was still an important thing to do. He was talking to his best agent. The little one was eating. The warrior asked him to get a very good motorcycle in a cool configuration. The guy said that the task was not easy, but he tried to do it. In fact, at first the man did not believe what he heard, but decided to ask if the young man was not joking with him. The gentleman said no and asked him to fulfill his request once again. That evening, the gentleman realized that his stock was about to skyrocket. The holidays were over, and Jack was heading back to school. The young man had high hopes that everything was going well with the club and the students. Everyone was discussing social media, and the gentleman was not really watching them. The gentleman decided to go there and see what photos his classmates had, and the first one he saw was a handsome man who had quite a few pictures. To put it mildly, the king did not like them very much. He decided not to pay attention to them anymore. His partner thought that he had something wrong with his head. The partner came to class and felt quite strange. He greeted everyone, and the coach was already shouting and wanted to tell him something. He said that the second semester of training had begun. The second semester of training was going to be very different from the previous one. Namely, the ranks were changing and new cadets would be added. Krasenchik listened attentively and did not want to miss anything. He was well acquainted with the system when newcomers were accepted into groups, so he was curious who the newcomers would be. Today, the newcomers were to be admitted to the class. There were 200 of them, 20 per team, and the students put their hands together to greet them. The gentleman realized that it was a very familiar face to him. The beauty took off her hood and greeted him. The new girl had quite long blue hair. The king wanted to find more information about her. His partner did not understand what she was doing here. It was not so easy to find something in the watch. From the very beginning, the girl wanted to establish a relationship with the main character in this story, which made the prince very angry. He watched her closely. After the training, the warrior went to work. He carried boxes. The little girl was next to him. The young lady asked him if they would live here now. The young man said yes. The princess was incredibly happy when she heard such great news. The situation changed a bit. The guy was given a new home because his rank was well promoted. The beginning of the new semester was very good, but now there was a new problem to solve. He did not know what the Lord should do with the new girl. Usually the first lesson was supposed to be outdoors, and the trainer spoke quite loudly to everyone. He sincerely wanted to help the cadets achieve some success. He also emphasized that there are a lot of new monsters with a completely different power, and there are quite a few different dangerous traps throughout the territory. There should be only 12 people in each team, so the beauty decided to approach her partner and asked the man what group he was in. Everyone was making good friends and communicating. The battle was about to start in a minute. The cadets went to the first test of this semester. One of the gentlemen asked if it was 10 o'clock in the evening. The little one could not believe that it was already so dark and cold. She did not like it. The king was constantly reminding his partners that there were many different traps everywhere, and then, unexpectedly, one prince was strongly lifted up the mountain. The monster appeared very unexpectedly. The young lady was angry with her partner because he had just started talking about it, and the monster appeared, and the friends took out their weapons. Another team approached a powerful volcano that exploded at the same minute. They ran away as fast as they could. Their classmates seemed unprepared. Everyone was very frightened, especially the newlyweds. The husband thought his heart would stop at that moment. The wife did not understand what kind of training it was. The young man said that his partner ran very well. The queen also praised him and asked the king if they were real friends, and his partner said, of course. The prince asked why the girl asked him this. The beauty did not know how to smear herself, so she decided to keep quiet, and the warrior was surprised. The guy came with his team and asked what his cadets were doing here. They also did not expect such a meeting. They all sat down and started talking about something. Some of the ladies had a hunch that they were just wandering along the same road. The princesses were thinking about how to find the right path for them, so they wanted someone to give them some advice. Namely, the ladies were talking about a young man who was currently reading something from a clock, and the queen realized that it was time to work in pairs. The queen's thoughts were about the gentleman, and she told everyone about it. The woman wanted to be with his team. The lady did not like it very much. The girl added that the members of different teams should be in ranks. The beauty said that he was better than all the cadets who were on this task. The little girl interrupted the conversation because she had some important information. The lady asked if anyone had heard the rumors about her partner. As it turned out, the prince had a great desire to leave the fight club forever. Everyone said that when he left the academy, he enjoyed all the sights of indecent entertainment. His colleagues had only guesses about this, but no one knew the truth. The young lady added that he liked to pay various bandits, and the princess realized that this was nonsense. This made the lady quite angry. She stood up and asked if the young woman had really seen this with her own eyes. She was very frightened when she saw the queen's look. The woman replied that she had not seen it with her own eyes. The girl evolved and asked her not to disclose false information anymore. The young man also agreed with his partner and asked the same thing. The gentleman was sure that Jack was a very good person, and he had no intention of leaving the club. The gentleman decided that they had had enough rest and could continue on their way. The handsome man waved back to his colleagues and said goodbye. Meanwhile, the young woman sat down at the computer and wanted to do something in it, namely, change her voice, and she succeeded the first time. The beauty put on a hood and looked quite beautiful. She looked at her rivals in the gadget and wanted to defeat them. She asked all her workers to work in silence so that no one would catch them, because recently people have been conducting a lot of different research on monsters. The hero woke up by the clock and could not believe that it was already morning. He rubbed his eyes and did not want to get up. There was a little girl lying next to him. For the author, she looked very cute and unprotected. He could look at her like that for a long time and not take his eyes off the princess. The guy went to another room so as not to wake the child. A cat came up to him. The man realized that not only he woke up, the young man stroked the creature. The gentleman was well aware of what kind of cat it was. At first it was so cute, but later it had to be incredibly strong because it was made by a wizard. In the morning, the gentleman wanted to go to the dining room, but on the way he met someone. They greeted him politely. It was a girl who asked where he was going. The beauty rarely saw people going out in the morning, so Jack replied that he was going to the dining room, and the little girl smiled and wanted to go there too. The young lady had heard that the handsome man had risen quite well in the second semester. The king confirmed such assumptions, but the young woman did not plan to raise her level. The queen was actively interested in what plans her friend had for the future. He said that it was too early for such a conversation, and the woman invited him to join the team. The lady wanted to name all the advantages of such a team. For the guy it was a guaranteed success, but he liked the group he was in more. The man did not want to answer quickly. The beauty was shocked, because she thought that her partner would take her idea into account immediately. The young man named some shortcomings that made him not want to study there, and the little girl said in a rude voice that she would make him change his mind about her team. The young lady added that she could give the gentleman what he had been looking for so long, and the gentleman immediately wondered what it was, but the princess did not want to tell him. A few hours later, the long-awaited training began. Everyone was in attendance. Jack said that it was time to prepare for the tests that awaited them. In the original, Joe was returning from vacation and came to some strange dungeon, and the resonance brought him here. But to get there, you had to have great strength. The gentleman was the main character who had incredible strength and could easily defeat any monster. And later, the handsome man received a new weapon. But for this to work, it was necessary to have butterfly dust. But unfortunately, only Jack had it. He was still very worried about whether he would be okay. The king knew that in order for his friend to develop properly, he had to go with him to the dungeon, because the author of this world was his partner. The training was over. The prince came home and did not know what to do with the new girl. The warrior wanted to take some measures against her so that she would not get into the dungeon. The guy didn't know much about her, but he was well aware that the girl was not against monsters, so he wanted to find her father and persuade her to play on the white side. The task was not very easy. To put it mildly, the young man had no idea where the father of his friend could be, and suddenly a brilliant idea came to him. The gentleman remembered with whom the man could communicate, so he immediately called that address and asked for various information, and a handsome man answered the phone. The king greeted him, and they knew each other well. The partner asked what happened to the prince because they hadn't talked for a long time. The guy knew that his friend worked in an information company and had access to a lot of information. The man said he would help, but he needed to know the person's name. The young man added that if there were any problems with his work, he could quickly help with this issue. The gentleman was happy and thanked him. In the meantime, Joe was fighting with someone with his sword. As it turned out, he was just practicing different techniques and strokes. He was good at it, even with a wooden weapon. Suddenly, Jack came and asked if the handsome boy was still training, and the king turned and realized that his classmate also wanted to work out. The prince laughed and denied it. He said he was just taking a walk. The warrior was shocked at the cadet because the training had just begun, and he was already working so hard. Suddenly, The guy changed the subject and asked if his friend had found the dungeon last Sunday, and the man thought that the young man wanted to clear it himself. The gentleman did not answer but asked how the gentleman could have known all this, and Jack told him that he had accidentally seen a handsome man. The king said that he had excellent eyesight and often left the academy, and his partner wanted to suggest something to his friend. He said that he wanted to go to the dungeon with his classmate, and they agreed that if they found the flower, they would share it among themselves. The boy did not want to give a quick answer to this proposal, but decided to tell him something, namely that it was very small because it was relatively new. The man added that even if it was small, it would be difficult to clean it all up by himself, and the young man confirmed his friend's words and realized that it would be suicide to go in there alone. But the friend was worried about another question, namely whether he could trust the gentleman, and the gentleman wanted to have some confirmation of Jack's skills. The handsome man was not ready for this, but he did not want to back down either, so he nodded his head, and the king was determined to take the test. But his partner noted that he was a shooter, so it was not very profitable for him to compete in such a territory because his abilities depended on weapons. The prince added that this did not affect the fight much, and moreover, the competitor did not need to win, just to show what he was capable of. The warrior wanted to stop only when he was happy with the outcome, but the boy had nothing to say to that. The man had made a certain battle plan in his head. The young man asked him to tell him when his friend was ready to fight. He added that he did not need to prepare, he could already fight. And so it all began. The king quickly attacked his opponent. The gentleman did not expect this. He slowed down time with his gaze. Jack saw a wooden sword moving in his direction. The handsome man decided to repel it. The king did not stop attacking, and the next thing he knew, a magic blow flew. The prince was shocked by the guy's speed. He simply did not have time to defend himself, let alone shoot. The man tried to make shots. When the young man tried to stop the clock, he did not succeed. But with each passing moment, his position was becoming less and less favorable for him. In a split second, the competitor was behind the gentleman, and he only had time to turn his head, and the bright yellow ether was already flying at him. Fortunately, at one point, the gentleman dodged his attack. The handsome man was surprised. He thought that now would be the end of the fight. Jack looked directly into the eyes of his opponent and did not want to give up. He realized that he had to hold out a little longer, and everything had to end. The attacks did not stop. His partner's left shoulder was pretty much torn up, but he managed to throw his opponent high up the mountain. The prince was incredibly happy because he succeeded. When the handsome man fell, he pointed a pistol at his head, and the king asked if Jack was now satisfied with the end of the fight. After a couple of minutes, the king quietly admitted his defeat, and that was the end of their fight. The hero stretched out his hand and offered them to go together. The gentleman immediately stretched it back and agreed. The friends could count on each other. Meanwhile, the thief turned to someone and told them that he had destroyed a valuable artifact, but did not know what to do with it. The young man came up and asked him not to worry. He knew a way to increase its value. This item had to be used from England. Without hesitation, the young man activated it, and everyone was waiting for some kind of reaction. But then something flew in the air, and the guy noticed it. A transparent sword appeared in the man's hands. He could make different parts from crystals. The young man watched from the side and did not dare to approach. As it turned out, each sword could be sold for quite good money, and one such thing could cost about 700 to 800 million won. Therefore, the thieves could easily get about 5 billion, and the gentleman quickly realized that it was like a chicken that constantly lays golden eggs. The boss added that this was great news, but she asked him to listen to her carefully. The girl had useful information. The beauty said that they were a group of chameleons who were supposed to rob the masked demon's master. The bad guys were very eager to realize their plan. The gentleman was calmly walking somewhere and analyzing why he lost in this battle. He attacked a lot and dodged blows, but the result was bad. No matter how much the handsome man thought about it, he did not find the final answer. He knew that they were quite loud, so it could have led to unnecessary attention. The king even wondered how he could hide his magical power so as not to show it to people. His partner was well aware that he was on a difficult path. Unexpectedly for him, he noticed his partner practicing. The prince decided to approach her. The little girl was seriously scared. The guy asked if she was practicing with a sword. The young lady denied it and added that she was just training her endurance. The young man was still quite interested in why it was so late to train. The gentleman thought that the princess wanted to meet Jack. The gentleman decided to laugh a little and tell her that he and his friend were discussing the young woman, which made her even more angry. Later, the handsome man told the truth that they were just training, and the woman asked if Jack was not a weak opponent for the king. The woman no longer wanted to talk, so she turned around and left, only saying that she was finishing her training, and her partner smiled back. Finally, the prince wanted to give his friend a couple of tips, namely that the weapon should be kept a little relaxed, and the girl was surprised. The beauty was incredibly happy to receive such good advice. Then they parted ways, and the little one went home to rest from her training. In those moments, the young man paid great attention to the girl's delight. He gave advice on how to hold the sword correctly so that the young lady could cut everything with it. Because of these thoughts, the princess could not sleep. The lady thought about how to get rid of them. The queen came up with the idea that she could play a game. Quite a few cadets used this game for various training sessions, and every game that opened a new season was broadcast. There were quite a few features in this test, and meanwhile, it all started when the young lady chose a character and started doing something. Unfortunately, there were no different characteristics. The princess had a great opportunity to pass through the walls. She was very proud of her excellent result, so she decided to go further. The young lady wanted to get rid of stress and did not want to look at the ranks of competitors. She wanted to find someone for a quick fight, and then she came across a character. He had quite good statistics, namely 47 wins and the same number of losses, and the queen was sure that he would win this fight. The woman quickly asked for a duel, and the long-awaited moment of this battle came. They drew their swords, and in 3 seconds everything was about to begin. The first thing the lady wanted to know was how she would be attacked. She did not expect to be attacked so quickly. The girl defended herself as best she could. The battle was only gaining momentum. The beauty did not think that she would need to fight with such a powerful force. The enemy first grabbed her by the clothes. Unfortunately, the first battle ended in a loss. The little girl could not believe her eyes. It made her incredibly angry, and a new round began. The competitor immediately accepted the challenge, but the system kept failing, and the princess tried to repeat the battle, but unfortunately, nothing happened. The lady was lying on the grass, and her partner was waiting and waiting. He did not understand the young woman very well, while the queen was coming up with a plan that could help her. When everything finally settled down, the woman asked for a duel, but her opponent did not want to do anything. He said goodbye. The lady asked him to wait and asked if he always comes in at this time. And the young man said yes. The girl wanted to compete with her like this. The gentleman thought carefully about this proposal, but did not want to answer quickly, but later agreed. The beauty was incredibly happy with this answer. As it turned out, it was Jack, and he was surprised that this time he ended the battle with victories, especially 7 times in a row. The handsome man decided to find out how these glasses work, and a function was activated that increased his strength, but when it ran out, it was hard to fight. The level of gain did not increase very much, but there were advantages. Namely, the hero thus had a pretty good temper, while the child was sweetly tasting the cake. The author quickly took it away because the girl had no control over how much sweet she could eat per day. The boy did not understand how she had already eaten so much. The beauty did not stop asking for more and more. The young man rudely said that she could not eat any more, which disappointed the young lady. The gentleman took her in his arms and decided to talk calmly and explain everything carefully. It was quite difficult. He promised to bring something else delicious tomorrow. The young woman wondered if she was being deceived, but the gentleman denied it and said he would bring it for sure. and the queen was happy and waited for the next day. Jack put her to bed, and he was looking for something in his watch. His friend sent him a message and offered to meet and discuss something. Everything was going according to plan, and the handsome man had been training in the gym for the last couple of days, and he spent a lot of time studying. The queen did not want to know how her partner constantly beat her. He told her that she needed to be calm. It was difficult for a woman to control her emotions. The girl became incredibly curious why her constant opponent played so well, but had a rather low rank. The guy did not like this system with ranks, so he did not participate. The man suggested that they finish for the day because he wanted to rest, and the young woman immediately agreed and said she would see him tomorrow. The gentleman realized that his friend was pretending that they had already agreed to play tomorrow, but the young woman really wanted to see her opponent at least one more time. After the next game, the gentleman realized that this had become his daily routine. He took his virtual friend for a king. But in fact, no one realized that it was a queen, and his partner was eager to find as much information as possible about his virtual friend. When he analyzed his name, he noticed that it was quite similar to the name of the prince's girlfriend, but the warrior quickly blurred these thoughts and decided to leave. The girl was incredibly confident that her computer enemy was a boy, and it irritated the beauty a lot because she could not win against him. The beauty was actively training with her partner and asked him if she was getting better with the weapon. The young man supported her and really saw the result. The young lady decided to tell him that she was playing a very interesting game, and the gentleman had a good guess which one, and the princess asked if he was playing it too. The lady added that she had met a very handsome opponent with whom she often played this game, and the handsome man listened to her attentively and kept his eyes on her. The king learned that in these battles everyone played carelessly because they did not affect the rank of the player, because these battles were much more interesting with strong opponents. From the queen's stories, the prince realized that her opponent was a rather intelligent character. The guy asked her something else, but the girl was not interested in him. Unexpectedly for everyone, a man came and asked what the newlyweds were doing here. The beauty answered rather rudely that they were training, but the young man spoke politely. The gentleman suggested that the princess change the atmosphere a bit and go elsewhere. The gentleman said goodbye to them. He was a little uncomfortable. The handsome man told his colleague that they had a training session planned. The king understood and did not want to delay anyone, but the dialogue continued. The woman analyzed their conversation and realized that the warriors had become quite close lately. The lady thought she was being joked about, but it was probably true. The girl listened to the rest of the dialogue as she stood behind a tree. Her partners didn't notice her at all and talked quietly about their business. Suddenly, the conversation turned to the beautiful girl. Jack just asked how she was doing. The little girl listened attentively and was wary. She did not think she was interesting to the handsome man. After a few minutes, the partners decided to go elsewhere, to cross and discuss their plan of action. The dungeon had to be somewhere in the scroll. The warrior added, "Yes, but the men had to act very carefully because there were many different traps in that place." The young man listened carefully to his partner. Ordinary people were forbidden to go to that place at all. The gentleman said that there was a mountain not far away from where they could start the journey. The gentleman hoped that they could find some monsters along the way, and Jack liked the idea because he could easily collect extra points. Handsome knew that his friend didn't have much money, so he decided to take all the expenses on his shoulders, but there was a lot to prepare. After a couple of minutes of dialogue, the partners noticed that some unknown person was watching them. The princes were alert and looked at him so as not to miss anything. The stranger was approached by the administrator who offered to help. The guy said that he had been talking to him on the phone. At that moment, the young man saw with his eyes that it was someone he knew. Namely, the gentleman thought of the girl and asked who was hiding there. It was fun to watch. The little one was still trying to change her voice, but she was not very good at it. The kings were laughing out loud. The stranger said that they were confusing her with someone else. She showed her look. The waitress, meanwhile, brought the soup. but from such angry eyes it fell out of her hands. The princess incredibly quickly turned around and ran in the other direction. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what to do next. The handsome man offered to pay for everything. After this incident, the friend hid from the king for a long time. He was not pleased, but his partner hardly paid attention to it. And finally, Friday came. A lot of people were waiting for this day, especially the hero. He and the guy agreed to meet here. They quickly found each other. The man immediately asked quite a few questions, and he wanted to know where they were going, but the young man simply asked them to follow him and not to ask any questions for now. The friends walked to the mountain for quite a long time and tried to climb to the very top. It was a rather dangerous place because it was on the border with the danger zone. And finally, the classmates came to the place they had been heading for so long, a place that was quite difficult to find, even if one knew where it was. The cadets looked at this rather small passage and wondered how they would get through. It was quite an interesting question. After they got inside, because it would be quite difficult to escape, the handsome man asked his friend if he was ready to do this, and the king thought carefully. But then he answered, of course. He was the first to want to climb in and see something. Joe was pleasantly surprised by his classmate's confidence. The hero pulled out his pistol and showed it to his partner. He said that this weapon has incredible power, and in addition, the prince made strong ammunition. The young people decided to go into the unknown and complete this terrible task. They were sure that everything would work out. There had to be a pretty strong boss. The guy politely extended a helping hand. The man accepted it, and they headed towards the target. It was incredibly dark inside, so holding hands was a good idea. And if we used torches, we could attract uninvited guests. The two gentlemen were afraid, but none of them showed it. Despite the very narrow beginning, there were incredibly many people inside, but it was hard to move around because of the darkness. One of my colleagues asked a friend to wait a bit. It was quite scary to stay alone. They saw a strange passage to the other side. The guy turned on his function and tried to see everything from the inside with his eyes. It was a bit difficult, but it could help them quite well. And then the newlyweds realized that someone was coming at them from the other side. The gentleman immediately looked at who it could be and saw the thieves looking for something. A colleague asked what happened, but Jack asked him to be quiet for a while. He wanted to see them better. The rivals were in a secret part. The king suddenly received some unknown notification. It said something about the place where the cadets were. As it turned out, the individual locations could be interconnected. That is, the chances of meeting monsters were not small. The partner asked what day it was. The handsome man quickly gave an answer, and the king had everything in place. Today was the day for the thieves to gather as a bad gang. The prince spoke very quietly, so as not to attract anyone's attention. He was clearly not happy with the news, and the warrior wanted to know what happened. The boy told the man everything, and they concluded that it would be difficult to fight. And meanwhile, one of the competitors wanted to go in a different direction. The gentleman was watching them all the time, and exhaled when he realized that the bad guys had gone in the other direction. The gentleman was also happy to hear that. Jack suggested that they quickly clear the dungeon while no one was here. First they had to go straight ahead and then turn to the right. Joe wanted to finish off the boss as soon as possible and put everything in its place. The handsome man supported this idea, and the classmates decided to go. On the other side of this place was the Devil's Den, where the colleagues were also talking to each other, all of them mostly in pain. The boss reported to his colleagues that he had found a place where there was a secret passage. The guy was smiling very slyly and was happy to report it all to his bosses. He told the workers to get up and go to work, and the criminal added that the two heroes had found a secret scene, so they were going there. One of the guys offered to wait for the men until they came to them, but the younger one denied this idea and said that they had to go to meet their competitors. Everyone calmly followed their boss, but one of the group felt very insecure and kept turning his head in different directions. The gentleman noticed this quickly enough and asked his partner not to be distracted by any trifles. In case the criminal opened more portals, the leader repeated what he had just said. The stranger added that it was not some kind of portal. This thing could connect them to the territory by proximity, but it was quite difficult to explain. The furious chief began to shout. The gentleman put on headphones in front of everyone and did not want to listen to anyone. This attitude made the handsome man even more angry. He was watering his ally with bad words, and the latter asked what games the king was playing. His partner was already standing very close to the portal. Suddenly, something happened that no one expected. A very long rope popped out of the magic that the prince had made. The end was incredibly sharp, and it hit the warrior right in the head. His classmates were frightened and asked why he was doing this, but the guy was in no hurry to answer anyone. And meanwhile, someone was coming out of the portal. And it was the familiar boss. The men barely swallowed their saliva. They were afraid of her because they knew her capabilities. All the thieves looked at her carefully and couldn't do anything. In a couple of seconds they all fell, but the gentleman stood there and the beauty didn't touch him. The little girl decided to let them live for now and not kill them. But she also did it for her own benefit, namely to avoid getting caught, and the handsome man called it a good idea. The king asked if they needed to watch the secret level. The princess didn't want to do it. The lady asked the prince to always be focused. He didn't want to know if something unexpected could happen, because there were 2 cadets on the secret level, so the thief asked. The lady knew very well who it could be, so she did not really want to go to them. The warrior had already realized after the young woman told him about them. The queen decided to check how close the chameleon was to their group. She turned on some function. The guy did nothing but watch. Meanwhile, the partners had a bunch of uninvited guests. Jack immediately pulled out his pistol and fired it. The competition was not difficult. While the man was reloading, Joe was hitting everyone with his long sword. It was hard to see anything in such darkness. The battle was only gaining momentum. Recently, the young man managed to hit very important points. The monsters fell very quickly and did not get up. The master praised him, but the hero did not like it. The newlyweds decided to speed up the whole journey a little because there was not much time, and their classmates tried to support each other and cover them. Monsters were waiting for them around almost every corner, and the young man was skillfully shooting at them all, which was a big plus that the opponents were of low rank. The gentleman called Jack and added that it was time to show up. The handsome man said in response that there was something written here, and the kings decided to study everything carefully. There were quite a few different interesting terms written on the wall, and the gentleman decided to study them a bit on his watch. The gadget was ready for scanning. It was very similar to some kind of riddle. The men looked at the device and wanted to understand what was written there, and it was said that such things often happen in caves. The gentleman thought a bit. He analyzed the events that were happening now and what was happening at that moment in the novel, while everything was going on as in the original. And suddenly, the cadets noticed that the words quickly disappeared. And then a rather loud sound began from the walls. The handsome men, without thinking, put out their weapons and prepared for the fight. Fortunately, it was an unknown passage, and they realized that they had solved the riddle correctly, because their partner had never seen it before and had not created it. The prince considered his colleague a genius. They were incredibly happy that they could go through the secret passage. The warrior wanted to tell later how he solved it. But first, they had to clear the entire vault. The classmates went into the unknown, but suddenly they heard a rather strange sound from behind. It was the boss. She was standing on the topmost rock. The beauty knew that Jack was very different from the other cadets, so the king could defend himself. The princess was shocked that she and Joe had achieved their goals so quickly. The young one once again wanted to sell her partner on joining her club. But one important thing worried the young woman a bit, namely whether the guy was capable of killing a man, because the man always left his rivals unharmed. The competitors were still wandering around. They couldn't find the way out. One of them said that the thieves had already been here. The gentleman had a hunch that it was probably some kind of a maze. The thief was watching the conflict from the top. She thought that the young man knew that there were gentlemen here. The cadets were still going forward. They wanted to find out the truth, but they did not want to retreat. They met someone on their way, a stranger sitting on a chair and saying nothing. The handsome man thought it was some new challenge or monster, but it turned out to be the real boss of the vault. The kings did not retreat and calmly went forward. The partner had a rather tough look, and his eyes glowed blue. The prince was a little scared of such a competitor, and had big eyes too. The monster approached so quickly that the hero did not have time to do anything. The thief said to the young man that he was a rather interesting character. It scared him a little. The guys realized that they needed to pull their weapons out of their pockets, and the man asked his friend to focus on the enemy early and not be distracted. A second ago, the gentleman saw the stranger in front of him, and now he was sitting in his chair again. The gentleman realized that he had the skill of teleportation. Thanks to these strange factors, the handsome gentleman realized that the monster in front of them was above average. He was much stronger than the competitors with whom the kings had fought recently. The monster asked him not to be afraid. He drew his sword and began to stand up. The prince became alert and took a fighting stance. Suddenly, the guy saw how much stronger and more confident his friend became. The man thought that they would cope with everything together. The atmosphere grew. The young man was setting himself up only for victory. He already had a better self-esteem, so he thought he would win. The gentleman took out his long sword and attacked the enemy. The gentleman had an interesting idea. He thought that the sword itself was the monster, not the swordsman, because the voice they had just heard was coming from the sword. In the novel, it was a little different. The cadets received this information in the battle itself, but now the handsome men did not have much time to wait for this to happen. The classmates finally decided to fight with the sword. The king asked them to cover him. The battle was about to begin, and everyone was on the alert. While they were talking, the monster flew quite high up the mountain and wanted to strike them hard. The boy shouted this to his friend, although this was not supposed to happen in the story. Quite a lot of dust was raised, so no one could see anything. The thief was still smiling, and the young man was skillfully fighting him and not giving up. After a minute, the gentleman accelerated and wanted to strike back with a strong blow, but the thief did not give up, so he bravely fought back, and the battle was gaining momentum. The thief was very frightened because he could no longer keep up with the two cadets. He was frightened because they were everywhere. And suddenly the warrior came up and struck unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the handsome man did not waste any time shooting at the monster. The cartridges were running out, and the king plunged his sword into the enemy. But unfortunately, the competitor did not look good. He fought to the last and did not give any weakness. The monster sought to take possession of the prince's body. The guy realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull out the weapon. The sword was very much in the warrior's hand, when suddenly something sparkled. Finally, the man managed to do his job. The gentleman stood by and covered Joe as promised, but there were no results. The gentleman was very grateful. When the handsome men looked closely, they realized that the monster was missing half of his arm, but he was smiling as if he did not feel any pain. The kings realized that the monster was just luring them into a trap, and the king realized that they now had to fight very carefully to avoid getting caught. His partner looked directly into the eyes of his opponent and wanted to defeat him as soon as possible. The warrior began to scream quite loudly. The prince was surprised. And a second later, his arm fully recovered. The guy said that their real problem was the sword, so there was no point in attacking the man. The handsome men decided to try everything from the very beginning. Joe quickly ran and wanted to take all the attention. The monster attacked him first. The man really did not like the shine that blinded his eyes. The guy tried to cover himself with his hand. His friend was actively fighting. The gentleman wanted to reach for his sword. The gentleman was afraid to shoot again because he could hit Joe. The warrior did not expect such resistance. It was quite difficult for him to defend himself. Usually the monster broke all the swords very easily, but unfortunately this was a different case. It made the monster angry. He asked not to be insolent. The king was proud of his work, But his rival didn't want to stop and decided to jump up and try to make one more final stab. The partner realized an important thing, namely, the longer he competed with the opponent, the more confident he became. The battle did not stop for a minute. The prince was 100% sure of his victory because he had a good enough ally who would never abandon him. Jack still continued to shoot. The handsome man only needed to hold his opponent for a couple of minutes, and the king would be able to complete the task. His partner was calm and no longer worried. In the novel, the monster was much stronger than his partner, but in reality, everything turned out to be a little different. The monster's sword flew off, and now he had nothing to defend himself with. The opponent could not believe that he had lost this battle. The princes were smiling and happy that everything went according to plan. All that was left was to get the reward. The guy coughed heavily. The man immediately ran to him to find out what happened, and when he was there, he saw a stick on the floor. The gentleman said that it was impossible and that it could not be. The gentleman was incredibly disappointed when he realized that the award was one small stick. The handsome man was so desperate that he just fell to his knees. But for some reason the king was not sad. He wanted to tell more about this stick, but someone came. And these were the criminals who came here for some reason. And his partner realized immediately when he heard them that this voice was very familiar to him. These were human monsters. The prince did not understand what they were doing here and why they were not with their army. And the guy wanted to ask them exactly that. The strangers introduced themselves and told him who they were. They were ordered to come to the shelter and clear it. The man asked a counter-question and asked the heroes who they were. The young man politely introduced himself and said that they were cadets from the club. And now they were on a mission and killed a monster from which they had collected a stick. The gentleman wondered what reward his comrades had received. They showed their hands and said that they hadn't been given anything themselves in case the gentleman had given it to someone. The handsome man radioed that they had found some strangers in the vault. The stranger gave the order to destroy them. The kings were shocked. The partner added that the newlyweds could blame their curiosity. The prince began to use strange tentacles that quickly headed towards the young. The warriors were surprised and did not understand what to do next. The guy turned to his friend for advice, but he did not answer anything at all. The man realized that he was quite tired, so he had little strength to fight. He did not take his eyes off the competitors. The young man said that he always got all the sweet things. The gentleman quickly analyzed the human monster and realized that it was not a low level. The gentleman asked why they wanted to kill them. The handsome man didn't want to say anything and decided to pounce on the cadet. The king stood and had a rather sharp look. He didn't want to lose somehow. The prince was well aware that it was possible to win here, so no one was going to give in. On the contrary, he took out his pistol and pointed it at the enemy. And then he took a small pebble from his pocket, which he was holding in front of the thief, which made him laugh a lot. He asked what the pebble would do for him. The cadet said that it should have been enough to defeat such a great warrior. And he did not like those words. The guy threw the stone pretty quickly, and a long thread flew after it. The man was confused because he hadn't seen anything like that for a long time. He looked around. The gentleman didn't waste his time and pulled it sharply towards him. The gentleman fell to the floor and didn't realize what was happening to him. Jack lifted him up with his strength and threw him with all his might with his head on the floor. The handsome man just lay there. The king was satisfied with the work of the ether. The prince took out his pistol and realized that he had to finish this quickly. Because human monsters recover quickly enough, it was best to use a pistol. The bullet flew straight to the head, but did nothing at all. The prince got angry and realized that he probably needed a rifle. The monster got up pretty quickly and threw the guy back hard. He flew into the wall and his mouth was bleeding. The man did not know what to do next. It was incredibly painful for the young man to suffer such a heavy blow. His competitor was furious and wanted revenge. The gentleman said that the cadet was too confident. The gentleman decided to use something he did not want to do. He quickly changed his face. His friend was lying on the floor and thought it was his death. A minute later, the criminal looked completely different. The king was still looking at him and was quite scared. Meanwhile, Joe was calling out to his friend, but he heard nothing in response, so he decided that something had happened, and he realized that it was impossible to escape. The enemy was coming towards him and wanted to take revenge for his friend, so the man had no choice but to stand up and fight to the last. The enemy was making some very strange movements. The gentleman asked him what he was doing, and the gentleman rudely replied that the handsome man was unlucky today. The enemy realized that he had already seen the king somewhere, namely at the first performance where they gave various awards, and his partner wanted the prince to be in his team. The warrior very skillfully talked the guy into talking and attacked him with a knife. The man did not have time to do anything. The blows were incredibly fast and accurate. The young man tried to escape. Blood was already dripping from him. He decided to step back a bit to collect his thoughts. The gentleman was already running at him from the back. The gentleman was badly wounded and bleeding from his legs. He could not keep up with his opponent. And in addition, he was worried about his best friend. The handsome man gathered his will into a fist and wanted to get up to continue the test. The king wondered what he could bet against such speed. The partner decided to focus on his opponent and read his movements. He stood in front of him and waited for the human monster to run at him. Everything happened exactly like that. The prince put his sword down and wanted to defeat his opponent to the end. The tension between the guys was constantly growing. Finally, the young man managed to block the prince's blow for the first time. He decided to repeat his attack and attacked for the second time. The gentleman focused on his own. The gentleman wanted the enemy to get closer and attack him again. Suddenly, something began to shine against his partner. He turned his head. He was struck with the first good punch that wounded his leg. This greatly angered the competitor, and he rushed to do something in response. The man was bleeding. The young man was setting himself up for victory, and knew that he was fighting much stronger warriors, but the gentleman could not find the right time to repel the attacks. The gentleman decided that he should pay attention not to the character, but to his weapon. Then the handsome man might have a chance to win. The king was in his own thoughts and wanted to try to use real magic. The enemy could not believe that he was seeing it with his own eyes. It was incredible power. The enemy thought that he was facing an ordinary child. He could not think that the cadets could do this. The next attack was to be the last. The guy felt something strange, but this feeling was not from him. The man realized that there was someone else here. The dungeon had not been fully explored yet. Jack was lying against the wall and did not have the strength to just get up and leave. The monster said that he would do everything possible to make sure that the handsome man never saw the light again. The hero froze because he realized that now his life could be over. He would not be able to defeat such a giant monster. Suddenly, someone threw a large and long dagger into the monster's back, and his partner froze because he did not know who it could be. That day the prince was overwhelmed with emotions. It was the boss. She was actively heading towards the guy. The man did nothing but lie there and look at her. The author wondered how she got here. Due to the rather large force, the hero tried to get up, but realized that now was not a good time for a battle. The author would not be able to overcome her if the woman attacked him. In the original, the events developed a little differently. The gentleman closely followed the lady and kept his eyes on her. Everyone was scared. The young lady stretched out her hand and said hello. The young man looked at his rival with a suspicious look, but did not know how to react. The gentleman noticed that they had met each other quite often. The queen replied, of course, and added that she was constantly watching the gentleman. Jack did not understand what was going on and how to react to it. The handsome man asked why he had surrendered to the girl. Suddenly, a monster came from behind. The king shouted with all his might to be careful. The little girl very skillfully fought off her monster. His partner was shocked by what he saw and did not understand how she did it. The beauty just wanted to discuss everything calmly. The prince was surprised and realized that there was no other way out but to agree. The little girl leaned over and started talking. This moment was just like in the original. It was a very important event in the guy's life. The man wanted the plot to be like. In the novel, while everything was going according to plan. The young man wanted to apologize. The princess said that time was up. She wanted to leave and asked the gentleman to think it over very carefully. The frightened author sat there and tried to calm down a bit. And meanwhile, the gentleman ran to him. He was worried about his friend, and the handsome man asked if he was okay. When the king came running, he offered his help, and the first thing he asked was whether he had defeated the enemy. And the prince immediately answered yes. The guy lifted him up by the shoulders and carried him. The man again asked if his friend was okay. The young man laughed and added that in a couple of days he would be as good as new. The body of Joe's rival caught the eye of the cadets. The monster showed no signs of life. The gentleman suggested telling someone about him. The gentleman looked at his friend in surprise. 10 minutes later, the guy asked what happened to Jack's opponent, and the handsome man did not expect such a question. There was a lot to tell. The king told him everything about the boss and her words. The cadets had already left and were talking to each other. His partner wanted to rest a little more, and the prince was waiting for him. The conversation turned to the stick they had won. The guy had thoughts that it was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The man said that when he was fighting it seemed to call him. The young man realized that it sounded strange, but it was very difficult to explain otherwise. The young man supported his friend and asked him to calm down a bit, and the gentleman also felt it, so he understood the cadet very well. The gentleman told him even more information about the exquisite stick. There were various legends about it, but it was impossible to check whether they were true. The gentleman listened attentively. It was possible to activate something with it, but this was not its final form. None of them expected the reward to be like this. The handsome men were thinking about what to do. Joe had a very powerful weapon in his hands that he wanted to use. His partner was thinking about how it could be used. The prince asked him to put it on the ground. The warrior showed his artifact to the man, who asked where he could get it. At first glance, it looked incredibly expensive. The man wanted to show something else to surprise the cadet. He was in a good mood. It could be, for example, a relic of his parents. The gentleman decided to make a little joke, but unfortunately, the gentleman did not like this joke, and for some reason he was very upset. Jack apologized. The handsome man wanted to tell everything he knew about the magic dust, which he could try to use with the stick. His partner decided to sprinkle it and see what the reaction would be, but the prince stopped him for some reason and asked if it would be harmful to their health. The guy replied that nothing bad would happen. This thing was incredibly important to him, so he wanted to figure it out and use it somehow. The man watched carefully and wanted to understand what the consequences would be. The stick grew a little and in the process changed its color to blue. It was fun to watch. The gentleman proved that he was absolutely right. The gentleman was looking at the weapon. The first awakening was successful. The handsome men were happy that everything went according to plan. After a while, the stick had to be remade into an amazing sword, and Jack had to gain even more power. The partners agreed that if something came out of the sapling, they would divide it among themselves. Namely, Joe was to take the branch, and the prince wanted to take the leaf. The warrior asked if his friend was sure that only one leaf would be enough, and the guy repeated a bunch of times that he was fine, and the man was not interested in this anymore. The cadets were going down the cliff, and the young man was analyzing the information in his watch, and suddenly, because he was not looking at his feet, he fell. He was incredibly hurt, and tried to figure out where the tree root came from. And then the gentleman realized that he had already been in this situation. The handsome man asked his friend what he was doing and why he was standing in one place for so long. The king heard a loud sound and thought something had happened. Jack replied that everything was fine. Meanwhile, a stranger watched his partners fight on the gadget and was pleasantly surprised, wondering how he could use so much magic. The beauty did not like only one moment, namely when the prince decided to shoot in the head. She thought that the prince did not know that his opponent was a human monster. The lady finally realized that the boss was 100% right. The warrior really had quite a lot of potential, but for some reason the young woman was depressed. After a couple of seconds, the woman got up and wanted to go somewhere. The lady decided to stop her friend. The girl said that she didn't want to watch the fight anymore. The man had already come home and wanted to rest. His legs were no longer holding him up, and he thought that if he didn't rest, he would die. And then, unexpectedly, the child woke up and immediately went into the gentleman's arms. The gentleman suggested that they both go to sleep for a while, and the child agreed. Jack remembered a conversation with a colleague. They were deciding who would go to the club first, and the handsome man said that he was a cadet, and Joe wanted to visit his family. The king was not used to saying such words, but the prince said a big thank you to his partner for such support and help. And for some reason the guys started laughing out loud. As it turned out, the author had specially created such a man who could listen to him calmly. There were no others like him in this world. The man was sure of it. On such a beautiful note, the two best friends went about their business. The gentleman smiled at the gentleman for a long time and was incredibly pleased. The criminals created a very secret base in the mountains. They communicated with each other and constantly discussed something. The girl asked who came to them. It was very important for the beauty that it was not a human monster. She asked questions directly and was interested in many things, and suddenly a man came in. The young man didn't pay attention to anyone and moved on. The young woman screamed because she couldn't do something. It annoyed her. A stranger came up to her and said that he knew very well that the young lady had elite skills, but he did not want to listen to her complaints about the new mission. The queen asked what her mission would be this time, and the gentleman asked her to open the folder and look at everything carefully, as it would be better for a woman to have someone else tell her about it. The girl quickly read through everything and thought about how to do it. She had to keep an eye on one person. She had not prepared herself for this. Meanwhile, Jack came to some strange place. The girl greeted him and asked if he was registered for a procedure with a magical aspect. The handsome man answered, of course, and they started talking. The beauty was incredibly happy to meet them. She was a 4-star magician. The king immediately realized that he was facing a very wise person who had a lot to learn from, and his partner followed him. The prince quickly realized that the people who practiced magic were a bit mercenary, but he knew about it, so it did not scare the warrior. The worker brought tea, and she asked the young man what aspect of magic he would like to choose, whether it was physical strength or protection. Only after a long conversation did the boy realize that a man was sitting in front of him. He had a good idea. The gentleman thought that it should be 100% suitable for Jack. The hero needed something that had good enough features and didn't need to be used very often, and his partner wondered what it could be. The prince didn't really like the way he was treated. It seemed to him that he was not spoken to politely, and the magician had a fairly high self-esteem. The guy also realized that if he just left now, there was no chance that the man would do his job, so the gentleman decided to sit a little longer. The gentleman was looking for something in his tablet for a very long time. He said that it was not an easy task to find such magic as his partner wanted. Jack was already a little tired of sitting here. He wanted to do something and asked if such a wise magician could cope with such a difficult task. He looked at the interlocutor in surprise. The man realized that there would be no business here, so he decided to leave. The young man got up and gathered his things. The king asked him to stay and listen to him. The partner said that he didn't have much information at the moment, so he would still like to take a little longer to understand the prince's case. The guy also added that such work would not be cheap. The man listened carefully. The young man did not want his customer to go somewhere else, so he was already communicating differently. The gentleman asked to name the gentleman's budget so that he understood what to expect. Jack decided to say it in his ear so that no one would hear. The amount was large. The gentleman's eyes lit up, and he asked him to refresh the tea. The king wanted to look for a slightly different list so that he could get everything done quickly. The king returned to his studies and recalled how he and his friend had cleared the entire dungeon, and he was pleased to twist it all in his head. Suddenly, the trainer came and spoke quite loudly and asked him to listen carefully. He said that starting today, all the cadets would be divided into 5 groups. Pretty Boy realized that he would have to work together with the team, and the king was fine with it, even though he wanted to fight alone. This time, they were given the right to choose, so the cadets could be with whomever they wanted, and everyone found a team pretty quickly. But the prince sat quietly and did not look for anyone. The guy added that if a cadet did not find a team, he would send him somewhere, and suddenly the man turned and saw a girl sitting alone. He asked her if she was in the same situation as the gentleman, and at first she didn't want to answer because she thought they were incredibly different. The king decided to give her a gift, namely the dust from the butterfly that he had not yet used up. In the original story, the young lady was supposed to receive information about her development. Jack sent her a message and came back to see the reaction. The young woman fell asleep but was woken up by the vibration from the notification. The handsome man was waiting. The king saw that his message had already been read, so he decided to come over and talk to her. And suddenly, an unknown third party came. It turned out to be Tomer, who wanted to be in a team with the girl. The beauty also did not answer her. The guy came back and watched everything. The other cadets came up and discussed the situation. The handsome one didn't like her much. He wondered why she was making a move right now. The little one said that there was still time, so she wanted to think about the answer a little. The young lady said, "As you wish," and laughed. The princess did not understand why she was getting so much attention. The lady just now saw that she had received a notification. She opened it and wanted to read it. This time, no one distracted the young woman. The king was still sitting and looking at the queen. He was incredibly eager to hear the answer to his proposal. He saw the woman turn to him. Someone had written to the prince. He quickly opened his watch and wanted to read what they had replied. The little girl also asked for time to think. The young lady wanted to think everything over carefully so that she wouldn't regret it later. And the young man was happy and had every chance of having the princess on his team. But the other cadet clearly had some problems. She was writing something in her notebook, but there was no face on her. She did not look at the cadets in the team who were not in the top 100. The young woman could think of only one man, but her thoughts were slightly disrupted when a friend came by and asked what her partner was doing after school today. On that beautiful day, quite a few people offered her to join her team, and they offered the young man the same. The cadet realized that she could easily join the gentleman, and he would be a good ally, but she did not know how to do it properly. The beauty was worried that the young man would not find out that she liked him, and the gentleman sitting behind her also wanted her to join his team. The young woman asked him not to touch her. The handsome man did not understand why the queen was thinking so long. The king wanted to tell her that with him in the team, they could succeed. The woman said that she had a plan. Suddenly her partner acted very badly and took away her journal. The prince wanted to know what the lady was writing there all the time. The girl ran and asked to give her the thing back, and meanwhile the guy read everything that was there. Some unknown sentence caught the man's eye. The young man shouted out to the whole room. The gentleman turned his attention to them, and his friends were also shocked by what they heard. The little girl was not pleased that there would be rumors about her now. The gentleman was already speaking calmly and wanted to decide why the young lady chose Jack, but the lady hit him and asked him not to touch her and not to talk about the handsome man. The queen did not understand what right the king had to read her notes, and even without her permission, her partner lay there for a long time and did not show any signs of life. The prince was still looking at the woman and wanted to understand what had happened to her. He had never seen her like that before. Then the warrior went somewhere with his comrades. His partner came up to him and asked him to wait. The guy returned and did not expect such a meeting. The man asked what happened. The young man said right away that he didn't want to be on the team with anyone. The gentleman replied that he had sent his list to the little girl. The young lady was surprised. They were already on the same team. This news disappointed the princess a little. She was unpleasant, but it was impossible to change anything. Her eyes became big, and the queen wanted to know why no one wanted to choose her. The woman decided to leave because she realized that she was not welcome here. After a couple of seconds, she started laughing and said that she was worried about Jack. that no one wanted to be on the team with him, and the handsome man was amused. The young woman turned around and left. The queen watched her for quite a while. She was curious to understand this strange behavior. The women were very similar to each other. They had similar bodies, and both were swordsmen, and they had similar grades in all subjects. The couple walked together, and the lady asked if the handsome man was going to join another team. He looked at her in surprise and said, "Of course not." The king thought that the queen was asking him such questions because of the situation with the girl. The boy was called by his close friend, and the man turned to him. The young one was very grateful to be offered to join such a strong team. The gentleman touched his head and said that there was no problem. The newcomers suggested going out to eat together to get a little closer. The gentleman was a little nervous because Tomer was there. The little one liked the idea. The handsome man asked what the young lady liked to eat. She replied that she ate absolutely everything, and the group of people went to choose a restaurant. In the meantime, the princess came home and wanted to analyze her team and who was in it. They had two of her, one shooter and a support player. The lady with the green hair was disappointed to hear that Jack would not be with them. The young one asked her partner why she did not tell her. The queen asked to change the subject, and she wanted to discuss the details of their work. After a while, the exhausted woman lay down on the bed and tried to rest. The heroine realized that she should have invited her husband from the very beginning of their ordeal, and she regretted not doing so. The young woman recalled all the moments that had happened in her life, but the queen thought more about the young man she liked very much. A new day began. The cadets were in some unknown area. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible because it was incredibly cold and creepy. The task was not easy. They had to find a hiding place and deceive him. The handsome man begged to go back. They just walked in one place for 20 minutes. The comrades arrived at their destination. There were a lot of passages, and the cadets had to figure out where to go. The lady suggested one place, but his young man objected. Tomer asked why the gentleman did not answer this question, but he was sure that she wanted to trap them. The young lady got angry and asked for some normal solution from the princess herself. The lady was a little confused and did not know what to say right away. One of the handsome men realized that the passage chosen by the king was the right one. The queen did not like it. She turned around and did not look at them. The partner all the way was shooting down the woman's thoughts. He liked to do it. After a while, it got very annoying to the lady, but she said nothing. The girl invited the beauty to go with her and held out her hand. The little one said that it would be more effective to split into two teams and scout everything. The gentleman liked this idea at first. He said that the team had little time, so they had to speed up, and they did. The princess asked why the hell her partner was acting so confident. He didn't answer, just kept moving forward, but then he got rude in response. The prince activated his function and was well aware of where they had to go. The queen decided not to speak. Suddenly, the woman took the guy's hand and told him to look at his own body part, and the man apologized because he didn't notice how he was holding the lady. The young man decided to apologize for this behavior, but the beautiful woman asked him not to apologize for it, and they decided to contact their colleagues. Then the dialogue was with the trainer. He said that there could be monsters of a fairly high level in the vault. The lady was calm and happy. Her comrades were discussing only their friend, and everyone seemed to have forgotten about the princess, which annoyed her more and more each time. The lady recalled how she talked to her curator and what task he gave her. The main task was to wound the main cadet. The man added that it was not a very difficult task. The main thing was to lure her attention to something, and then she had to tell her superiors. The young man asked if he could count on the lady's help, and she said it was an incredibly easy task for her. But later the young woman regretted what she said, because everything turned out to be a little different. The queen was thinking about how it could be done, because you can't back out. Her superiors were already wondering when their task would be completed. The woman was shocked because very little time had passed since the start of the mission, and she was furious. In Tomer's mind, her main problem was the young man. She thought that he seemed to feel something, and therefore did not allow her to come near him at all. The girl decided to study a little of his biography, and unfortunately, there was nothing useful for her there either. The beauty wondered why the gentleman was so confident. When the heroine studied more documents, she finally realized that Jack liked the cadet, so he walked so closely with her. Meanwhile, the man said that each team had to choose a new challenge, or the curators would find them a task. Only one of the cadets looked happy. All the others were depressed for some reason and did not know what to do next. This time, no one asked for homework. All his comrades were counting on Jack. He was a pretty good player, although he never admitted it. The handsome man added that he was not that experienced. The king of their group announced that the next meeting would be on Wednesday in the assembly hall. All the chapters were to be present, and his classmates listened attentively. The king suggested that his partner go to a cafe and have some coffee to consolidate who would play what roles tomorrow. The lady agreed, and then the young one joined their dialogue. She wanted to take a cake with her to eat, and the guy was surprised because he wanted to go with the queen for two, but something went wrong. The man asked in a rather rude voice what the woman was planning to do. She smiled slyly and said that she wanted to become a friendly team. The gentleman realized that there was something wrong here. The lady abruptly began to communicate and make friends with everyone. The gentleman did not take his eyes off her. Before entering this cafe, Jack scanned it and did not notice any traps. The girl turned to him and asked if everything was okay. The handsome man answered yes and decided to get down to business. His classmates ordered some food and discussed their next steps. Colleagues said that they were incredibly happy to have a beauty in their group. She smiled sweetly at everyone and could not tell who she really was. The little one was very active and wanted to discuss everything with everyone. The prince listened carefully and did not like that everyone thought the young lady was good. The lady pulled her partner's clothes and wanted to ask him something. He immediately responded. She wondered if the English family had talked to the prince. At first, the hero did not understand what she was talking about. The queen decided to explain better, and then the author replied that there had been no messages from them. The newlyweds decided to check the mail together, and there was indeed some kind of notification, but unfortunately, the conditions were not very suitable for the guy. The girl asked her to take a look at it, but when she read it, she realized that the conditions were really not favorable for the man. The friendly atmosphere disappeared, and the little girl decided to get up and leave. Her classmates did not understand such actions, and the young lady added that she could not just leave. The boys asked each other the same questions, namely, why the young lady left. The man immediately realized that something was wrong. Tomer was disappointed because something had gone wrong for her. The acquaintance had some assumptions but did not dare to voice them. He sat quietly by the young woman and watched her. The queen decided to start rumors. The cadets had already begun training, and afterwards the king went to the vending machine and wanted to buy something for himself, namely, a delicious drink. The prince did not have the strength to open the can. He struggled with it for a long time, when suddenly someone came up from behind and said hello. It was a girl who wanted to talk. No one expected such a meeting. The warrior stood up and realized that he would not be able to leave, so he also wanted to discuss everything. He asked what exactly his partner wanted. The presentation of the beauties team was about the dungeon of the mantis, and the little one asked if the man could tell her anything about it. The young man was shocked by this choice. The gentleman wondered how the little girl chose such a difficult test for herself. The young lady did not do it on purpose. The princess told him how it all happened. The gentleman was drinking his drink while listening. The lady added that they were sitting with the team, and there was a handsome man with them who was giving out the tests. In this case, Jack decided that he would give his friend some information about it. He thought that they would succeed, and her team would score enough points. The king realized that the partner who had given the queen such a test knew how to perform on stage. The woman confirmed her friend's thoughts. The guy said that the hero would fall into a mortar in his performance. The girl was happy because their opinions agreed. The beauty was just about to tell him that, and the guy was pleased to talk to his colleague. The man even wanted to join their team for a moment, because the little girl made a very pleasant impression on him, which was a difficult decision for the author. The young lady said goodbye and said that she would see him at training. She also asked him to be careful. The gentleman reciprocated, and the dialogue ended. The cadets were being lectured to. They sat and listened to their teachers. The conversation was about dungeons. Jack had no desire to learn anything that day. One man from the young woman's team behaved very badly and was nervous. Later, he apologized for his behavior and laughed. The queen also felt uncomfortable, but her friend sitting next to her calmed her down in time, and the lady asked her to forget about the accident. The next team was preparing for the performance. Jack got up and went on stage. The girl did not know that he was going to go. The handsome man stood up and began to present. The king even put on glasses. He said that his team was dealing with storage facilities, and he was studying them from the inside. It was located under the mountains. All the classmates were interested in listening to all this. They watched the prince closely, especially the young leader, who suddenly wanted to ask a question. She wondered how the gentleman could estimate the flow of mana if he had only this information. The gentleman said that thanks to the formula, everything was easily calculated. The young woman showed with her eyes that she did not care, although in fact, she was interested in listening to the presentation of the handsome man. 5 minutes later, he finished his speech. The king went up to his friend and gave her a high five. She was pleased with her colleague's performance, but the woman was sitting in the front and watching it all. She really wanted to be on the same team with her partner, but unfortunately her fate was a little different. The opposing team was cheering loudly. The girl was toweling herself off after training. The beauty had done all the things she wanted to do. On the way home, she met her partner once again. They talked a little and were about to say goodbye when suddenly the young lady remembered that she wanted to give the documents to her friend. There were a lot of different interesting contacts there, and the prince was very grateful for that, but there were much more profitable contacts than they had written to the guy. The little girl wanted the man to think about their invitation again. The young lady was sure that he would listen to her, and she went to sleep in the dormitory. The lady came home and heard a rather strange rumor in the corridor, namely that her partner liked her, and the young woman could not believe it. Her friends were talking about it. The queen wondered if the prince might like her. The women said that the guy was behaving very strangely. The girl kept replaying these events in her head and wanted to find proof that the prince really liked her, but the beauty never suspected anything. The princess came somewhere and was waiting for something. A stranger with red hair approached her, and the lady asked her what she was doing here. The queen decided to step back a little, but she did not notice that she had stepped on the woman's foot. The lady screamed in pain, and the cadet rushed to apologize. After that, the girls split up and went to their room, where they were discussing their colleagues again, and the beauty heard this and decided to barge in and find out. The little girl asked her friends if the young lady had heard something. They said they didn't know. The princesses turned around and left, although the newlyweds didn't finish speaking. The heroine felt relieved that she was no longer being discussed. The lady looked at the young woman and wanted to tell her something, namely to ask if the queen was in a team with Jack. The woman pointed her finger at her friend and added that she was afraid to say his name out loud, but the lady quickly denied this idea. The girl did not want to know if the handsome man had already signed a contract with a British family, because all the cadets had already talked about it, and the beauty did not want to answer. The little girl with black hair thought that it was a very unwise choice to change everything for the sake of some other club. The young lady wanted to know who made the handsome man do it. The surprised princess missed a little bit of the dialogue and did not fully understand who was being spoken for. The lady was ashamed and did not know why she was being pressured so morally. The lady quickly changed her tactics and started laughing and saying that it was just a joke. The young woman was standing there. She was incredibly uncomfortable. The queen thought it was not a good idea to make enemies among her classmates. The woman clenched her big fist and was ready to defend herself. The lady decided that this would be enough for the girl to retreat and not touch their ally, and the beauty asked if her friend would like to have dinner before leaving. To her surprise, the little girl agreed. The young lady did not want to lose this battle, so she was not going to retreat. The cadets came somewhere and sat down, and the princess noticed that there was an incredibly high tension between the young people. The lady was afraid to say something wrong. This invitation from the queen was not real, and the woman wondered why her friend accepted it so confidently and was not afraid. The woman offered the lady a drink of juice, but she refused, while the girl kept turning her head to make sure she didn't miss anything. The lady decided to ask her a question. She was interested in how the beautiful girl had found out about Jack and why she had chosen him. The young lady said that they had just become very close lately, and the princess realized that the lady probably knew why the king was hiding his real name. But by the princess's reaction, the heroine quickly realized that something was wrong, and the young woman wondered why her partner was hiding his name. The queen calmed herself down and realized that even if she didn't know anything about him, it wouldn't affect her further relationship. The woman started laughing. The lady said that he probably did not trust his girlfriend. The girl replied that she was not going to put pressure on anyone. The beauty was furious. The little girl calmly stood up and said that it was late, so she got ready and went about her business. The lady politely thanked her for the company. A new day began, and the friends gathered in a cafe to discuss new developments, namely the rumor that Jack was in love with one of the cadets. Tomer was shocked. The girl thought that the new girl was not affected by such rumors, but the beauties wanted to fix it and tell everything. The little one listened attentively. The young lady said that the newlyweds had been spending a lot of time together lately, and they were also on the same team. The princesses were shocked. The friend added that the couple was quite a high level, especially since his partner was in the 330th place and later planned to transfer to Britain. The ladies even started a discussion in which everyone had their own point of view, and the young woman was not happy to be in the middle of both fires. After a while, they became quiet. The queen decided to play very unfairly and wanted to throw new false rumors so that more and more people would talk about the guy. The woman said that she saw with her own eyes how the prince looked at his love and did not take his eyes off her. The ladies were shocked by this news and wanted to know even more. The girl was incredibly pleased that someone still bought her false words, and the beauties asked if their friend had seen anything else interesting. Meanwhile, the prince was reading Tomer's correspondence on the computer and immediately discovered that she had come to the club for another reason, and he was not surprised. Last night her husband met her on the street. She politely greeted him and added that she did not expect such a meeting. The young man noticed that he met her very often. At that meeting, she showed him her watch, and the man did not immediately realize that it was not the original, so he quickly read the serial number and read it for 80 points. New notifications came very often there. The gentleman fortunately knew about all the plans of the spy, and then he received a message himself. The message was without a picture. An unfamiliar person asked her to explain all the actions that are currently being carried out in their club. The girl kept studying. She was checking some big text, but it was incredibly difficult to understand. She read it carefully, and unfortunately did not know how to do it. And her partner sat quietly and solved even different problems. The queen thought that it was also quite difficult for her, although it was only an assumption. As it turned out, the girl sent a message to the handsome man, but later realized that it was somehow rude. After a while, the task was completely ready. 20 minutes passed after the woman sent this message, but no one answered her, and the queen wondered why. The girl gathered her things and did not want to humiliate herself in front of anyone. She turned her head to pick up the bag that was not far away. It took the hero a long time to write a good answer to the person who sent him this. The author liked that his partner was so persistent. As it turned out, she even had her own brother, but unfortunately, he was in a coma because he became the seed of a demon, and later turned into one himself. The guy wanted to meet the girl's brother somehow, but he didn't know how to do it, because the beauty almost never spoke for him, and it was impossible to get close to him. The man said he could go to his boss, but for some reason he immediately remembered his boss, and he was holding her business card, and the young man was at a loss as to what to do next. The gentleman wanted to talk to the players from the chameleon group because they were great at managing the masses, and Jack wondered why they had invited him to the team. The handsome man was still working, even though it was quite late. A little girl came to him and asked what he was doing. He apologized that the light had woken the young lady. The king took her in his arms and carried her to bed. His partner realized that he had to finish his work a little bit. He knew he still had time. It was a new day. The coach spoke loudly as usual and told them what tests they would be given today, and the cadets listened attentively. The guy listened, especially because he didn't want to lose his precious rank. They had to find some ancient relics. To get them, people usually fought between human monsters, and if they won, they got their long-awaited reward. It was called the Battle for Relics. In other words, today, the classmates had to understand what a real battle was and how to go through it. And in a minute, the mentor told them where it would take place. The structure of the team remained very similar. There were white players who had to defend and black players who had to attack. If someone was mortally wounded or unable to fight, they were kicked out of the challenge. His classmates suddenly lost their eyesight. They were scared and didn't understand what had happened. The coach asked them not to worry. He just used his skill. The boy was not surprised because the man had quite good skills, so he could do it without any problems, but it did not work on the young man. The gentleman looked at everything carefully and wondered where they were going. His peers also had quite good skills, so the gentleman did not worry. They were all quickly assigned to floors. There were 15 cadets on the first floor, 25 on the second, and 15 on the third. As it turned out, the author was on the fourth floor and was wearing black clothes. He looked at him carefully and wanted to know where his comrades were. The hero looked at everything and realized that they were all on the club's territory. The coach gave the command on the radio and watched everything on the cameras. The test began. Everyone took off their blindfolds, and the young man quickly picked up his gun and looked at his watch. The relic was on the third floor. For some reason, everything became much more complicated. The girl was opposite the gentleman, but unfortunately had a white uniform. To get into the corridor, the gentleman had to defeat her. The little girl said that she understood that there was someone there. The young lady wanted to know which team her partner was in. There was no answer. The young lady realized that the competitor was in black. The princess looked incredibly confident and told the opponent that he was out of luck. But when she opened the door, she was shocked to see Jack there. The handsome man looked at the lady carefully and did not understand why she did not attack him. The king saw that the opponent was a little tense. The queen quickly realized that things were not very good for her. She thought she was going to lose, but of course she did not say that. The beauty asked not to do anything stupid. The partner was shocked because he just wanted to scratch his head. The girl knew that this gun could easily pierce her protective armor. She did not understand what to do with the enemy. She knew that running to the door was not an option because she would run out of ammunition quite quickly. The young lady gathered her strength and wanted to fight with the young man. He looked calm and not worried. The princess wanted to personally check how strong he was. Unexpectedly for the cadet, the young woman quickly knocked his weapon out of his hands. The handsome man was quite hurt, and his gun was already in the hands of the heroine. The queen did not think that she would be able to take the weapon from the king so quickly. The woman realized that her partner no longer looked so strong. The friend boasted that the guy would not do anything to her. When suddenly the weapon seemed to disappear from her hands, the woman did not understand how the young man took the gun. This made the lady quite angry. She asked how the gentleman had just done it, and he told her that he had used manna, or rather, a rope made of ether. The young woman realized that the room was very small, and wherever she went, the gentleman would easily catch up with her. The queen struck a very strong blow to the handsome man's hand, and it was very blocked, but if the woman had hit a little higher, she could have broken her arm. The king decided to move forward a little bit and saw some strange message on the screen. He realized that his comrades had moved forward a little bit. The partner had quite good skills. He could see which of the opponents had how much health and where they were. The prince analyzed the information. After a couple of minutes, the guy knew everything about everyone and watched Joe. He was in the middle of a battle with a man who really did not like the hero. After a little rest, the guy decided to go further and find opponents, where he saw a passage that allowed him to climb to the top floor. The young man wanted to find Tomer, but meanwhile, the girl had already beaten 3 opponents. The beauty was not even tired. She liked to work with a sword. Her friend came running to her, and she thanked her partner that the princess was able to save her. The lady thought that the young woman was already tired of sitting here. The queens talked for a while and decided to go to their goal together. The women were still trying to find the points on the way, and a friend told them that the Briton was here. The girl said that when she saw her for the first time she was quite frightened. The beauty stopped her and asked her to wait. Something alerted the heroine. Suddenly, the beauty asked her to hold on to her and not to be distracted, and the little girl said yes, but fortunately, a young lady jumped out in front of them. She was sweating incredibly fast. She looked incredibly exhausted, and the princess asked who the lady was running from. The lady replied that she was running from a guy but did not name him. The queen pounced with her questions, and the woman answered only when she had rested. As it turned out, Jack just let her go. He asked her not to start here because this is just the beginning of such a war. The handsome man calmly walked right down the hall. The queen wanted to know what the king was doing if he didn't want to fight. The girl thought he was trying to find something because he was constantly looking at the screen. One of the ladies thought that he might be looking for a cadet from Britain. The beauty asked why he needed to know, and the little girl told her everything. The young lady was shocked because she loved the cadet. She did not like the news. Her body began to shake. The princess decided to tell all the rumors she had heard. The lady folded her arms and said that it was some kind of nonsense. She never trusted rumors. The young people decided to change the subject a bit and talk about the relic and where exactly it could be found. But meanwhile, the queen was still shocked. The colleagues talked and decided to go to the first floor. The woman wanted to discuss the topic with Jack further. She gave various facts why it could not be true. Suddenly, they saw something in the air and got scared. The lady just managed to turn her head. The girl asked if her friend was okay, and the beauty answered yes. But something scared them very much. The little ones asked the stranger to come out and show himself. From above, a large group of teenagers were looking down on them, eager to win. And the young lady shouted at the princess and added that she could not defeat her. The lady asked everyone to get ready because a big fight was about to begin. And the young woman was told to hide because the queen had never fought so well. Suddenly, an incredible number of different arrows flew out of the air, and the woman was frightened. But meanwhile, the lady with red hair was fighting the monsters very well. Although the black team was 100% sure that they would defeat the lady, the princess stood firm and did not show that she was scared. The man told the boss that the girl was bothering him a lot. The beauty was thinking about how she could take the relic, and the little one shouted something to her partner. The boss asked to find the new girl because she most likely had the relic. The lady quickly broke into a sweat and was scared. Her rivals were actively looking for her. At first, the young man asked politely to be told what he needed, but the queen objected and ran to save her friend. The woman looked at the floor and wondered who could have left such large holes. The young one was already in flight to strike another such powerful blow. Unfortunately, even this rather strong sword could not cope with such a strong force of the British woman. The little one did not know how to act because her strength was leaving her. It was almost impossible to block such blows, but the princess did not want to play to her main rival. The girl activated the whole sword. The beauty sought to destroy her rival. The little one felt that the young lady's energy had changed incredibly, and now she was fighting in a different way. Now it was as if their roles had changed. The lady was on the floor and could not do anything against such powerful magic. But the young one did not stop fighting. The queen stepped aside and realized that her death was very close, and the woman wanted to change the distance a little, namely to get closer and fight like this. Suddenly, the ground just collapsed and the woman fell. All her allies opened their mouths and did not know how to help. The girl was shocked that the floor just collapsed from one blow. The beauty realized that she did not have time to think. So she gathered herself and continued the battle. Joe came from the corner. He was smiling but wearing a white uniform. The young lady was disappointed and realized that she could not do it without support. Meanwhile, Jack walked around the 6th floor and studied the entire area. He noticed that there were incredibly many cameras everywhere. He thought that the relic was here. Handsome was a little scared, but he realized that this situation could not be left to chance. So he decided to analyze who was sitting there and go there. As it turned out, there was a prince sitting there who was very scared. The guy at first could not believe that the relic could be in this place. The employee asked him not to kill him. The guy was glad to get what he wanted in such an easy way. He just had to figure out how he could bring Tomer to the clean water and what he needed to do. The young man knew exactly where the girl was. She was also in the toilet only 1 floor down, and there were only 15 minutes left until 11 in the morning. The gentleman realized that he could shorten his way through the ventilation. The gentleman quickly made his product that would use magma. Smoke came out of the gentleman's hand. If he could spray this smoke to the 7th floor through the ventilation, the little one would not stay there long. The plan worked. As it turned out, the young man controlled him with his mind. The little girl realized that something was happening to her. She wanted to leave the room. The princess wanted to sleep. The lady held on with all her might to stay awake. But fortunately, the smoke was incredibly strong. The young woman fell to the floor and slept sweetly. The handsome man was satisfied with his work and decided to get up and go explore the area. He went into a room and asked if anyone was there. There was a box that the author needed so badly. He opened it without hesitation, and there was an ordinary screwdriver. It had excellent skills. The young man was in 7th heaven because he had a thing worth hundreds of millions, and now the gentleman was holding it in his hands. The gentleman felt confident because he had managed to erase all the records. When Jack went out into the corridor, he saw the girl in despair. The handsome man asked what happened. The king said that everything was fine. He was also in the black team. The little girl was surprised. The young lady said that she had lost the battle and also fell through the ground. The princess added that her opponent was an incredibly strong cadet. The prince said that the young lady had already been through a lot. The young lady asked how many people he had defeated. The guy was a little disappointed for her because a girl like her would get very few points for this test. The man decided to encourage her and show her what he had found. The gentleman asked her to deliver the relic to the top floor. The girl did not understand why she should do it. The gentleman said that she would get to the top much faster. Jack was incredibly eager to help his colleague. The handsome man told her in detail which way to go. The queen listened to him and left. The woman was not fully confident in her abilities, and then her opponent ran out. She wanted to destroy the lady. The girl was in a stupor. The king himself was a little scared because there were as many as 6 of them. The beauty stopped when she saw her love, and the little one ran away with the relic. The partner said he would try to buy her some time. The prince tried very hard to help the young lady he loved so much. The princess was on her way. The rival was shooting at her with her bow and wanted to stop the lady, but the handsome man repelled all her attacks. The young woman got angry and started shooting more and more. The queen asked no one to relax and follow all the events that are happening here. The partner was a very strong opponent, even for 6 people. The women asked if the warrior really wanted to compete alone against their large group. The ladies thought he was crazy. The guy did not answer anything, just stood in a stance. The man carefully examined this structure and realized that there were quite a few places for him to grab onto. The young man was ready for battle. One of the gentlemen didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of the gentleman, so he decided to attack him and try to compete. The handsome man looked confident. As soon as Jack made a couple of shots, all his confidence disappeared. But fortunately, the cadets were already running to help their friend. The king quickly slowed down time and deflected all the arrows that flew in his direction with his ammunition. And suddenly, he started shooting at the cadet's head. The partner was very happy when he realized that the first attempt was very successful. The young tables were shocked. None of them could hit their partner. The queens came up to him and asked if he was okay. The hero quickly got up and did not realize what had just happened. The battle was still going on. The girl once again realized how strong the author was. She wondered how he could be defeated here. Meanwhile, the little girl was still running. She wanted all the rumors to be false. The beauty was hammering it into her head that it couldn't be true. Finally, the young lady arrived on the right floor. The allies were happy to see her. They already thought that the princess was killed. The guy asked what she was holding in her hands. When the man saw what it was, he told everyone that the lady had managed to steal a valuable relic, and her classmates were incredibly happy with the news. For some reason, the young woman began to regret taking this relic from Jack. Suddenly, her parents, whom she loved so much, came to the queen's mind. The woman told everyone that she needed to help a good person on the 7th floor, and her classmates gladly agreed to support someone. But when the cadets came to the rescue, to their surprise, all the enemies were defeated. The girl was shocked, and her friends asked who to help. Especially the handsome one asked this question because he didn't want to know when they had to do something. And the little one didn't know what to say because she didn't know that the king would cope with everything. The young lady heard someone and said hello to Jack, but when she turned around, she saw a completely different character smiling at them. Joe had been waiting for this battle for a long time. He was preparing for the test. His opponent asked him if he was thinking of escaping from this place. The king just laughed in response because he realized that he did not want to run away. He drew his sword and wanted to fight to the very end. The competitor was also aggressive. His partner gladly accepted this challenge and sought to destroy his enemy. The prince was glad that now what he had been waiting for would begin. The warriors struck each other quite powerful blows. The guy dodged them very skillfully at first. The man did not stop attacking his friend. The young man said that his opponent was running like a mouse, as usual. He didn't like it. The man wanted to get him with his next punch. A second later, all confidence disappeared, because the hero realized that he could not move, and the handsome man kicked him in the face. The king repeated that he was not going to give in to anyone. His sword was in front of his opponent's head, and his partner rudely said that it was not over yet. The prince did not understand what his classmate was talking about. The warrior stood up and pushed off. There was a lot of dust that made it hard to see anything. The guy essentially lost this battle, but next time he wanted to return the favor. Let's go back to another situation. The girl did not expect to see a man. One of the black team asked if it was the young man who did it. The gentleman immediately agreed, and the beauty realized that something was wrong. When the gentleman lost his match, he came to Jack. He threw his weapon from the corner and defeated 2 opponents. The gentleman did not want to appear to be a murderer. The handsome man thought that he could now take command of the black team. All his classmates agreed, but the little one said that she was leaving everyone. One of her partners asked her to stay, but the princess refused and added that she wanted to be here alone. And the prince persuaded her for a long time. The lady didn't want to be in a team where other people take credit for things they don't deserve, and the man felt as if someone had offended him, and he thought about it for a long time. Young proudly raised the relic above his head and considered all the competitors losers. He gathered all the members of the black team and had 2 relics. Young also made a very big contribution to this story. The 2 of them were able to get great results, even though they were on different teams. Joe, as usual, stood out for his leadership skills. He and his team got the relics, and Jack was able to prove himself well in this challenge. For some reason, The handsome man was haunted by the feeling that he had forgotten to do something. The king had an idea that if his partner forgot it, it was not very important. Tomer had just woken up and realized that something had happened to her. She was still trying to find the precious object. The girl quickly realized that her watch was working very strangely. It only showed the time. The beauty could not check it because she was given a gadget for the task. This made the young lady incredibly angry. She decided to see if anyone had written to her. But there was one strange message. The war for the relics was over and the white team won. When the lady read it, she quickly flew out of the room and went somewhere. She ran down the corridors. After the task, everyone smiled sweetly at each other and talked. Many cadets were talking about Tomer, and the coach was furious that she had been gone for so long. Handsome decided not to drag it out. He named the best players of the black team. It was the king with white hair and the excellent student from Britain. But from the white team there was a young lady with a sword, and Joe. The winners were white. For some reason the young lady was upset and not happy about the victory at all. The princess was disappointed because she could not finish the fight with her rival. The young woman still couldn't believe that her love liked some other person, when a friend came up to her and asked what happened. The queen denied everything and said that everything was fine. The woman did not believe it. The lady asked, what if, at this rate, the guy would just be taken away? The girl laughed and said that there was no one to take him away. The beauty believed that not a single man was worthy of having a little girl running after him. The young lady thought that perhaps the gentleman had moved away from her a little, because she was constantly pushing him away. The princess had only her own opinion, and did not want to change it. The lady noticed that her friend liked more than one person. She asked who exactly attracted the young woman more, and this made the queen angry. The king also wanted to get under her arm. He came up and asked how they were doing. The young lady decided to ask him how he felt about losing. The gentleman replied that it was very unfortunate, but fortunately he became the best player on the team, so he was not going to be sad about the defeat. The queen listened to all this carefully. She was interested to observe the behavior of a self-confident person, and the coach was talking to the cadet. The partner was incredibly upset by the girl's behavior. He asked if she had spent the whole war in one city. He asked her to explain herself. The prince looked very stern, and he wanted to hear something because it was no joke. The young lady just stood there and did not understand how to tell him everything that had happened to her. The guy said he had things to do, so he had to go. He said goodbye to the girls. The man wanted to talk a little later because he realized he was not welcome here. The little one asked if her friend didn't like this handsome gentleman. The young lady was in a stupor and immediately denied such bad thoughts of her partner. The princess was upset because the lady could have chosen someone with a little boy, but she had no one. The gentlemen were talking to each other. Jack never described the war for the relics until the very end, so he wanted to stay there for a long time, but nothing interesting happened. He came home tired. The little girl ran joyfully to her friend. The handsome man took her in his arms, and they were happy to see each other again. The king asked if she was bored. Her partner repeated to her once again that she shouldn't go outside, and then the prince realized that he had forgotten to buy food. The guy said that he had ordered directly to his home, so he decided to offer to wait a little bit, but he quickly ran to the store to buy something. On the way, the man decided to make the order anyway, and in the meantime, he received a notification that his shares had skyrocketed, which surprised him incredibly. It was an unknown office. The young woman approached the worker and asked him to fulfill her task. He was drinking tea and carefully searching for something on the computer. In order to get into the club, it was necessary to do a test job. The person everyone was looking for, she had killed quite a few people, so the person called someone. The boss quickly agreed to fulfill her friend's request, and she carefully looked at what she would have to work with. The strangers were also wondering whether Jack had already joined their group. The boss said that the handsome man had given a positive answer. The workers could not believe what they heard and asked to hear about the dialogue. The little one said that the young man told her that when he had the opportunity, he would call her to talk, the day the young lady gave him her business card. The princess said that it was about 2 Sundays ago. The worker realized that something was not working out. He decided to ask more questions. Meanwhile, Jack was walking down the street and realized that it was the first time he was so much surrounded by women. A beauty caught his eye. He politely addressed the queen. The king thought she was going to the library. The little one confirmed his words and wanted to prepare for the exams. The young lady asked what her friend was doing here. The man replied that he had some small business, and the young man noticed that something was wrong with the heroine. The gentleman offered to help. The young woman said thank you and added that she would be leaving, and the partner did not even notice how the young woman left him. Meanwhile, the queen stood there waiting for the handsome man. He came and greeted her friend. The woman was happy to see him. The girl asked why the young man had been looking for her for so long, and the gentleman said that there was nothing special about it. The beauty wanted to start her own company. The little girl did not hide it, so she told everyone. The young lady opened it 2 months ago. Jack listened carefully. The handsome man suddenly threw something up the mountain and asked her to take it. As it turned out, it was a 5-year-old wild root. The young woman was surprised. The hero sat over it for quite a long time and didn't figure out how to use it. He had enough money, so he didn't want to sell it. Then the young man wanted to make something out of it for himself, but unfortunately, nothing came of it in 2 weeks, and the person asked if he would really give it to her. The young man said that it could be used for research, and then he would have to pay for it with a high-quality elixir. The gentleman asked if the little girl was okay with it, and he held out his hand. The young lady realized that getting such a root was not an easy thing, she said, of course. The princess added that she would pay with interest because she needed more time, and the gentleman was glad that no one refused his offer. The heroine was 100% sure that she would now achieve her success, but it would take more than 10 years because the company had to gain momentum. Suddenly, someone called her. The lady apologized, but it was quite an important conversation for her, and Jack wondered who it was because his friend had changed in face. As it turned out, there were rumors that the fingers of the handsome man who was in the hospital began to move. The information had to be checked somehow. The queen ended the conversation. The partner knew what the conversation was about because he overheard a little but still asked what happened. The woman did not tell the truth. The guy wanted to talk some more, but unfortunately the lady said that she had to run on business. She had to pay for the root. The first thing the young man decided to do was to go to the Book of Truth and ask everything carefully. He was curious when the king's seed of the demon would sprout. Unfortunately, the book could not answer such complex questions, so he wanted to rephrase his thoughts a little. And the book said that the seed had not yet fully sprouted. The prince realized that the days were passing quite quickly, so it could happen at any moment. The guy was desperate for such news. The man finally decided that he needed to kill this young man, otherwise something terrible would happen. The gentleman was still lying without signs of life.